met his straight on over Raiden's shoulders. They seemed to search mine. Did I just imagine the amusement dancing there? Or the cocked brow? My breath caught in my throat. Oh my God. He did remember me. Without thinking, my teeth grazed over my bottom lip, clamping down, and I watched mesmerized as his eyes widened, then darkened to an almost sinful shade of grayish blue. Oh, he definitely remembered. Babe? It took a moment for Raiden's nudge to snap me out of my daze. He linked his fingers with mine and led me away. Even though Drake remained where he was, I felt the heat of his stare on my back and resisted the urge to glance over my shoulder. Oh boy, the only words that filled my head.
Drake. 2 hours later, I still couldn't come to terms with Sia's appearance. All through dinner preparation, I watched her as Raiden introduced her to his aunt, sister, and grandparents, mesmerized by how well she fitted in with my small family. Just like Raiden and I, my father appeared enamored with her easy smile and quick wit. We'd opted to have dinner in the enclosed patio since it was rarely used. Given the central heating system, the house, including the entertainment areas, was cozy and warm during winter. Yet the uncontrolled hammering of my heart against my chest left me feeling anything but relaxed. What the fucking hell had been my first response, my chest tightening at the thoughts running through my mind. When she'd walked away, followed by Raiden after a quick greeting, I couldn't take my eyes off the woman who'd haunted my dreams for so long. I believed I'd never get over her. Inside my bedroom, I'd paced until wary I'd wear a hole in the carpet. 15 minutes later, and still nowhere near to calming the fuck down, I exited my room to laughter bubbling out from the one next to mine. It stopped me mid-stride, but the ensuing groan dropped a ball of lead straight from my heart to my toes, weighing me down, and each step further heavier than the last. Since then, it took every measure of control I possessed not to let loose a string of curse words that marginalized my thought processes. To say I was fucked was an understatement. For one stupid moment, I figured maybe the universe was testing my patience for cheating on my wife, but sending Sia bounding back into my life as my son's girlfriend? That required some serious voodoo shit, as Tamra would say. While it might work for some people, I didn't believe in that crap, ever. Yet, staring at the laughing couple, I was seriously beginning to question my beliefs. "You're quiet?" I turned to find Tamra at my side with a drink in her hand. I took the glass and downed the whiskey in one go. Besides the burn going down, the alcohol did nothing to appease the desire raging through my body. "Whoa. What's got you so rattled?" She stared at me, wide-eyed. "That's the third drink you've had in under 20 minutes. "I can handle my liquor," I muttered, struggling to relax my clenched jaw and fists. Rolling my shoulders back, I went for my usual bland tone. It didn't work. Her brow creased harder, making her scrutiny almost unbearable. "Drake?" I set my glass down on the table behind me and shoved my hands into my pants pockets. "Tough day, that's all." "Did something happen with Angela?" she asked softly. But I didn't miss the underlying cut, the bullshit tone. She knew me better than anyone, and definitely when something was wrong. My sister excelled at intimidation and took no prisoners. I grinned at the last thought, and her brow shot up. "I'm not giving up," she gritted and walked away. When Sia finally extracted herself from my father's hold and headed inside, I'd had enough alcohol to let my reckless side dictate my moves. I followed her. It was time she knew that I remembered. I reached the passage in time to see her enter the bathroom. Leaning a shoulder against the wall, I checked emails on my phone. A couple of minutes later, the door opened and Sia stepped out. She glanced up, and her steps slowed when she caught sight of me. "Hello, princess." I slid my phone into my pocket. She paused. Her tongue snuck out to lick her lips. Fuck no. Every inch, every action of this woman was imprinted into my brain, unlikely to be forgotten. Then, as though contemplating her choices, she moved to sidestep me. I took a step toward her. Are you really going to ignore me? I asked. She turned, but her eyes merely drifted over me, no in-depth appraisal. Her illusion of control made it fucking harder to keep my distance. Sia? She looked up, meeting my gaze. Did I do something to make you angry? I lowered my voice so no one could hear me. Just once, I wanted to hear my name on her lips, hear her acknowledge me. She dropped her gaze again, looking nervous. I took another step closer, forcing her back up against the wall and bringing my face mere inches from her. If I leaned forward, I'd be kissing her. Why, Dad! Kira's call bounced down the passage. I glanced behind me, and when I turned back, Sia skirted me and hurried off. I shook my head, staring after her as my daughter rounded the corner. We're ready for dinner. Coming. The smile on my lips did nothing to calm the unbridled chaos that began the moment I laid eyes on Sia. I was in for a rough couple of days. Make that the rest of my life.
Sienna. Ray? I turned to find Kira leaning over the bar counter. Kira Princeton was a beautiful 19-year-old with striking gray eyes like her father and light brown hair like her brother. I loved her spunky wit and easy smile. Her brow creased. She waited for her brother's attention. We stood in the mini kitchen that catered for the entertainment area. Dinner tonight was a casual setup consisting of a barbecue and drinks, something I didn't expect from this family's affluent status. They were beginning to surprise me the more I got to know them. Because he left for the city, I'd managed to evade Drake for the better part of 2 days since he cornered me outside the bathroom the day I arrived. He'd remembered me, all right, and if it hadn't been for Kira's appearance, I believed the man would have probably kissed me. If that thought hadn't started my panic attack, then the fact that I was disappointed he hadn't left me utterly dumbfounded for my first 2 nights in his house. Raiden closed the refrigerator door, set the pitcher he retrieved on the counter, and looked at his sister. What's up? Does Dad seem a bit off to you? She asked. What do you mean? His brow pinched together in confusion for a second before he continued preparing his take on a strawberry and mint mojito. Expecting Drake not to show for dinner, according to Raiden, the tepid heat I experienced when I walked into the patio, only to discover him playing a game of pool with Raiden, was scorching a flamed path of desire down my body. I can't quite put my finger on it, but he doesn't seem his usual self. Kira's questioning gaze flicked from him to me and back to her brother. I mean, he's usually chirpy during the holidays, but today he's just so... She trailed off, turning to stare out the French doors. I followed her gaze. Drake stood next to his father's chair, their conversation earnest. I savored the impressive lines of his cream suit and white shirt, complemented by tan shoes and a belt the same color. The man defined unrivaled class. I couldn't take my eyes off him. As if sensing my gaze, he looked up. His expression hesitant before a slow smile spread across his lips, charming, at the same time wicked in its invitation to return the gesture. He looks fine to me. Raiden's soft statement snapped my gaze back to his sister. No, she pouted. I'm telling you, there's something off. It's almost like he's not happy. Sighing, she straightened. Raiden grinned, slipped a hand around my waist, and drew me tight to his side. Trust my sister to read just about everything into the smallest of reactions, he chuckled. Even though I laughed, I stole a glance at his father and balked. Drake's gaze rested on Raiden's arm around my waist, his jaw clenched as he glanced up to meet my eyes. I forced my gaze back to Kira, her lips pressed into a thin line, She scowled at her brother. If that is the case, why did he cancel our usual coffee meet this morning? He's never done that before, ever. Even though I left for college, he's always made an effort to meet me for coffee every Saturday morning. She explained for my benefit. His shoulders lifted in a nonchalant shrug, further annoying his sister before he laced his fingers with mine and grabbed the pitcher with his free hand. If you think the old man is off, let's go get him drunk then. He winked and pulled me outside. His sister followed us. While Raiden poured drinks for everyone, I stood to one side, keeping my gaze downcast to avoid Drake's eyes. I feared what I'd read there if I chanced to glance up. Anger? Hate? Annoyance? My stomach roiled, every nerve on high alert. Despite calming myself that our relationship was nothing more than a one-night stand, I felt awful, as though I betrayed Raiden's love. Although I'd spent the better part of the last 2 nights convincing myself it had been a mistake, one look at Drake proved otherwise. His touch, his kisses, his smile had stayed with me, adamantly engraved into every part of me, and refused to be forgotten. Our night together had been passionate, fulfilling, and incomparable, something I couldn't call a mistake. Still, I hated myself for not saying something to Raiden since our arrival. Did that make me a cheat? I'd asked myself that question before tonight, then pacified myself that I hadn't known Raiden when I slept with Drake. But now that I knew the truth, shouldn't I have said something? Say what exactly? That his father had fucked me into another realm of consciousness and a part of me still resided there? That he'd made me feel things I'd never felt again after that night? That I'd often fucked myself with a vibrator to memories of his father? It was like Drake had not only taken possession of my body, but my soul, the very essence of my being. I had the sudden urge to throw up. Nausea choked my throat. Penny for your thoughts? The mellow statement broke my train of thought. I looked up, then faltered, realizing the others had moved to the table while Drake leaned casually against one of the wooden beams. A hand in his pants pocket, the other around a whiskey glass. He appeared relaxed. The same could not be said for my suddenly tense nerves. His familiar cologne wafted through the air, draping itself around me in an open taunt. I swallowed and mustered a small smile. Hi. I made to move away, but he reached out a hand. It was a whisper of a touch on my arm. The sensation, however, lingered, flipping my pulse into an erratic beat. How could such a small touch be so sizzling? I shifted my arm away quickly. The warmth of a crimson flush stole up to my neck and colored my cheeks. We're going to have to speak sometime, he said softly. An underlying impatience enclosed his words. I turned slightly so that we faced the others. Thinking better of it, I sank into a velvety couch behind me and gazed up. He made no move to sit. What happened between us was, in all honesty, a mistake. I murmured in dire contradiction to my earlier thoughts. A beautiful one, but a mistake nonetheless. Mistake, he muttered. The muscles in his forearm flexed as his fingers tightened around the glass. I couldn't help staring at the defined veins exposed by the rolled-up shirt and suit jacket. Nor could I stop the sliver of heat that shot through my body. Why did you leave that morning without a goodbye? His tone encased in steel. I cringed at the coldness, searching his eyes for the tenderness I knew lurked within those gray depths. Only eyes the color of hard metal stared back at me. I don't think this is the right place for this discussion. I matched his icy facade with a scowl and stood. Avoiding me is futile, Sia. He rolled his tongue around my name as though relishing it and quickly instilling visions of our night together. I gulped against the memories. Drake? His sister's call cut me off. When he turned away, I made a beeline for the seat next to Kira, unnerved more by Drake's nearness than his tone of voice. As I sat, I threw a cautious glance over my shoulder and flinched when his jaw clenched as though he ground his teeth. I'd have to keep busy, else my sanity would take an unwanted knock. Circumventing Drake would be easy. But something told me that he was a persistent man, and sooner or later, he'd get his way. I refocused my attention to the banter around me. All through dinner, I avoided looking at Drake. It was a feat. If his presence alone wasn't overwhelming, his smooth mannerisms and husky laughter conjured memories I was trying hard to forget. "So, Sienna, how did you meet my grandson?" Seated on my right, Jacob, Raiden's grandfather, pulled me into a conversation I was trying to dodge. It meant opening myself to a possible interrogation by Drake. I babysat for Trent as a favor while he traveled and met Raiden when he came to visit. "Why don't you tell him how I fell in love with you at first sight?" Raiden sat across the table from me. I laughed at the memory, and when I turned away, I snagged Drake's gaze. Something flickered in those eyes the color of storm clouds. Mistaking my hesitation for shyness, Raiden explained. I studied my fingers, trying desperately not to let Drake's presence intimidate me. Epic fail. When I glanced back up, his eyes were still on me. The languid carnality in his stare flared a scorching flame across my skin, and my nipples puckered shamelessly against the thin fabric of my dress. The man was so enigmatic and powerful. It was hard not to liken him to a wolf once more, now released and stalking the jungle at night, looking for prey. I resisted the urge to adjust my bra. "I can't believe a beauty like you can be called a blue monster." Jacob tweaked my chin, chilling my flushed features to a relaxed smile. "Has this wayward grandson of mine proposed yet?" Hot color flooded my cheeks again. "Stop, old man, you're embarrassing the child." Carol, his wife, scolded. I laughed. "Well, it's all fun and games until someone steals her right from under his nose. Then what will he do?" The old man snorted. "I did, Pops. Show him the ring, babe." Raiden's statement shot my blood pressure up a notch. He'd just put me on the spot. I promised to wear the ring as a token of our affection for each other. I still hadn't accepted the proposal, though. Do I mention it? Even as I asked myself the question, I realized it was me wanting to justify my actions to Drake. Shit. As the old man reached for my hand to inspect the ring, Kira leaned over my shoulder to gush. I risked a glance up. Drake watched me intently, his expression unreadable, but the rigid set of his jaw was all the confirmation I needed that the conversation affected him, not in the happy father-in-law kind of way. He turned away when Tamara whispered in his ear. Although the remainder of dinner passed with pleasant conversation, my heart thudded every time Raiden mentioned something about us until the tide changed. "So, Drake, you still haven't told me what you thought of Bianca?" Tamara asked, drawing everyone's attention. Since meeting her, I'd taken an instant liking to Raiden's aunt. I found her confidence and air of nonchalance utterly fascinating for a woman her age. Preferring to be called by her name, she scolded him when he attached the word aunt to it. She carried her age with such elegance. I wanted to be her when I grew up. "Who's Bianca?" Kira asked with a mouthful of cherry. "She's a friend I set up with your father for a dinner date about 3 weeks ago." Tamara looked at him for confirmation. "You're dating again, Dad. That's cool," Raiden said before Drake could respond. I dropped my eyes to my mojito glass, trying to block out the conversation, unsure why his reaction would unsettle me. I took a considerable sip to ignore the sudden weirdness in my stomach. What was that? The unfamiliar heat spreading through my veins baffled me for a moment until realization dawned. Oh my God. Was I jealous? Jesus, Sienna. I didn't even know the man. Yet the very idea of knowing Drake fucked other women had every muscle in my body coiling, hating the idea. Still, I watched him from beneath the shield of my lashes. Surprisingly, he glanced my way for barely a second before shifting his gaze first to Raiden, then his sister as he responded. No, Ray, I'm not dating anyone. A pain in my ass, Tam. Too clingy and way too vain. I like my women simple, beautiful, and with an easy smile. Confident and conceited are two hugely different character traits. He leaned back in his chair with a nonchalant shrug. You're too damn picky, Tamara snorted, setting her wine glass on the table. I looked up. No, I know what I want. He watched me as he spoke. Still uncomfortable with my reaction, I looked away. Even when Raiden had shared his past with me, I hadn't felt anything this unnerving. Shoving aside my reflections, I turned my attention on Raiden, who was relaying some wild bush story. By the time Drake left the dinner table, I was close to suffocating on the air trapped in my lungs whenever he spoke. I half expected him to draw me into a conversation with everyone around us. But he refrained.
Drake. I glanced away from the designs I'd been working on for the last 3 hours and rubbed my sore eyes with my thumb and forefinger. They were a last-minute request from an aristocrat family in London. While I had a floor full of designers that could have handled this task, the lady of the house, who'd been impressed with the 2 sets I'd designed last year, specifically asked if I could personally oversee the design again. With the price they were paying, I saw no reason to decline. Princeton not only prided itself on value for money, but a personal commitment when the need arose. It had always been my father's highest priority, something I'd continued with since taking over. Rising to my feet, I stretched and headed for the kitchen. As opposed to my usual whiskey, a warm drink would go down nicely and maybe help me sleep. I entered to find my mother at the stove. Can't sleep? I neared her and pulled myself up onto the kitchen counter. Making you hot chocolate. She looked up at me, her smile warm. You work too much. I do what I can, Mom. She let out a mirthless laugh. It's funny that you never wanted to follow in your father's footsteps and run Princeton Inc., yet you've picked up his work ethic. She poured the hot drink into a mug and handed it to me. Thanks, Mom. That wasn't meant as a compliment, son. I chuckled, understanding her subtle hint. If I could remember, she always had one gripe with my father and hadn't hesitated to call him out on it every chance she got. The long hours, to the point he'd missed dinners and important events. That said, I'm just glad you're home for Christmas this year. It's been a while. She rubbed my hand resting on the counter. I know. I'd spent the last 4 Christmas seasons in the city working. The first 2 years, both kids visited to celebrate with me at my apartment. When Raiden left for Africa, it was just Kira and I. While she wasn't keen on leaving her friends behind during the holidays, she made sure it was her smiling face that I woke to on Christmas morning. It's nice to have the house filled with people and Christmas cheer once again, she sighed. Having Raiden back as well makes it just perfect. I nodded. The entire family had respected his wishes to give him time, and I was thrilled with his return. If only it were under different circumstances. Just the thought of Sia and my heart took on a denser beat I struggled to tame. My fingers tightened around the mug. What do you think of his girlfriend? My mother asked quietly. Unable to speak, I sipped the drink to moisten my suddenly dry mouth. Seems like a nice girl, I finally managed without voicing my actual thoughts. She's stunning, inside and out. Can I ask you a question? At my nod, she hesitated for just a second. You never told me what happened to that girl you met. You know, the elusive no one? I drank the hot chocolate to hide my dismal countenance, wondering why she brought that up now, a whole 2 years later. My mother could pick up on expressions quickly. She's no longer elusive. Why do I sense a but coming? Her intelligent gray eyes searched my face. She's now completely off-limits. I stared at the floor, believing I wasn't destined to feel love with someone. Married? She asked. I let out a low laugh, shaking my head. Then, let's just say she belongs to someone I'd give my heart to protect. Only when the words left my mouth did I realize how close I'd been to a confession. My gaze snapped to her face. So, are you and Dad still visiting Aunt Mabel this week? I tried to change the topic. Judging by her raised brow, I hadn't succeeded in dissuading her thought process. You know, son, it doesn't mean if you've been burned once you can't love again, she said instead, surprising me. You'd probably love harder the second time around, and I doubt anything would stop you from staking your claim on her. Not even family. My mouth fell open, but she'd already turned away to go rinse the hot chocolate pan. Had I let the cat out of the bag? I sat there for another couple of seconds debating whether to question her when she exited the washroom and approached me. Get some sleep, son. She rubbed my arm and walked out of the kitchen. Rubbing my jaw, I watched her leave, unsure what to make of her words. The last thing I needed was to have Sia uncomfortable around us if someone else knew about our relationship. Yet apart from asking my mother straight out, there was nothing I could do but grin and bear the next couple of days. What's the worst that could happen? I asked the silent kitchen. Nothing, if I kept my distance from Sia.
Sienna. The following morning, after we wished Raiden's grandparents farewell as they left for a weekend visit with some friends, I followed him and his sister into the living room, where Tamara sat with her legs folded under her. So, what do you say, babe? I glanced at Raiden. They were waiting for my answer to an earlier discussion we'd started at the breakfast table that got hijacked by his grandparents' trip down memory lane. Isn't there anything else I can do? Between me, Kira, and Dad, we'll teach you the ropes, I promise. It's not hard once you get the hang of it. That's what I'm afraid of, I groaned. I'll probably end up hanging from a tree or something. I've seen Ski Patrol, I muttered, referring to an 80s comedy. Raiden was coaxing me into joining them at the ski slopes, and I'd never done it before. Tamara's laughter filled the room. That's just a movie. They're made to look silly. Yeah, and my superb skills would probably give them enough fodder to make a sequel if there isn't one already. Running a hand down my face, I shook my head. Come on, babe, it'll be fun. He gave my waist a little squeeze. I'll hold your hand. Promise. And how would you propose doing that? I rolled my eyes and he grinned. Fine, I mumbled and stood, knowing I was going to regret this decision. My response got an excited yay from Kira. I need to grab a jacket. I moved around Raiden. He tugged my wrist gently. While you're up there, can you call my dad? Yeah, I think he forgot we're going out, Kira teased. It stayed on the tip of my tongue to say no, but what reason did I have? Instead, I nodded. Slowly, I made my way upstairs. If there was one thing I've learned over time, it was that no matter how precise, perfect, or diligent you were in planning something down to the nail, the universe was a master unto itself. It could mess up even the best-laid plans with a simple thing called fate. O goddess Providence, how fared thee today? My cynical laugh ended with a deep inhale when I reached Drake's door. I paused with my hand up and ready to knock. Jesus, girl, you're just calling the man, I muttered under my breath, and knocked. Come in. His deep voice echoed through the dark wood. Tentative fingers grasped the handle before I opened the door. I stepped inside, immediately blown away by the masculine decor. Bottle green being the prominent color and occasionally paired with charcoal, it spoke of charm and elegance I wouldn't expect in a man's room. Hello, Sia. The husky greeting drew my gaze. I blinked hard. Blood rushed to my cheeks. Every nerve responded like a well-placed magnet. with one shoulder against the frame, muscular arms folded across his chest, his body draped in nothing but a white towel knotted low on his hips. Drake filled the doorway to his bathroom. When my gaze lifted from the impressive V peeking just above the edge of the towel, one dark brow rose. So damn sexy. Eyes, the color of silver dollars, stared at me before his square jaw worked a smile I could only label as dangerous. Not the terror kind, more like the "do you want me to fuck you now or later" kind. My teeth sank into my lower lip at the thought. I needed to get out. Flustered, my emotions skimmed annoyance and arousal. With a deep inhale, I turned my back on him, counted to 3, and opened my mouth to speak. Only warm knuckles drew a delicate line down the bare skin of my arm. His heat radiated through me, stalling my breath as I struggled to keep myself from leaning into him. My skin tingled, waiting for his touch. Yet, when his fingers traced a slow path down my arm once more, I shivered before his front pressed into my rear. One hand rested on my hip, drawing me tight to his body, his hard-on flexed against my lower back. Goosebumps littered my skin in dire contrast to the heated flesh. "Still shy, princess?" His voice, deep and enticing, triggered tingles similar to ice sliding down my spine. Again, I opened my mouth to say something, anything to get my control in place. His hand moved up from my hip, over the curve of my waist, and cupped a breast, stilling my words. A finger rolled over the nipple, beating it to a stiff peak. A small moan crept from my parted lips, and when his scruff gently scraped the tender skin of my neck, I whimpered. My knees buckled. I sank against him. His steel body bracing me kept me from sinking to the floor. His free hand rose to my neck, his fingers wrapping one by one around my throat, tipping my head back to his shoulder. I closed my eyes, anticipating his lips on mine. Instead, he ran his nose along my jaw. So beautiful. His hot breath ghosted my lips. When I tried to pull away, his grip on my neck tightened. Yet, all I felt was desire, raw, wanton, and unashamed. I opened my eyes and met his gaze. Mesmerized by the wild hunger in those smoky depths, I was vaguely conscious of my surroundings, that anyone could walk in on us, that Raiden. The abrupt reminder pushed me out of his embrace. I stumbled back a step, but his hand on my arm held me steady, as if he expected my reaction. "They're ready to go," I mumbled and walked out. Behind the closed door of my room, I leaned against it, breathing hard. Oh my God. How am I aroused by a man with whom I'd spent just one night? Tilting my head back, I stared at the ceiling, trying to get my emotions under control. Raiden was a beautiful man whose touch left me craving him. How then was my body reacting to his father with such desperation? Why were my panties so soaked and the ache between my legs so intense? I couldn't wait for him to touch me, to kiss me, to satiate that burn. I closed my eyes and shook my head, hating that I couldn't answer my frazzled brain. This was going to be a very long day indeed. The idea of hiding in my room popped into my head, and I immediately squashed it. Kira would be on my case. With a soft sigh, I dragged my feet to the bathroom. After the incident in his bedroom, I kept my distance from Drake. I sat behind him throughout the 45-minute ride in his SUV and kept myself plastered to the door to prevent catching his gaze in the rearview mirror. To my delight, when we arrived at the resort, they were hosting some ski race the family knew nothing about. Instead of sticking around until they finished, Kira suggested we catch a movie. "So, comedy or action?" Kira asked 20 minutes later as we stood in the theater foyer. Comedy, Tamara and I said in unison, laughing. At the same time that Raiden and Kira both said, action. 3 pairs of eyes turned to Drake while I dropped mine to the floor. What's it going to be, Dad? Raiden asked. I looked up in time to catch Drake's lazy smile before he said, comedy. Tamara and I fist-bumped, then laughed when Raiden rolled his eyes at his father. You're supposed to be on our side, Dad? Since when do you like comedies? Sorry, son. I feel like a good laugh. Fine, comedy it is, Raiden muttered. Why don't you and Kira go watch the action movie and we 3 will take in the comedy? Tamara's suggestion had the blood freezing in my veins. The last thing I wanted was to be alone in a dark theater with Drake next to me. My fear stemmed not from avoidance, but more from my reaction to his touch if my response in his bedroom was anything to go by. The lack of space in the theater would result in our bodies touching at some point. Like a goddamn magnet, his gaze pulled mine. The corner of his mouth twitched as though reading my mind. His tongue rolled over his bottom lip like he couldn't wait to taste me. I ignored the tiny quiver the thought invoked and looked away. Thankfully, Raiden declined. Nope. Comedy it is. My glee, however, was short-lived when I found myself in a seat between Raiden and Drake. How the hell had that happened? Beat me. I was about to ask Raiden to swap seats with me when Drake leaned close to my ear. Relax, princess. I won't bite. Promise. An abrupt shiver skimmed the ridges of my spine. Gulping down my gasp, I glanced at him, but his eyes were on the screen. Was my state of panic that obvious? Popcorn? He held out the treat without looking at me. No thanks. I picked up my slush instead and downed half of it, then stopped with a soft groan. Shit. I shook my head and rolled my jaw as brain freeze hit. Hearing Drake's soft chuckle, I turned to find his eyes on me, one brow cocked as if questioning my stupidity. Without thinking, I stuck out my tongue. He laughed harder. Smiling at my childishness, I shifted my gaze to the screen. Thankfully, the others laughed at a scene, and a couple of minutes later, I managed to stay my arousal to concentrate on the rest of the movie. When we returned from the movies, I decided to go for a walk to cool my nerves. Given I was an anxious wreck all through lunch, I needed space to breathe, away from Raiden's family. I left them chatting about Christmas Eve dinner. Slipping my phone out of my pocket, I dialed Ruvash. Hey, sweets, his voice crackled over the air. Sorry, reception's not the greatest here. I'm on some mountain. Ruvash was on a backpacking trip with his friends. That's okay, just wanted to hear your voice. What's wrong, Sia? I might be a million miles away, but I can hear the dejection in your voice. You might want to sit for this one. Running a hand through my hair, I turned around and walked backward as though worried Raiden would sneak up on me. You remember my Prince Charming? Yeah, the old Willie. I laughed at his description. Well, he's Raiden's father. What? Ruvash's bark hit my ear and I jerked the phone away. You're fucking kidding me, he was saying when I brought the phone back to my ear. I'm not. Dire predicament. No, sweetie. Predicament is mild compared to the shitstorm you've skied into, and we both know just how unbalanced you are when it comes to skiing. Someone called out to him in the background. I've got to go now, but I'll call you as soon as I can, okay? Sure, love you. Love you 3. When I disconnected the call, I swung around and was surprised to see the stables in front of me. I headed there as one of the 2 men standing outside entered the building and walked out with a large, beautiful white horse a minute later. Oh my God, he's gorgeous, I gushed, nearing them. Hi, I'm Sienna. Frank and Jose. Frank offered a pleasant smile while Jose nodded shyly. Her name's Rebel. Rebel, I smiled. Can I touch her? He nodded. I inched closer and ran a hand on her head. Hello, Rebel. God, you're stunning. I'd never been this close to a real horse before and found the enormous animal intimidating. But when she neighed, then nuzzled my shoulder, I laughed. She likes you, Frank said. How do you know? If she didn't like you, she'll stomp the ground and walk away. Bit of a rebel in her. Now I understood her name. Do you ride? No. Wouldn't dream of it. Take a risk. Just for the sheer pleasure of it. I swung around. Drake stood behind me, his lips curled in a freaking, gorgeous smile. For his size, one would think the man could never be light-footed. I hadn't even heard him approach. I needed to look away from those distracting grays. Those are Trent's words, I babbled. Part of my speech to him when he was reluctant to go into the restaurant business, despite dreaming about it most of his life. Oh. I had nothing else. It seemed like Trent trusted his uncle's advice. I shifted my gaze back to the horse. Try it. What? I glanced at him. You know, we all have that one moment in life, Sia. That moment that can either change, make, or break us. I've experienced all three. How, Dad? Raiden came up behind him. I tensed, suddenly hopeful he hadn't seen anything between his father and me. Quit being paranoid, girl. Drake smiled at his son as Raiden neared me. The day I saw a beautiful woman sitting on the floor in the middle of a busy terminal crying. He explained, his demeanor cool, calm, and collected. Unlike me. I hoped he wouldn't elaborate further. Your father says I should try getting on a horse, I said hastily. Why don't you? I like my feet on the ground, thanks. Raiden laughed. My dad's a pretty good teacher. He'll show you the ropes. I shook my head a little too quickly. I wanted my feet on the ground when it came to the senior Princeton. It was so damn easy to float away with him around. Why do I get the feeling my father makes you nervous? He doesn't. I shot Drake a help me look. He merely cocked a brow, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I resisted the urge to scowl at him. Come on, babe. Show me them balls. I know you have them. My jaw dropped and Drake laughed. Don't force her, Raiden, he said, but the challenging smirk was unmistakable. Fine, I'll do it, I snapped, earning another chuckle from father and son. I scanned the big horse, contemplating the easiest way to get on without making a fool of myself. Raiden stepped forward while Frank held the horse steady. Put your foot on the stirrup, grip the horn. He gestured to a thing attached to the seat. And pull yourself up. I'll give you a lift, okay? I looked at the height of the horse and then at my leg and rolled my eyes. How the hell did I get up there without falling on my ass? As if he sensed my dilemma, Raiden laughed. Relax, babe. I'll use my cupped hands as a stirrup to give you a boost, okay? Why was I doing this again? Oh, wait, to prove to my ass of a boyfriend I wasn't a chicken shit. I gave him a whimsical nod and did as he instructed. My first attempt failed, and I gritted my teeth. I put my foot in Raiden's hands again and pulled up. Just as I felt my body going backward, I squeaked when strong hands on my hips hoisted me up into the seat. Knowing it was Drake, I barely had time to form a response before he mounted the horse as well. What are you doing? My words fell out of my mouth in a croak. Don't worry. We won't go too fast. His hands slipped around my waist to take hold of the reins Frank held up. Jesus, Yana, relax, will you? It's just a horse. Raiden grinned up at me. I almost blurted it wasn't the horse I was worried about, but the 6-foot-something of mouth-watering sin sitting with his body flush against mine. Forcing a smile for Raiden, I leaned forward to create some distance as Drake clicked his tongue and guided the horse down the path. Relax, princess. We'll take it easy. Drake breathed in my ear as soon as we were out of earshot. Siana, I mumbled, unable to stop the shiver that galloped down my spine. His response was a low chuckle. God, this man had an insane effect on me. Between the animal's height and the burn Drake's proximity radiated, I was too scared to move. It didn't help that he smelt like breakfast in bed, not the eggs and bacon kind. He eased the horse into a slow trot. Take the reins. He leaned forward, forcing his chest to rub up against my back. I took the straps, but barely managed to keep from jumping when his hands fell to my thighs. Warmth flamed through the material of my jeans, and I was tempted to push his hands off. Nice and low. I gripped the reins tight when his hands covered mine, guiding them downward. Keep it loose, princess. I opened my mouth to remind him about my name and immediately shut it. Now squeeze your thighs. He trailed slow fingers over my thighs. I gasped, then turned to look at him, my eyes immediately dropping to his lips. Let the horse feel who's in charge. He leaned in so close his minty breath blew across my lips. My gaze flicked up to meet his. The right amount of pressure, and you can keep any beast in line with these. The repeated sensual path over my thighs gave me no chance to respond to his sexual innuendo. Keep looking at me like that, and I won't be responsible for what happens next. What? I heard myself asking. He stared at me before my gaze dropped to his lips again. Kiss me, Sia. The soft command had such power that even though I shook my head, I couldn't resist the pull. Just one taste. I licked my lips, leaning in. The abrupt echo of what sounded like a galloping horse had me pulling back and turning away from Drake in time to see Raiden coming toward us. Drake slowed down his horse to a complete stop. How's the student, Dad? Raiden's horse pranced about before settling down, and he faced us. Disobedient? Drake chuckled behind me. I swung my head around. I followed your instructions, I replied stiffly. All of them? There was that challenging smirk again. He knew I knew exactly what he was referring to, but I refused to be baited. Whatever, I retorted. Raiden laughed hard. Jesus, babe, you're taking on my father? So, what's he gonna do? Spank me over his knee? I scoffed. Raiden was laughing and missed Drake's sharp inhale. I grinned, but my victory was short-lived. As we trotted back, Raiden picked up speed, and although the stables were within sight, Drake splayed his fingers across my stomach, forcing my back tight against his chest. His breath tickled my ear as he whispered, Don't tempt me, Sia. His free hand flexed on my thigh. When his tongue ran along the shell of my ear, I shifted in the seat, unable to ignore the sudden burn blazing through my body. I could take you right now, and you wouldn't say no, would you? A shudder racked my spine, and his husky chuckle flamed crazy pricks from the nape down. Shit. The only word I could think of as he brought the horse to a halt. The second I was off the animal, I began a slow walk back, not waiting for Raiden to finish with his father.
Drake. The moment I saw Sia again, I knew my life was about to be turned upside down. Only when she arrived in my bedroom earlier that morning did I accept that upside down was an understatement. I was royally fucked. I'd had a couple of women in the last 2 years, just quick fucks to soothe an ache, yet none had come close to the memories Sia left me. Her response to my touch still had the strangest effect. She brought out a side to me I had no idea existed until that night, and now that she was back, I honestly wasn't sure if I could stay away. Even though the thought made me a bastard for thinking it, I couldn't shove it aside. If I didn't know any better, I believed the craving had tripled over the years. Every fucking part of me tuned into her body like two pieces of a puzzle, and by God, I desperately wanted it to snap into place. Maybe she'd listen to your father. Tamra's soft statement drew me out of my dirty thoughts. Listen to what? And who? We were seated around the dining table for dinner, and I hadn't paid attention to the conversations between Tamra and the kids. Sienna, Dad? Kira rolled her eyes at me. Were you even paying attention? I shook my head, frowning over why they'd mentioned Sia, then glanced to the empty chair next to Raiden. What's up? Can you go call Sienna down to dinner? Kira and I tried. Same response. She's not hungry. While a part of me worried about why she didn't want dinner, the other part, the sexually deviant side, wanted to see her alone again. I resisted the urge. Maybe she just wants time to herself. I offered a casual shrug. What kind of father was I, having illicit thoughts about my son's girlfriend? Yeah, but she hardly ate lunch, too, Raiden groaned. I chuckled at his lack of patience. Why don't you give it a try? I passed Tamra the salt shaker she gestured to. She sprinkled the condiment over her vegetables, popped a carrot into her mouth, and looked at me. Because I already tried, and I'm starving, so that leaves you. She pointed her fork at me. Fine. I scraped back my chair and stood. As I walked away, did I realize going up there was asking for trouble? Would I be able to keep my hands off her? I recalled her toying with her food at lunch and her miserable attempts to avoid my gaze. Had the little indulgence in my bedroom affected her, perhaps made worse by the little touches we were forced to endure in the cinema? And then on the horse, God, I thought she would cave and kiss me. Probably if Raiden hadn't arrived. Yes, I was a fucking bastard of the worst kind. Even so, my pulse raced. Outside the door, I knocked and waited. No answer. I knocked again, and when she didn't answer, I eased it open. Not wanting to startle her, I popped my head in. The last thing I needed was a hysterical woman screaming at me. I bit back a laugh at the thought. Highly unlikely. She clamped up every time I appeared. Sia, I called out. Given the room's shape, I couldn't see past the small foyer that hid the rest of the interior from the main door. Thinking twice about going further, I stepped back. A soft moan had me sticking my head inside again. Leave. Another soft moan. One I'd heard before. A sound that had kept me riveted for a long night of passion vibrated through the air, yanking me forward. I opened the door a little more and stepped inside. Leave now, a part of my brain warned once more. Yet the mesmerized, intoxicated majority refused. Prince. My name on her lips breathed fire through my veins, flaming a spark I hadn't felt in a long time. Memories heated my blood, sending it rushing to my cock with a ferocity I was hard-pressed to ignore. Every part of me burned, almost fever pitch. Fuck. I needed to get out of there. Step back. I needed my feet to move back. Another whimper sealed the deal, and they moved forward instead. Her soft moans like an aphrodisiac I couldn't resist. My palm flat against the inner wall, I stepped around it. I stopped breathing. Fireballs of pure need darted through me, locking my legs and paralyzing my steps. I barely managed to hold back the curse that threatened to announce my presence as heat coiled in every crevice of my body. Fascinated by the sensual picture Sia's writhing body created, I stared. The back of her head dipped into the pillow, blue, lustful eyes closed under perfect brows curved in concentration. I let my gaze drift over thick, long hair, made raven against white pillows. Pink lips parted in ecstasy, her slender body in an arc, pushing up ample tits I wanted to taste. Long legs spread as she worked a neon pink vibrator between the folds of her pussy. Get the fuck out. My body refused to heed the warning. She slid the length deep inside her. Her soft whimpers filled the room. My lungs ached for air as a ripple of desire shot through me, straining my cock against my zipper. Desperate to touch, to devour, to fuck, I clenched my fists, my body rigid with want. I blinked and averted my gaze, swallowing through the dryness in my mouth. I had to get out of there. I need you. The soft words stalled my movements. I'm here, princess. The second the words left my mouth, I panicked. Her hands stopped moving. I held my breath, waiting for her to open her eyes, to say something. Don't stop, Sia, I commanded without thinking. And as though we were back in that apartment, she complied, sliding the toy deep inside with a soft moan. I closed my eyes, imagining her supple body over mine, her heat swallowing my cock, remembering the flavor of her skin on my tongue, the look of pleasure on her face as I fucked her hard. Her moans grew louder, snapping my lids open. Don't come, Sia, I ground out. Not trusting myself not to touch her, I remained where I was. Spread your legs wider. She did. Rub your clit while you fuck yourself. I kept my voice low, but there was enough firmness in it for her to obey. Don't come until I say so. Yes, she moaned as her hand slid over her clit, pressing down. Judging by her flushed features and the sweat shimmering off her skin against the soft lighting, she wouldn't hold out. I was surprised she hadn't opened her eyes yet. Was it possible that her fantasy was so intense she couldn't tell the real thing? Was she that desperate for my touch? I trembled at the knowledge. Please, I need to come. She knew I could make her cry for it, yet had loved every second of it. Her knees pushed up, opened her legs wider, and from where I stood I could see the glistening pink folds each time she withdrew the toy. God, she was fucking beautiful. It took just about every inch of control I possessed not to drop between her thighs and lick her until she ached. I watched her body shiver and arch off the bed, her orgasm close. Yet she was fighting to hold on, her loud moans a cadence to her need to be fucked. Now, Sia. The soft demand wrenched a sensual cry as she succumbed. Her shuddering body taut in release, she came hard. Relishing her moans, I turned and walked out. On the landing, I pulled in a deep breath. Fucking hell, I hissed. What the fuck did I just do? She's off limits. I cursed and headed for my bathroom. I took a couple of minutes to slow my heart rate, yet failed to get my hard cock to simmer down. God, it hurt. It would take a while. Knowing my kids would come looking for me, I adjusted myself and left the room. When I entered the dining room, I was surprised to find Sienna next to Raiden. She was glowing, her skin a flushed bronze. I fisted my palms, nails digging into the flesh to avoid staring. Looks like you managed to persuade her where we failed, Dad, Raiden quipped. I rolled my lips between my teeth to keep from smiling as Sienna's glass stopped midway to her mouth. She glanced from Raiden to me. Her eyes flared for just a moment before she dropped her gaze. If she knew, she had no intention of asking me out loud. Glad you could join us. I passed her the bowl of potatoes and my fingers grazed hers. The touch was intimate, yet a subtle reminder that we were pretending we hadn't touched before. Try the fish, Sienna. She's allergic to seafood. I stopped my daughter before gauging my mistake. 4 pairs of eyes stared at me. I swallowed and my smile slipped. Sia's wider than the other 3, I read the distress in her blue gaze. Fuck. Raiden's hand frozen on the bottle of wine he was about to pour, his brow creased. "How do you know she is, Dad?" In the second I hesitated, Tamra answered. "She mentioned it the other day when we talked about the dishes she could cook." I caught Sienna's surprised look at the same time I glanced over at my sister. Her expression was a clear warning to watch myself. Did she know? Had my reactions been that obvious?
Sienna. Faint noises crept over me, begging for a listen. A pair of sinful gray eyes haunted my semi-conscious state. With a frustrated sigh, I rolled over and stared at the clock. It was just after 1 a.m, 3 hours since I'd lay down, and no closer to sleeping than I'd been when Raiden dropped a soft kiss to my lips and left for an evening out with his friends. Restless, I turned on my side, and a second later, rolled onto my back again. I was tense, every nerve cell on fire. Drake's proximity had flamed since that morning in his room. Notwithstanding the fact I'd fucked myself earlier with a vibrator to wild fantasies featuring the man. The imagination so real, commands so deep, so sexy, it almost felt like he was in the room with me. When Raiden mentioned he'd sent Drake up to call me, I was too shocked to wonder whether he'd been in my room. Then I waved it aside, since I had no way of knowing without asking them. Still, that mind-blowing release wasn't enough to sate my craving. I wanted him. Without thinking, I slid a hand down the waistband of my sleeping shorts. Maybe another orgasm would help me relax, give me the reprieve I craved. I barely touched the apex between my thighs when my hand retracted to my stomach, wary I wasn't in my bed or my apartment. With my luck, Raiden would return to find me with a finger hidden between my already slick pussy lips. Not that it would matter if he did, only the idea of sex with him suddenly didn't pique my interest. The last thing I needed was for him to pick up on my reluctance. It wasn't fair to him. Unbound guilt painted the insides of my stomach a revolting mess. Sighing, I sat up and thrust a hand through my hair. I glanced around the elegant bedroom, searching for God knew what. Maybe if I had a book, it might help with the escapism my anxious body desired. Slipping my legs over the side, I climbed out of bed and opened the door. I peeked down the darkened passage for a moment before stepping out. Figuring everyone was asleep, I didn't bother with a robe and padded barefoot along the hallway toward the library I'd noticed when Raiden gave me a tour of the house. The door stood open. With a quick look behind me, I entered and neared the rows of shelves, idly wondering if the family read books or were the numerous paperbacks just for show. Only when I looked at the first book did I realize I'd no idea where the light switch was and squinted at the titles. A little late to be ghosting my library. I froze, recognizing that deep voice without turning. Debating whether to make a run for it or face the man, I chewed the inside of my cheek. As though he sensed my prevarication, he moved, and the clink of glass caught my ear. "What are you doing out of bed?" Slowly, I rotated. Drake stood near a window, silhouetted by the soft rays reflecting off the full moon behind him. My gaze dropped to his corded forearms exposed by the rolled-up sleeves of his button-down shirt. I resisted the urge to lick my lips, aware of the strength in those muscles, formidable yet gentle. "Can't sleep," I whispered. His gaze wandered in a silent appraisal over my barely covered body. In the dim light, I could just make out the curve of his lips. I gulped air like a fish out of water. "We both know what you can do to make that problem go away," he offered, amusement heavy in his voice. "What?" I frowned, not missing the underlying suggestion and conscious of my lingering arousal that tightened my core with each inhale. Thankfully, the darkened room hid my flushed cheeks. I wasn't sure if I should keep looking for a book or go back to bed. Surprisingly, neither option was appealing. What was it about this man? The attraction was uncanny, his air of sexy nonchalance even more so. He walked toward me, his steps slow yet assured, almost regal. I couldn't take my eyes off him. The rhythmic beat of my heart took on a sharper tone. As he got closer, his gray gaze ignited with a feral blaze I'd witnessed before. If I didn't know better, I'd believe that once again I stood naked in front of the man, and the only guidance I needed came from the lazy smile widening his full lips. He reached me and leaned in, his hard body flush against mine. His hand rested on my hip. My stomach twisted into knots that would impress a rope expert. His cologne, heady and spicy with an irresistible layer of musk, swathed the air around me. I inhaled sharply. God, the man hadn't even touched me intimately, and I was already a live wire suspended over a dizzying chasm. His cheek brushed mine, the scruff teasing my skin. "What are you doing here?" he growled in my ear. I frowned, leaning back. "What do you mean?" Was he referring to my appearance in the library or his life? Drake cocked his head to one side. He curled a lock of my hair around a finger and tugged lightly. "I've watched you all afternoon, Sia. I have an inkling of what you were thinking about while we drove back from lunch. But if you want to share what had you so worked up, I'm all ears." I gasped. His level of perception was uncanny. Words failed me. "It happened again at the dinner table. You've been agitated and needy ever since. That's why you're not sleeping right now." I wanted to speak, to deny it, to say something. I had nothing. "You're restless because you're aroused." His words were soft with deliberate provocation. "I might have spent just one night with you, but I can read your body like my son never will." He uttered the last few words on a harsh inhale. I had no idea we'd moved until a wall collided with my back, and I couldn't stop the inaudible whimper. Drake moved closer, boxing me in with his arms, planting them on either side of my head. I opened my mouth to say something and clamped it shut, fearing I'd make a complete fool of myself if I attempted to refute his claim. He knew better. I couldn't tear my gaze away from his. While the light was almost non-existent, I could still see his eyes. They glittered against the surrounding darkness, studying me, observing my every reaction. I ran the tip of my tongue along my lips, tempted to touch him, to run my palms over that sculpted chest I'd traced with gentle fingers, just to see his reaction. Even as our eyes locked, I wanted to believe it was something about his unassuming confidence that had me ready to turn my back on the shred of control I was clinging to. Only, I knew better. I'd wanted the man every day since that one night with him. As if demanding my attention, reality barreled my lust-filled oblivion. Raiden was my everyday now, clenching my fists until the nails cutting into my palms hurt. It didn't stop my gaze tracing the shape of Drake's lips, wishing I could taste him again. Nor did it prevent my eyes from trailing a path further down to the hint of chest exposed by the top two open buttons of his shirt. "Sia?" The husky whisper vibrated over my heated skin. I pulled in a deep breath. "Yes?" "You need to stop looking at me like that." I lifted my eyes to his. My heart pounded quick and hard. "Like what?" "Like..." The throaty words sounded strained, almost raw, as though he fought for control. "Like you're waiting for me to fuck you against this wall." My reply was cut off as his lips slammed down on mine. I froze briefly before my body took over, responding with blatant greed. My nipples hardened, aching for his touch. My hands glided across his broad shoulders, up into silken strands against my desperate fingers. I pulled him closer. A low moan rumbled from his chest, while his tongue boasted superiority, controlling mine in a fine-tuned tango. There was nothing gentle about the kiss, or the rigid arousal pressing into my stomach. His hands dropped to the curve of my ass, squeezing hard before he lifted me. I wrapped my legs around his waist, pushing my soaked crotch to his hard-on. We both moaned with the contact. His powerful build crushed me to the wall as he rotated his hips, allowing his cock to graze my slit in sweet torture. The flimsy material of my shorts did nothing to hamper the effect. I groaned as the start of an orgasm soared down my spine, clenching my pussy muscles. Wanton, I rubbed myself over him. Sensing my need, he slipped a hand between our bodies, while the other held me up, shoved aside my shorts, and thrust 2 fingers inside my slick pussy. I cried out, biting his tongue in the process. He moaned, making no attempt to break the kiss. Hips bucking in wild abandonment, I dug my nails into his shoulders and rode his fingers, desperate to satiate the craving that had settled in my core the moment I laid eyes on him again. The sudden slam of a door had him pulling back with a frustrated curse. Fuck. Another whimper slid past my lips when he stared at me for just a moment before he withdrew his fingers, released my legs, and set me down on the floor. "Why now, Sia?" he muttered. Then he was gone, leaving me conflicted. Fiercely aroused and ridden with guilt. Hands shaking, I leaned back against the wall, my mind a whirlwind of turmoil. Why now? The words played with my emotions. What did he mean? When I could finally muster some semblance of control, I straightened my clothes, finger-brushed my hair, then headed back to my room, my steps heavy and unhurried. Inside the softly lit room, I closed the door and leaned against it for a moment. I took stock of my feelings, letting them wash over me, allowing myself to breathe in the torment, the potential pain to hurt 2 men. "Hey." Raiden stepped out of the bathroom, dressed in nothing but a towel around his waist. "You okay?" He neared me. Lead settled in the pit of my stomach. I swallowed to force down the threatening nausea and smiled. "Yes." "You sure?" He ran a gentle finger along my jaw. "No." I wanted to scream. My gaze met his. Overwhelmed by his tender expression, my vision blurred. "Hold me, please." He pulled me into his arms. "What's wrong, babe?" "Nothing. Just feeling a little out of sorts." I cringed at the easy lies, yet couldn't hold back the tears that rolled down my cheeks. Tell him. The words played on a loop in my frazzled brain. Raiden leaned back to look at me. "You're crying, Sienna. Did something happen?" He wiped my tears, and when I didn't answer, he scooped me up in his arms and strode over to the bed. Cuddling me in his lap, he sat down. I snuggled closer and allowed myself to cry. For so long I'd been alone, and apart from Ruvash's witty company, I lacked the cosseted arms of a lover. Now, when I'd finally found a man worthy of everything I could give, fate possessed a sick sense of humor, bringing Drake back into my life to taunt my hold on sanity. Had I given him more than a little piece of my heart that fateful evening? Was that why his presence affected me so? I hiccuped on a sob, trying to make sense of my chaotic emotions. While both men were different in temperament, one thing was indisputable. They both loved hard, possessing a woman entirely and leaving their mark with anything but indifference. They knew how to love, care, and consume. With that last thought, I let my heavy lids tighten against my cheeks and welcomed the sleep, unsure what morning would bring. Sienna. When I went down to breakfast the next morning after a restless night of tossing and turning, Drake was nowhere to be seen. Grateful for not having to face him, I pulled in a deep breath. "Hey, Sienna." Kira's cheerful greeting pierced my wondering mind. I smiled and leaned forward to drop a kiss on Raiden's cheek. He snaked an arm around my thighs and pulled me close to his side. "Feeling better?" Figuring he'd left me to sleep in, I nodded. "Can we go back home today?" I blurted without thinking. He gave me a quizzical look. "What?" No, Kira wailed, cutting him off. You guys just got here, and it's only been like a couple of days. You promised we'd spend Christmas together, Raiden. His gaze shifted between his sister and me. My heart was beating so hard, I struggled to breathe. What's wrong, Sienna? You were okay to spend Christmas here. Did something happen back home? Although he asked the question, the frown told me he knew there was no one at home for me to go back to. My cheeks burned, yet it had nothing on the frenzied anarchy roiling my stomach. I almost slept with my boyfriend's father. Correction, I slept with him, and last night I let him touch me. Intimately. Fuck. And the cherry on top? I never wanted it to stop. Double fuck. I couldn't keep that from Raiden. Tell him. The loop hit rewind the minute my eyes opened. Now, as my gaze shifted between the siblings, Drake's words from our night came to mind. There are repercussions to every action. How ironic. Sighing, I grabbed a cup of coffee and sat down next to Raiden. Okay, we'll stay. Yes! Kira's excited shout filled the room. Come on, Raiden. Help me get the snowmobiles out while Sienna has her breakfast. She jumped up and came around the table to grab his arm. Laughing, he downed his drink, dropped a quick kiss to my cheek, and followed his sister. Still flustered, I weighed my options, trying to find the most suitable. It all ended with just two choices: go or stay. The question was, if I left, what reason would I give Raiden and his family? If I stayed, how did I avoid Drake and make sure a repeat of last night never happened? Why did I have this sudden feeling I was on a sinking ship? Whether I stayed aboard or not, it didn't matter. Either way, I was fucked. There were only so many days a person could stay afloat once the ship sank. And right now, I had no lifeline other than my strength. It hadn't failed me thus far. Breakfast, dear? I looked up and waved aside the plate of scrambled eggs the housekeeper held out to me. Helen was a regular the family used to help with the cleanup and breakfast prep during the holiday period. Just a slice of toast, please, Helen. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, dear. Coffee and toast aren't going to fill up your pretty little body, she advised, her tone motherly. I gave her a small smile. I'm not very hungry. That makes two of you this morning. At my puzzled look, she added, Mr. Princeton, he hardly ate anything besides coffee, then left. Maybe it's my cooking, she chuckled. That little disclosure roiled my insides. Had my presence robbed the man of time with his family, or his appetite for that matter? Sipping my coffee, I wondered if I'd made the right decision agreeing to stay. Granted, Raiden wanted to spend time with his family. I didn't need to be here. If I left, not only would it upset him, but I might cause undue tension. Well, 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 what do we have here? The biting words snapped my head up. My mouth fell open as I gaped at the woman standing in front of me. You have got to be kidding me. Eyes narrowed, assessing me, her lips thinned into a devious sneer. The woman from my interview at Princeton glared at me. What are you doing here? Then it hit me. Oh my God, you're Raiden's mother. Instead of a firm question, it squeaked out. Not even her stunning cashmere coat that complemented her short bob could make the woman look any less hostile. She folded her arms across her chest, one perfectly shaped brow arched up. Judging by that scowl, she wasn't impressed with my appearance. I had no idea why the woman took an instant dislike to me. At the interview, I figured she was pissed off with my lack of professionalism and accepted maybe she was right. Now, not so much. There was more to her hatred than plain indifference for a potential candidate. So, has Raiden brought home a sweet little tart as a birthday present for his father? What a good little boy. He probably sampled the treat, though, didn't he? She scoffed. Excuse me? Was the woman off her rocker? Raiden had warned me his mother was a piece of work, but it hadn't prepared me for this shitty kind. Angela? She jumped at the sudden bark. My gaze snapped to the entrance. Drake stood there. Molten fury turned his eyes into metallic flint. Even with the distance between us, I could feel his anger hiss through the air, like cold water to hot coals. He approached Angela, his steps slow, yet didn't disguise the controlled annoyance enhanced by the stiff set of his shoulders. When he stopped an inch from her, he flicked a glance at me before glaring at his wife. "As long as Sienna is a guest in my home, you will respect her," he snarled, daring her to argue. I didn't miss the emphasis on the word my. Was the woman no longer staying with him? I hadn't bothered asking Raiden about his parents' relationship. It wasn't necessary, since it had no bearing on me. Boy, was I wrong. Talk about a double whammy. Angela huffed, her red lips pursed together in a fierce pout. Or what? She wasn't intimidated by Drake. "Trust me, you don't want to find out." His words were quiet, but there was no mistaking the threat. I'd seen it before, back at the bar. I wouldn't want to mess with him. I. Judging by her hesitant response, neither did Angela. "If there's a reason you're here, get it done and leave. I'm sure your family's waiting." "But," she paused. "I thought I'd spend time with the kids." "I don't think so," he warned. "Drake, please." "I don't think so," he repeated in a firm voice that left no room for further questioning. That was my cue. Whatever their discussion entailed, I didn't want to stick around. I got up to go, and as I turned away, he stopped me. "Stacia." The husky familiarity of my name froze my step for just a moment. I was afraid to turn around. I feared the expressions I'd read in both their faces. I took a deep breath. Glancing over my shoulder, I shook my head, then hesitated. Was that an open plea in his eyes? My heart pounded in my chest, crashing into my breastbone and quickened my breathing. "It's okay." I walked out before he could stop me. In the hallway, I stopped for a moment to regulate my breathing. The problem with memories, no one could ever outrun them, and with a man like Drake, forgetting him was an impossibility. Feeling a little overwhelmed, I headed for the observatory. If I had my way, I'd be in a cab back to Brenton. Within minutes, calmed by the beauty, I lost myself, relishing the sweet scent filling the air. I forgot all about the unexpected drama I'd landed myself into, and enjoyed the serenity.
Drake. "How long were you fucking her before you divorced me, Drake?" My gaze snapped away from Sia's retreating frame to my ex-wife. For one stupid minute, I was too shocked to respond. How the hell had Angela figured that out? I pulled myself together and kept my expression hard. "What the fuck are you on about?" "If you wanted to keep your affairs private, you shouldn't flaunt it by giving your coats to your whores." "What?" My head spun. "I interviewed that slut the night you gave her your coat. If you wanted her to get into the company, you should have done it yourself. Didn't expect me to figure it out, did you? I'm not dumb as you'd like to believe," she sneered. It all clicked into place. Sia interviewed that night at my company? How the fuck had I not figured that out when I saw her standing on the curb in her torn skirt? I stiffened. My eyes resembling the rigidity of raw titanium, I glared at Angela. My anger was more profound at the discovery that HR had a record of Sia's details all this time. Happiness had been at my fingertips, and once again Angela fucked it around by denying Sia a job. The muscles at my back tightened as I tried to control my anger. "She's not a slut, Angela. That title is reserved for the dumb bitch that you've always been," I gritted out. "What?" I studied the contorted face of a woman who'd once captured my interest briefly. I eyed her tawny hair with its sun-bleached streaks falling to petite shoulders that gave way to a perfectly proportioned body. Large green eyes stared back at me, her chin tilted in the briefest of defiance, and red lips curved in a meek smile. Yes, I'd been attracted to this woman once, before I discovered the real person inside. The money-driven egotist, hell-bent on finding life as opposed to running behind a spirited toddler. Did you bother asking her why she was wearing my coat? Her smile fell. Yes. And? Her skirt tore on the taxi. She broke off, her countenance suddenly uncertain. Quite clearly you never knew the man you were married to, Angela. I'm above ripping an innocent woman's skirt to fuck her before an interview. If you weren't such a frigid bitch, maybe you'd know that. But we both know you're not aware of my fucking proclivities. How dare you? I was a good wife. Really? When was that exactly? I let out a caustic laugh. Let me see. Oh, yes, the good wife who wanted to go where she wanted when she wanted. Alone. Late-night parties when she wanted. Alone. Sex when she wanted, usually during one of her drunken escapades. Did I get that right? She took a step closer. Drake, please. Angela only used the pleading tone when she couldn't get her way. I gave you your space, not to mention other things, yet you still had my name. I didn't keep the sarcasm out of my voice. Good wife indeed. Get out, Angela. Come back when it's your time with the children, who are adult enough to make up their mind about seeing you, and both are not interested. But I miss you guys. Now. I pointed to the entrance, indifferent to her pathetic attempt to gain my favor. Fine, she huffed. Only when I locked the front door behind Angela did I release the breath I'd been holding. There was no telling what drama her temper tantrum would have started. I hadn't expected to see her until the Christmas Eve dinner. That was the agreement we'd made. While both my father and Angela weren't happy with the status quo, after the divorce I made it clear that what I said was final in this house. She was welcome to visit the old man, but not when the children were home or during any holidays, except Christmas Eve. Surprisingly, Raiden and Kira agreed. They saw their mother when they wanted, not the other way around. As I turned away, my gaze strayed through the glass wall that separated the house from the observatory. I leaned closer, my eyes trapped by the exquisiteness of a princess walking amid the fairy tale setting. With her hair gripped on one side and falling to her back in soft curls, her oversized jersey, the color of milk and malachite, cuddling her tight body I knew so well, she was mesmerizing. She looked up. A smile parted her pink lips as she inhaled the scent of one of the flowers. I smiled in response even though she had no idea I watched her. Although I fought hard to control my emotions around her, I was fast losing the battle every moment she appeared. So close, yet so far. Yesterday morning and then last night in the library, I'd felt her inhibited responses to my touch. She wanted me just as badly and probably, like me, hurting Raiden stayed at the forefront of her reluctance. Yet no amount of denial could distinguish the chemistry between us. So far, all I'd seen in her was everything she'd shown me that one special night, and judging by her reactions, she also hadn't forgotten what it meant to the both of us, whether she walked away or not. We'd both taken a little of each other with us. Even if we didn't act on it, we'd never forget. Without thinking, I let my feet follow the passages down to one of the two entrances. When I reached the door, I didn't hesitate at the threshold. Instead, I walked to her. See ya? She looked up and smiled, but stayed seated on a small embankment. Her delight resembled that of a young girl entranced by her surroundings and refusing to move unless she was picked up. And by God, I ached to pick her up, to hold her tight against me. to close my lips over hers in one of those tempting kisses I yearned for, to lose myself in her memories and the pleasure she'd given me. "I'm sorry," I forced myself to break out of the clusterfuck of emotions zipping through my heated body. She cocked her head to one side, her expression one of confusion. "For?" "For Angela. I guess first impressions are certainly lasting, right?" She waved it aside with a small shrug and stood. When she stepped down the embankment, her unsteady feet brought her sliding close to me. I reached out a hand to steady her, but not letting go of her arm. I took a step closer and cupped the back of my neck, wishing she wouldn't look so damn beautiful. "My relationship with Angela is a little complicated, and you—" I tried to find the right words to explain Angela's behavior. "That evening I gave you my coat. You interviewed with her." While Angela might have accepted my explanation of helping Sienna outside the offices, I still didn't trust her not to say anything. Sia frowned as though she were trying to fit puzzle pieces together. "She recognized the coat, didn't she?" she said at length. Slowly I nodded. "She assumed we'd slept together and that I arranged your interview. To think she could have been mine, not my son's. Fate was a twisted motherfucker." Instead of irritation or anger, she uttered a low laugh. "I guess she wasn't far off the mark, was she?" "Do you regret it?" She fidgeted with the hem of her jersey, keeping her head lowered. "No." I released the breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Sliding a finger under her chin, I lifted. Her gaze met mine. "About last night." "I'm sorry," I broke off, unsure what to say. "I took advantage of you." Cerulean swirls made brighter by her surroundings stared back at me. "You didn't. I wanted you." The admission was a soft one and I almost missed it. "But it's wrong. We shouldn't have." Taking a deep breath, I forced back the disappointment I couldn't quite kick and tried to look away, but my eyes were drawn back to her full pink lips. I still tasted last night's kiss. "I know," I sighed. She caught her bottom lip between her teeth. I groaned. "Fuck, Sia, would you please stop doing that? There's only so much temptation my cock can take. And it's hard as fuck." I mumbled, failing miserably in my quest to stay away. Her eyes flicked up to mine. "Doing what?" I couldn't stop myself. I reached up and rubbed a thumb across her bottom lip. "Biting your lip," I muttered. "Jesus, princess. You have no idea what you do to me." Her tongue darted out, wetting her lower lip. I willed my heart rate to slow down so I could focus on anything but the mesmerizing beauty standing with me. I failed. My eyes followed the action as the sensation seeped from the tip of her tongue through the pad of my thumb and filtered down through every part of my body. Giving no thought to my actions, I slipped a hand around her waist and closed the gap between our bodies. Her eyes darkened, reflecting the same longing in mine before her breath hitched. "Prince." At the sound of my name, I crashed my lips to hers. At that moment, everything else ceased to exist. All that mattered was the stunning woman in front of me, surrounded by an exotic forest that enhanced her beauty and made her alluring. I didn't give a fuck about where we were and who'd see us. Pure bliss settled over me, usurping my senses and logical reasoning. Her groans told me she felt the same. And for once I put myself first, took what I wanted, not denying myself the passion I deserved. Only it came at a price. How willing was I to hurt my son? As if on cue, his voice rang through the observatory. "Sienna?" The single word had us jumping apart and once again dousing the desire I felt in her. Annoyed and trying to settle my breathing, my gaze connected with hers. Instead of a blush, her eyes glazed over and her chin trembled. She pulled in small, shallow breaths before she dropped her head to hide the tears. Please don't cry, Princess. An indistinct ache hit my heart. I reached out a hand but dropped it when she stepped back. Fuck, what am I doing to her? A flood of emotions weaved through my mind as I tried to look away but couldn't. Not without knowing she was okay. I blinked, sucking in a frustrated breath when Raiden rounded the corner. He stopped short. Dad? What are you doing here? Surprise lined his voice before his gaze shifted to Sienna. Hey, babe, you okay? You look flushed. He neared her and slipped a hand around her waist. You're crying. His head turned my way. My body ached from holding myself rigid. I clenched my fingers to keep from saying something I didn't want to. He stared at me, but I refused to look at him, afraid my eyes would reveal my feelings or give away something skimming my very soul that I didn't want to face yet. Worse still, didn't know how to. I inhaled sharply and muttered, She met your mother. Oh, shit. Raiden was quick to understand. He knew his mother could be tactless at times and probably accepted she'd said something to Sia. I felt like a real tool for not only kissing my son's girlfriend, but lying to him. What father did that to the son he loved? I ran a hand down my face, trying to wipe away the shame. Sia's gaze held mine, piercing me with a vulnerable plea as Raiden guided her out of the observatory. I wasn't sure what to read in there. Forgiveness, humiliation. Shoving my hands in my pockets, I ground my teeth. Raw pain pierced my chest, searing through my heart. I watched them leave, hard-pressed to restrain my desire and ultimately the affection I held for that woman. She wasn't mine to have. She once was, and I lost her. Could I stand losing her again? If it meant keeping the son I loved more than life itself, yes. Cursing, I left the observatory. It was better for my sanity if I went back to the city. Lying had come naturally in front of Raiden. I could easily make up an excuse to stay away.
Sienna. 3 days after the library incident and kissing Drake in the observatory again, I found myself mentally tired, like being caught between a rock and a hard place. Whichever side I pushed, it didn't budge, not an inch. As much as I tried to take everything in stride, I figured it would eventually wear me down, and I feared the outcome. Yet, I acted like the perfect girlfriend for Raiden's sake, enjoying my time with him and his family, counting the days until we went back home. Once there, I'd find a way to end my relationship. There would never be a positive outcome if we continued this way. As for Drake, I evaded him like the plague. But there was only so much I could do to prevent being caught in his presence. Raiden finally coerced me into going back to the slopes earlier that morning, and I relented because it meant getting out of the house. Now I glared at my annoying boyfriend. He was laughing after I fell for like the 100th time. I told you I couldn't do this. I tried to push the one-size-too-big goggles from my eyes. Correction, I'm not doing this. Frustrated, I pulled off the goggles and unclipped the skis. I'm done, I muttered as Tamara and Kira reached our side. You're hopeless, Raiden teased. My hackles rose from failure, and now being called useless? Hopeless? I screeched through gritted teeth, not in the least bit concerned by the onlookers laughing at us. Turning away, I crouched, scooped up as much snow as I could into a ball, and stood. Raiden saw what was coming. His hands shot up, palms out. Hey, babe, I let the ball fly. Raiden ducked, and it connected with Drake's face. Stunned, I sapped a hand to my mouth. Oh, shit, I winced. He stood there speechless, while the others broke into a fit of laughter. Not funny, I hissed at Raiden. OMG, Dad, she got you good, Kira squealed, her body shaking with laughter. I dropped my head, muttering a curse under my breath. When we arrived at the resort, I slowed my efforts to slip on my accessories. By the time I donned my gear, he was gone, racing down the slopes with his daughter and Tamra. Their skill and grace left me envious. Now I pasted a smile on my face and lifted my head. The abrupt smack to my stomach had me flat out on my ass in a second, and the breath knocked out of me. I gulped air in tiny gasps. It took a moment to realize a snowball had decked me. Jesus, Prince Siana, I caught the quick correction as Drake's handsome face filled my vision. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you so hard. You okay, babe? Raiden crouched on the other side of me. I'm fine. I pulled in a deep breath and sat up, squinting at Drake. His face a concerned mask. He leaned closer. You sure you're okay? Dad, I can't believe you did that, Kira scolded. It's okay, Kira, I laughed and stood with Raiden's help. It's official. I suck at everything. Not everything, Drake said, then quickly added, I'm sure. My gaze snapped to his, and something strange clicked into place. I knew what I missed in my life. Him. I possessed little in common with other people, given my need to keep to myself, and very few knew me well enough to understand me. But somehow, he did. Even if I intended to avoid him, I couldn't deny it had only taken one night for him to see in me what others would take a lifetime to do. I smiled and he returned the gesture. You want to give it another go? Raiden slipped his arm around my waist. I snagged Drake's deep inhale and tensed jaw as he walked away. No, go. I'll find something to entertain myself after I grab the ski lift to the bottom. Are you sure, babe? I nodded. Yeah, you guys have some fun. No sense in me keeping you. I rubbed his arm. I'll see you down there. Okay. He dropped a light kiss to my lips. The last one to the bottom makes dinner, Kira called out, zipping away with Raiden and Tamra on her tail. I laughed. With their grandmother away, meals now fell to our shoulders. Something I looked forward to. A couple of minutes later, I slipped the goggles into my jacket pocket, hoisted the skis over my shoulder, and headed for the ski lift. Once seated, I took out my phone to check messages from Ruvash. He'd promised he'd call when reception was good. I couldn't wait to offload my drama on someone I knew would understand. Not attempting the slopes, are we? I shifted my gaze as a guy around my age climbed into the seat next to me. One too many attempts, and now I'm the Olympic champion for the epic number of falls skiing. He laughed as I scrolled through Ravash's photos. We're all not perfect in everything. My head snapped up at the deep voice. Drake stood at the guy's side and gestured for him to take the next ride. What are you doing here? I asked, panicking as he took the seat the guy vacated. Joining you? His smile was serene, nothing like my jumbled nerves. Before I could make a move to jump off, the lift jerked forward. Unconsciously, I grabbed his forearm. Both our gazes dropped to my fingers wrapped tightly around his jacket. When I tried to move my hand, he covered mine, his firm grip keeping it in place. This was going to be a long-ass ride. He shifted slightly, bringing his body closer and pressed tight against mine. I gulped, feeling every inch of him from shoulder to knee. There was no room to move away, and even if I did, it would make me appear childish. You didn't have to come, you know. I'm quite capable of riding by myself, I finally managed. His husky laugh filled my body with a warmth I didn't know I craved until this moment. How long did you think you were going to avoid me, Sia? He looked at me, gray eyes assessing, penetrating my very soul. Why did you leave that morning without saying goodbye? I shifted my gaze, eyeing the beautiful mountain landscape, monotonous in white, green, and stone, yet stunning in its entirety. I drew in a deep breath, relishing the cold air as it passed through my lungs, almost like a cleansing. I tipped my head back to look at him. What did you expect, Prince Drake? He noticed my quick change with a cocked brow. I love it when you call me Prince. He leaned closer, his gaze locked on mine, unblinking. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to sit here, wanting desperately to kiss you, knowing I can't? My eyes flared for just a moment when he rolled a thumb over my bottom lip. I kept my expression neutral, but couldn't stop how my heart raced or the way I breathed harder to draw more oxygen into my lungs, bordering on panting. I've dreamt of these lips, of this face. He palmed my cheek. For so long, I feared I'd never get over you. His gaze held mine. I never did. He let out a soft groan. Is it wrong that I'm jealous of my son? That a little part of me hates him for taking what I've wanted for so long? Drake, Suddenly, words defeated me. What could I say that would ease the unexpected hum his words ignited through my body? Every hair, every cell, every inch of me was tuned into the wavelengths his touch emitted. Was it wrong that I wanted him to kiss me, to appease the ache between my thighs, to run those strong hands over my curves, gripping me tight as he slid his hard cock into me? Swallowing at the image, I turned away. You feel it too, don't you? He asked softly, cupping my chin. He turned my face back to him. I had no right kissing you in the observatory. And I'm sorry, but I don't know if I can stay away from you, Sia. I lifted my gaze to meet his, not sure if I wanted him to. He stared for a long moment, his eyes searching as if his intense appraisal would give him the answers he wanted to hear. My breath caught in my throat. Why did you leave that morning? I heard the regret in his tone. We belonged to two different worlds, Drake. I was a nobody, and you were a somebody. I shrugged. Jesus, did you actually believe you were a nobody? His tone clipped. He dropped his hand and sat back. He remained silent for a couple of minutes. You were mine first. Although he sounded wistful, he didn't look at me. It was a one-night. It wasn't just sex for me, princess. He cut me off, turning a deep frown on me. You were different. He paused, his eyes roaming my face. Are different. And I fucked up. He glanced away, studying the scenery, his features tense. I wasn't sure what to make of his words. What did I say? I'd never been this confused about anything in my life before. He began speaking again. Right now, if you could feel my heartbeat, you'd understand. It's racing, clocking velocities that would give McLaren a run for his money. You do that to me every time I'm with you or see you. His eyes met mine, and at the look there, something stuck in my throat, trapping the air. What was it telling me? I will crash, Sia, because for the first time in my life, I have no fucking idea how to step on the brake or cut the engine. And the worst part? I don't want to. He pulled in a long, ragged sigh. If you stayed, I would have... The noisy clunk of metal as the seat glided to a halt cut him off. He climbed out, then turned to help me. We descended the stair, our steps slow as though we both wanted to prolong the moment. You would have what? Dad? Raiden's surprised call interrupted me. Did you come down with Tiana? I caught the puzzled look on his face before he slid an arm around my waist. Drake nodded. Didn't seem right for the entire family to ditch our guest. Did I imagine the chastising tone? My bad. Raiden offered me a sheepish smile. Thanks, Dad. As Tamara and Kira joined us, my gaze met Drake's. I had no idea what to read in that look, yet a part of me wanted desperately to find out. to also know what he was about to say before we stopped. Back at the house, I excused myself to go for a walk. Raiden stopped me as I stepped out of the SUV. "Don't you want to come horse riding with me?" "No." "Why?" he persisted. "Because a couple of hard falls is about all the embarrassment my ass can suffer today." I gave a careless shrug, walking backward and away from him. "And I haven't forgiven you yet." Although I teased, I needed a breather. I needed to understand what Drake had said to me. Raiden lunged for me, but I ducked. "Sienna," he growled, and chased after me while Tamara and Kira hooted. The light snow on the grass made the ground slippery. I wasn't fast enough, and he took me down with him on top. Laughing hard, I tried to push him off. Grabbing my hands, he pinned them above my head. When he attempted to kiss me, I turned my head. Drake's gaze locked with mine, hardening to flint as Raiden nuzzled my neck. Nostrils flared, the muscles in his face stiffened with emotions I couldn't read. His chest expanded before Tamara said something to him. He scowled and walked off. I squirmed under Raiden's hold to get him off, but he cut my chin and forced my face back to his. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "You're not hopeless. You're beautiful, smart, and quirky." He grinned. "And I'm an ass." He stared down at me. The multi-shades of green in his eyes gleamed with part mirth, part sincerity. His full lips softened into an affectionate smile. "I love you." A pang of guilt shot through my body. My stomach muscles tightened, harder with each breath, threatening suffocation. For the lies, for the arousal his father initiated. How could I hurt this gorgeous man? I forced out a laugh to calm the prickles that refused to abate. "Yes, you are, and you're just saying that because you want a kiss." I tried to turn my head away. "I'm not, and yes, I want a kiss." Before I could stop him, he captured my mouth in a hard kiss, which gentled when I tugged my hands from his hold. And although I responded to his lips, allowing his sweet ministrations to manipulate my senses as he'd done so often, a tiny part of me couldn't help thinking of Drake. Was it wrong? Yes. Despite the acknowledgement, every other part of me accepted I had little control over the outcome from this moment forward. I could get hurt worse than I was already aching. Yet, I wouldn't be the only one to break. There were 2 other beautiful souls on this ride with me, and I hadn't a friggin' clue how to steer this damn boat on which I'd found myself afloat. Raiden finally rolled off me, and I sat up, swatting him on the chest. "You made me wet." At his mischievous grin, I rolled my eyes. "Don't get any ideas. I meant my clothes." He chuckled, stood, and pulled me up. "I can help you dry off." "Go do your work." I turned my back on him. "Hey." His hand circled my waist and pulled me back against his chest. "I am sorry." He nipped my ear. I tilted my head, again caught in the swirl of emotion I couldn't let go of for now. Apology accepted. "Raiden, you coming?" Drake appeared unexpectedly. I refused to look at him as Raiden answered. "Yeah." He dropped a quick kiss to my lips. "I'll see you later." When he jumped into the car with his father, I waited until the vehicle disappeared around the corner, then went inside. After I slipped into leggings and an oversized jersey, I exited my room to find Tamara and Kira heading for the spa. "Don't you want to join us?" Tamara asked. "Later, after dinner, maybe." I wanted some alone time. "I'll be in the kitchen. I want to make some of those cookies I promised you guys." "Oh, cool." Kira licked her lips. "Do you want some help? We can hop into the jacuzzi later." "Yes," Tamara said. "No, it's fine." I waved aside their offer with a quick smile. I liked my alone time, especially in that kitchen. Then, realizing I was the guest in their home, I made a suggestion. "What about I bake and you guys help me decorate later?" "Decorate?" Tamara looked at me wide-eyed, like I just asked her to commit murder. I laughed. "Yeah, have you never decorated Christmas cookies before? You know, little trees and gingerbread men?" "I leave that to my mother." She rolled her eyes, then flicked a gaze at her polished nails, making me laugh harder. Oh, come on, Aunt Tammy. Tamara cringed at the word aunt and gave Kira a deathly stare. I'll show you how, I offered. We can even rope in Raiden to help. Get a man's perspective. What do you say? Oh, cool. I'm sure we can make Dad join us. At Kira's suggestion, I balked, then swallowed my sigh. It was his house. I was bound to run into him everywhere. Sure. My response sounded dismal to my ears. I hoped the other two women hadn't picked up on it. Great. See you just now. Kira called over her shoulder as she disappeared inside the spa. I turned to walk away. Sienna? Tamara's soft call stopped me. I turned back to look at her. Are you okay? Frowning, I nodded. Yes, why? I hope you consider me a friend and can talk to me. She offered me a gentle smile. About anything. She rubbed my arm lightly. The gesture was almost motherly. For one insane second, I was tempted to open up about the dilemma I'd found myself in, then thought better of it. The last thing I needed was to cause undue drama in this household. I'd already jumped that barrier. I remained hopeful I could keep from going over the cliff if I managed to keep my balance. Thank you, I appreciate that, but I'm good. Okay, just remember, I'm only a door away. When she entered the spa, I chewed my lip, wondering what gave rise to her offer. Had she picked up on something between Drake and I? Shoving aside the worry for the moment, I descended the stairs and headed for the kitchen. An hour later, I switched out the tray of baked cookies with a new batch, eyeing the perfect gingerbread man. I set the tray down and moved the cooled cookies consisting of Christmas trees and various shapes to a plate. Oh my God, I don't care if those goodies don't taste nice, but the way they smell, I'm dying of starvation right now. Kira walked in, her nose wiggling like a cat that had just gotten wind of a mouse. Tamara followed. I must admit, for a woman who doesn't eat sweet stuff, my stomach's rumbling. Tamara grinned, inspecting the cookies. Well, then you have to try one at least, I winked. She rolled her eyes. If you insist. She feigned hurt, and I laughed. So, where do you want us? Kira asked, smacking her lips. Grinning, I moved plates around and set up little decorating stations. It's easy. You choose whatever shape you want to decorate and get to it. The best ones go up on the Christmas tree. Right, competition time, ladies. She rubbed her hands. Can I join? I turned to find Drake at the entrance. Even though I tried not to, my eyes drank in his robust build. It was the first time I'd seen him this casual. With his hand in the pockets of charcoal sweatpants and a white t-shirt molded over his muscles, the image instilled visions of sexiness I was trying hard to forget. That was easier said than done. I was glad when Kira jumped up with a squeal of delight. Dad! She loped over to him and looped her arm with his, dragging him to the kitchen table. Please tell me you're joining us. At his nod, she let out another squeak. Yes! When she pushed him down into the chair next to hers, she looked up at me. The last time my father joined us, I was like 9, right, Dad? He nodded, inspecting the various shapes before settling on a gingerbread man and placing it on the plate in front of him. Kira's face fell. Yeah, then he got too busy for the small things. I watched as he lavished his daughter with a tender gaze, his smile soft. I tried, sweetheart. She faked a pout, then laughed. I know you did. She leaned over and kissed his cheek. Remember, your dad took over the company when Grandpa got ill then, Kira. Tamara explained more for my benefit. But he's always made sacrifices for you guys. Kira nodded. It was apparent Drake doted on his kids, and his family was close-knit. Something I'd longed for, and the reality that it might not work out between Raiden and I didn't hesitate to knock my wish for family out of the park. Moving away, I poured hot chocolate into the mugs I'd set up earlier and carried them to the table. As Drake accepted his from me, Our eyes met over the cup, and a hint of a smile gave me the comfort I needed. His gaze fell to my bottom lip, I'd unconsciously tucked between my teeth. I glanced away, trying unsuccessfully to calm my erratic pulse. I jumped when Kira spoke. Only Drake noticed, and the corner of his lips quirked up in a slight smile. "You know what will make this complete?" she said, looking up from the tube of red icing she was opening to decorate her tree. "Dad, remember how pissed off Grandma used to get when you'd paint our faces with icing instead of the cookies?" He chuckled at the memory. "Would you?" He frowned at her. "Would I what?" "Paint my face." "Jesus, sweetheart, you're 19. His husky laugh filled the air. "Yeah, but just for old times, then we can take photos and send them to Grandma," she giggled. I covered my laugh with a hand when I caught Drake's expression. That devilish twinkle in his eyes held boyish appeal as he looked at his daughter in contemplation. "Okay," he agreed, earning a yay from her. "Would you do theirs as well?" She pointed to me and Tamara. Her aunt shook her head. "Nope, just applied a mask last night." "Oh, come on, Aunt Tammy." Kira rolled her eyes. Tamara scowled at her. "Please say yes, Sienna." "Sure," I shrugged. "What colors do we have?" he asked. "Oh, there's loads in the pantry," I replied, realizing this was the first time our conversation bordered on a neutral topic. I was intrigued to see why face painting with icing would thrill Kira. Apart from pissing off her grandmother, she appeared genuinely excited about the prospect. And surprised I certainly was when Drake stood back from his daughter 10 minutes later. "Oh my God, Kira." I couldn't keep the admiration out of my voice when I glanced at him. "Wow, you're good." He grinned. "Thank you." I studied the intricate flower designs he'd painted over his daughter's forehead, eyes and nose, using his fingers and a single thin-haired brush. She looked like one of those fairy tale princesses. Only the artwork was of a very high standard. I could see why Kira would be excited. I was impressed. "He loves painting, Sienna." Tamara's voice filled with respect as she glanced at her brother. "And I don't mean face painting for kids." "It's gorgeous, and here I thought my pieces of art were the best." I held up my fancy trees and snowflake cookies with a grin. Drake glanced at me laughing. His relaxed mannerism was infectious, and for the first time since my arrival, I felt at ease. "It's beautiful, Sia." "Nah." I heard the correction before he bit into a cookie with a moan. "And they taste good." "I agree." Tamara laughed, stuffing her mouth with her third cookie. "You are the devil, Sienna. Carbs be damned." My mom's recipe, a combination of Indian and Italian ingredients, and voila, sin incarnate. Anyway, looking at your figure, I'd say you'll work it off in no time. "Yeah, if I can stop eating the damn thing," she moaned. I chuckled and stood to walk away. "Where are you going?" Kira asked. "I need to see what other stuff there is in the pantry to decorate the rest of the cookies." "No, sit. Dad's gonna paint your face. I'll check the pantry." She jumped up from the seat she occupied and walked away. I took a seat. Until that moment, my nerves had disappeared. But the second Drake leaned forward and began painting, my breath stalled. I was conscious of his every move, the scent of his cologne, the touch of his fingers on my skin, and even breathing didn't help. "Relax," he whispered. "You only need to worry if I decide to lick this icing off your face." I gasped, and he chuckled, eliciting a ripple of goosebumps. "Close your eyes." I did. He slid a finger under my chin and tilted slightly to give him a better angle to paint. When his lips brushed mine in the softest of kisses, my eyes flew open as panic took root. I turned my head to look for his sister. "She's in the pantry with Kira," he soothed. "Kiss me." Wide-eyed, I pressed my lips tightly together and shook my head. He leaned closer. You can't place sin in front of me and expect me not to want a taste. His eyes darkened, telling me he was no longer talking about the cookies. Open your mouth, princess. The soft command shot straight down to my pussy, and the ache I'd felt for so long was back in place. I parted my lips in a slow exhale. With just the tip of his tongue, he rolled it over the shape of my lips before sliding inside my mouth, teasing me with gentle licks and tiny nips. If the man tantalized my senses before, then this was seduction at its finest. My body heated to feverish levels, my nipples hardened to points I was sure would cut glass, and my nerve endings sparked enough to cause a forest fire. I was ready to cave when Kira's squeal made Drake pull back. Although he resumed painting, his uneven breathing told me he was just as affected. I licked my lips, holding onto the flavor of our kiss a moment longer. "You're dangerous," I whispered. "You have no idea." His soft laugh tickled my ears. "Dad?" Raiden's voice snapped somewhere behind Drake. I froze.
Raiden. The aroma wafting through the air as I headed toward the kitchen brought a smile to my face, reminding me it was that time of the year when my family always came together to make new memories. I loved the smell of winter freshness, baked goodies, hot chocolate, and cinnamon apple pie. Everything I'd missed. Despite my reservations, it was good to be back home with my family, and more importantly, sharing my first Christmas with Sienna. If everything went according to plan, she might accept my proposal, and she'd be my wife by next Christmas. While the notion sent a thrill rushing through my body, I couldn't ditch the idea that there was a change in Sienna every time I thought about it. Maybe I'd done something to warrant the difference, maybe not. Still, she seemed a lot more reserved than the day we'd arrived at my family's home. A part of me accepted she was something of a loner, and being around people during the holidays wasn't her thing. Only the other part, the one worried she was having second thoughts about our relationship, wouldn't stop spinning in my head. After we got back from the slopes, I was hoping for some alone time with her, just to get her to open up, hopeful she'd let me into what was troubling her. I entered the kitchen and froze. The sight of my father with his back to me, leaning over Sienna, stunned me. I couldn't see her, but the shoe between his spread legs was a definite indication of who sat there. Was he kissing her? Even the air in my lungs struggled to exhale. Balling my fists, I snapped, "Dad?" The extent of my rage fired out in the single word. "Hey, son." He straightened, and only when he stepped away from Sienna did I realize what he was doing at the same time Kira and Tamra exited the pantry. It took a conscious effort to breathe. Christ, I felt like a real ass for thinking the worst of him. Yet when my gaze landed on Sienna's flushed features, a small part of me wondered whether she was smitten with my father. This was the third time I'd noticed her unease around him, and I'd been with a few infatuated girls to know the reactions. My stomach muscles twisted. Was that jealousy? Over my father's effect on my girlfriend? Jesus, I'm an idiot. "Hey, Ray." Kira grabbed my hand, pulling me toward the table. "You have to try these cookies Sienna made." She handed me one as Sienna stood and neared me. "Hi." Did I imagine the hesitation in her gaze? "Cut it out, man. You're being an ass." "Hey." Smiling, I shook my wet hair in her face. She flinched, then laughed. The genuine music in her tinkle I was used to thrilled me. And just like that, all was right with the world again. I scooped her up in my arms and sat down with her in my lap. "She looks like a princess, Dad," I said as my father exited the washroom and dried his hands on a towel. "My princess." I nipped her ear and she squirmed. I couldn't agree more. He grinned, picking up a cookie. I watched his gaze meet Sienna's before she dropped her head to finger the black leather band on my wrist. Did they just share a moment? What the fuck? I was becoming paranoid. "They both do," he added, turning away to circle Kira's waist in a one-handed hug. "What's for dinner?" I asked to get my mind out of my fucked-up thoughts as Sienna stood and walked away. "Fettuccine Alfredo, Sienna style." She laughed, returning to the table with an apple and a knife. "What's Sienna style?" Kira asked, taking a seat with my father and Tamra as they began icing cookies. "Sienna has this tendency to put her spin on dishes. She's half Indian, half Italian," I explained, pulling her onto my lap when she attempted to sit next to me. "That's a hectic combo," Tamra chuckled. "I can see why you fell for her, Raiden." "Smitten." I snaked my hands around Sienna's waist, gripping her tight. When I kissed her neck, biting the smooth skin there, she wriggled to get free until my father cleared his voice. I glanced at him, not mistaking the warning in his eyes this time. I wondered why. He'd never minded my antics with Xena whenever she visited. If I recalled correctly, he'd been a lot more relaxed around her. Again, I found his reservation with Sienna strange. "So what's in the fettuccine Alfredo?" Tamra asked, drawing my attention. "I can say it's not for the health-conscious, that's for sure," I replied, and Sienna elbowed me in the stomach. "It's true." I grinned. "That's why you scrape the pan, don't you?" She stuck her tongue out at me. Everyone laughed besides my father. His concentration on the cookie was noticeable until Tamra nudged him and he looked up. "So what goes in there that makes it unhealthy?" my aunt asked. "Well, the standard is butter, heavy cream, cheese, salt, and pepper." Sienna shrugged. "But mine is a touch of ghee. It's a form of clarified butter. Cream, saffron, garlic salt, cardamom, parsley, and 3 kinds of cheese instead of 1. Tamra's eyes widened with each ingredient. I snorted out a laugh. "Trust me, Tam. Sounds hectic, but tastes like heaven." "I could just grill some steaks if you prefer," Sienna suggested. "Maybe we should give it a taste," my father replied, earning a shocked look from his sister. "What?" He held out his hands, laughing. "You, Mr. Fitness and pasta and cream and cheese?" Tamra rolled her eyes. "If Dad can eat Frosted Flakes, so what?" Kira mumbled without looking up from the cookies she was decorating. "Wait, you eat Frosted Flakes, Dad?" I asked. "That's Sienna's midnight treat." "I know," he replied. My brow immediately creased, and I felt Sienna stiffen on my lap. "You know?" "Yes, she mentioned it." His reply followed with a casual shrug before his eyes dropped to his decoration. "When exactly?" I asked, my tone a little more forceful than I intended. When were these conversations taking place, given Sienna's reticence around him? He looked up. "Is something the matter, Raiden? Do you have a problem with me getting to know your girlfriend? Afraid I may reveal all your childhood quirks?" He grinned on the last part and went back to his artwork. I kicked myself again. "Do you enjoy cooking, Sienna?" he asked. She glanced at me over her shoulder, squeezed my hand, and then answered, "Love it." "Any dreams of making it a career?" Tamara reached for another cookie and took a bite. "God, I really should stop eating these," she moaned. Laughing, Sienna began slicing the apple. "I did. Once." "Did? Once?" My father looked at her, his brow creased. "Not anymore?" His interest was genuine, making me realize I hadn't questioned Sienna about her career choices before. "Yeah," she replied distractedly. "It means quitting my job and studying full-time to make that dream come true." "And you're scared?" Tamra asked. She looked at my aunt and nodded. "I'm scared to take that leap to do something I love because there's always a risk." "What risk?" My father sat back in his seat, giving her his full attention. She shrugged, fidgeting with the apple. "Of failure. If I take that leap and I fail, then I'm going to be stuck." "Are you afraid of letting someone down, Sienna?" he asked. "Myself." She lifted her gaze to his, and although I couldn't see her expression, that moment of trust she shared with him made me almost envious at the way he was getting her to open up, something I'd never been able to do. I know what it feels like to be doing something you don't want to do, wishing you were doing something else, he said, keeping his gaze fixed on her. His wistful look had me curious, but he didn't elaborate. Instead, he said, "Sometimes all it takes is courage." Easier said than done when choices are not an obstacle. She laughed softly and resumed slicing the apple. "The minute I'm not successful at my job, I won't have anything else. You'll always have me." I tightened my grip around her waist, hoping it was the comfort she needed. "Anyway, once you marry me," the knife slipped and she sliced her finger. "Shit," she gasped, staring at the blood. "Jesus." My father shot out of his seat the same time I picked up her hand and sucked her finger into my mouth. "Raiden." She pulled at her finger, but I shook my head. Behind her, I couldn't read my father's expression before he turned and walked out of the kitchen. Had I done something wrong? Frowning, I withdrew her finger and examined the cut. "Get a Band-Aid, Kira." "It's nothing." Sienna tried pulling her finger again. "Christ, babe, would you let me take care of you?" I snapped, and her eyes flared in shock. I immediately regretted my irritation. "I'm sorry." I kissed her lightly on the mouth as Kira returned with a Band-Aid. I glanced at my aunt, and her raised brow had me once again wondering what the fuck I was doing wrong that had my girlfriend withdrawing from me.
Sienna. After dinner, Kira suggested a game of Monopoly. Drake excused himself to get some work done, and the rest of us settled in front of the fire. Me slicing my finger created some unease between Raiden and his father. All through dinner, they hardly spoke to each other while I, an anxious bundle of nerves, toyed with my food, searching for something to break the tension. Thankfully, Kira and Tamara kept up a steady stream of conversation. Still, I hated that I'd caused undue stress I could do without. Now, as we waited for Kira to set up the game, Raiden rested his head in my lap. "Are you having a good time so far?" He twirled the lock of my hair around his finger. I nodded. "One of the best holidays, I guess." While it was the truth, I hadn't had any other holiday to speak of, and surprisingly, the knowledge that I was in Drake's home didn't affect my answer. "Why?" "You just seem a little distracted. Did I do something wrong?" Despite my laugh, my insides resembled over-stirred hollandaise. I ran a hand through his hair. "I'm fine, and you haven't done anything wrong." "So I'm still your best boyfriend ever?" "No." He faked a hurt look that had me laughing again. Smiling, he cupped my neck, drawing me closer, and captured my lips in a slow kiss. The thick curtain of my hair shielded us. The sudden clearing of his throat had me pulling back. Drake stood behind one of the couches, arms crossed over his chest, his face shrouded in annoyance. His lips pressed into a flat line. He kept his gaze trained on me. "Ray, I need more help down at the stables tomorrow. Think you can spare the time?" "Sure, can we do it when we come back from town?" Raiden sat up. Drake nodded, then turned to leave. "Don't you want to join us for a game, Dad?" Kira stopped him. "I've got work to do." Although he smiled, I picked up on the edge of hardness lining his words, something his family didn't notice. "When have you become such a bore during holidays?" She pouted. "You've always enjoyed cheating me in Monopoly," she teased. Kira was trying to make him stay. He eyed his daughter briefly, his brow furrowed in deep creases that did not detract from his good looks. I could tell he was struggling to accept my relationship with his son, and after our interactions since the slopes, it was becoming harder. My chest tightened. He didn't want to spend time with his children because I was in the room. I felt awful. Not giving any thought to my action, I stood. "Stay, please." His eyes met mine. There was a moment's hesitation before he raked a hand through his hair and nodded. As I turned, Tamara looked up from her phone, her expression curious. Raiden, on the other hand, appeared entirely baffled by his father's acceptance. Oh, God, had I just stirred a hornet's nest? Raiden's sudden smile gentled my nerves. "Thanks," he whispered when I sat down again. "You can take my place, Drake." Tamara stood. "Why?" I asked, once again not thinking. Her moving brought Drake right next to me. "I have another game I'd rather play." She winked, waving her phone and earning a laugh from everyone. Earlier, she'd mentioned a guy to me, only he was married and that she had no idea how to end it. Somehow, memories of me discovering Drake was married played in my head. Expecting reticence from Drake, it never came. Throughout the game, he joined in the banter Kira started by calling both men cheaters. He appeared a lot friendlier than when he'd sat down. "Jesus, Ray, you're next in line to inherit Princeton, and you're announcing bankruptcy so early in this game. How am I to trust your judgment?" he teased. "Because I'm my father's son." Raiden snorted a laugh. "I think I got a pretty good handle on judging things. Here's a good example." He winked at me before squeezing my thigh. "What do you think, Dad?" Feigning interest in the fake money in my hand, I felt Drake's gaze on me. "Best decision ever." His reply warmed my chest, but only I caught the underlying regret. "I second that." Kira's lighthearted comment drew my gaze. I'd found a beautiful family, something I'd always wished for, but they were not mine to keep. They could never be. A serious relationship with Raiden would never work, not if a piece of my heart still belonged to his father, and the reality that with each beat it grew stronger scared me. When had I become adept at fucking up my life? The day I couldn't stand up to Thomas Crawford and decline his job offer to join him in Boston, it seemed. I forced my attention back to the game. Only once during the rest of the evening did Drake share a smile with me that was remotely sexy. Raiden fell off to sleep on my lap, and another half an hour later, I called quits but stayed there to watch Kira and Drake's constant joking until my lids drooped. Not wanting to wake Raiden, I placed a cushion behind me and watched the flames for a while. I opened my eyes to find Drake's gentle gaze on me. More surprisingly, he sat with his back against the couch, a book in his hand and my head in his lap. Was I dreaming? If yes, why was he looking down with eyes that devoured me? So real and so intense. A slow smile spread across his lips. "Hi." The husky whisper was too real for a dream. He shifted slightly. All too aware of the hard muscle beneath me, I balked and moved to get up, not sure how I'd ended up there. Drake shook his head and gestured to something with his chin. I glanced down. Raiden was asleep diagonally to me with his head on my thighs. Opposite me, Kira slept with her head on Raiden's legs. How the hell had we dozed off in the exact position we'd played? Unsure whether to wake Raiden so I could get up, the decision was taken away from me. "Stay, please," Drake mouthed, then stroked my hair. His gentle fingers roused goosebumps and immediate memories of me in his lap in front of the fire, his fingers in my hair as he leaned down to kiss me. Without thinking, I snagged my bottom lip between my teeth. His eyes flicked to mine, heat darkening those gray orbs. A growl rumbled low in his chest. I squeezed my thighs at the predatory hunger in his stare, yet couldn't help my widening smile at how I affected this man. I'd experienced his playfulness, and strangely, I wanted to bring it out of him again. Before I could stop myself, I grinned. His brow shot up, aware I was cheeky and he couldn't do anything about it. My gaze dropped to his full pink lips, embraced by that salt and pepper scruff. I remembered the sin both had created on every inch of my skin, the rough scratch followed by kisses smooth like chocolate. Hot color flamed my cheeks. When our gazes met again, heat pooled low in my belly, and I forgot to breathe for a moment. I looked away. As though he knew what I was thinking, he flexed his cock, and I covered my mouth to hide my gasp. "How long have we been sleeping?" I tried to focus on anything but the cock so close to my mouth. Once more, memories of that thick fullness jerking against my tongue, probing the back of my throat, spilling hot cum as he came, flooded my panties. I licked my lips, struggling not to squeeze my thighs. As if reading my mind, amusement curled his lips. Long enough. Raiden stirred. The second he pushed up onto his elbow, I sat up. I had to get away from Drake. His kind of control was enviable, and my kind of arousal insatiable. I burned in places only he'd touched, leaving recollections I craved. The knowledge scared me for the simple reason that I'd grow restless knowing he was so close. How long would I be able to resist? The definitive question being, would I be able to resist? We fell asleep? Raiden yawned, breaking through my reflections. He stood. The room was beginning to get way too heated, and the longer I remained there, the more I feared I'd want Drake. Yes. I shot to my feet too quickly, and a touch of vertigo made me wobble. Hands on my hips kept me from falling. When I glanced back, Drake stood behind me. He dropped his hands, and I darted a look at Raiden. He was still stretching and hadn't noticed. God, I hated this panicky state I'd descended into. I needed a reprieve. I left the room before any further conversation began.
Drake. Watching Sia with Raiden was becoming harder with every passing second. I'd tempted fate by kissing her in the kitchen. Idiotic, but I couldn't resist. Yet I don't think my willpower had ever been tested as much as it had tonight. Several times during the game of Monopoly, not only had I risked glances at Sia, I'd almost pulled her into my arms when she was dozing off. Kudos to my resistance levels. Only she rolled off the cushion she'd placed under her head, and it took every ounce of effort to keep my hands to myself when she moved on her own and settled her head on my lap. Surprisingly, Kira joked about how comfortable my lap was that even Sia wanted to try it. If my daughter only knew to what extent Sia had already tested it, she would have probably killed me on the spot. "You okay?" I turned to find Tamra at my rear, her inquisitive expression back in place. I grinned despite the cloying irritation sitting at the bottom of my stomach. She moved to stand with her back against the railing, her eyes on me while I faced the view of the estate currently cloaked in the moonlight. We stood on the living room balcony. Hoping to chill some sense into my frazzled state of mind, I sought it out after Sia and Raiden retired for the night. It did nothing. No amount of cold could freeze the flames Sia's smile alone blazed. "I'm fine," I said at length. "Damn it, Drake, I'm your sister. Talk to me." She put up her hand to stop the shake of my head. "Something's eating you from the inside out. I can see it." I sighed, took a sip of my drink, and stared out, seeing nothing. Around the time Raiden left for Africa, I met a woman. A much younger woman. "Cinderella?" I glanced at my sister. "You remember?" She nodded. "Then, do you believe in fate?" "You know I do," she shot back. I chuckled. Tamra was deeply into the whole tarot card, zodiac, and birthstone stuff I called nonsense. "You met again, didn't you?" I took a drink and swirled the amber liquid in my glass. "I didn't just meet her again, Tam. I walked smack bang into love and fell so hard my ass hasn't recovered from the slam." I looked up. Is that even possible? After one night of insane sex? Tamra smiled. "The heart is the strongest organ in the body, Drake. It decides whether we live or die, whether we love or hate. You've got no control over it. Then why do I feel like I'm drowning and the only lifeline I need is tethered to another anchor? Because maybe for the first time in your life it's true love. Something you've never felt before." "Wait." She paused, rubbing a finger from her brow to the tip of her nose, then tapped it lightly. Are you saying you had a one-night stand with her at that time? Not recently? Yes. A couple of weeks after the meet at the airport. Drake, that woman. Again, she paused as if trying to rearrange her words. Fuck. She knew. I turned away to leave, but she gripped my arm. It's Sienna, isn't it? Her eyes resembled some of the larger sapphires in my collection. I was sure my hesitation was too quick to notice. Unfortunately, my expression said it all. Oh my God, Drake. I had a feeling, but... She trailed off. I think this was the first time I'd seen my sister at a loss for words. She stared at me, unblinking. Jesus, what were you thinking? She finally blurted, then lowered her voice. Please tell me you haven't done anything with her now. I glared at her. Damn it, Tam, I don't need this. I'm already in hell, I gritted through clenched teeth. Do you think I haven't thought of the repercussions if this got out? Of breaking my son's heart? I raked a hand through my hair and turned away. Jesus, Tam, I've gone through every possible scenario. I glanced at her over my shoulder. She can never be mine. My sister's frame wobbled as my vision blurred. I swallowed against the threatening tears. Needing space, I moved to the end of the balcony. I'd cried twice in my adult life, and both happened to be at the birth of my children. Was it ironic, then, that one of my children was about to make me cry again? This time with unhappy tears. I'm sorry, Drake. Tamara came up behind me and squeezed my shoulder. I should be the last person to judge you. Hell, I'm sleeping with a married man. She snorted at her stupidity. I'm not judging you, or Sienna for that matter. I just wanted what's best for you. You know what's worse? Slowly I rotated. I had every intention of making her mine. But when I woke the next morning, she was gone. I put myself through countless agony, wondering why she did. Why she left without saying goodbye. Have you asked her? I let out a frustrated sigh. She thought she wasn't good enough for me. I barked out a laugh, shaking my head at the insanity of her reasoning. Earlier, you mentioned you knew. How? Tamara leaned back against the rail and stared up at the dark sky. The way you reacted to her appearance the day she arrived? I've never seen you that unsettled before. She looked at me. Not to mention you haven't been able to keep your eyes off her every time she appeared. Was I that obvious? When you're in love, it's hard to hide. Then, the night at the dinner table when you mentioned Sienna's allergy, the look that passed between you two was all the confirmation I was on the right track. Why did you cover for me? She shrugged. You're my brother, Drake. And you've been dealt a hard blow where love is concerned. Granted, you're frustrated, but I haven't seen you smile the way you do around her. She let out a long sigh. Would you be able to handle her being your daughter-in-law? I had no fucking idea. The short answer is yes, for Raiden's sake. The honest answer? I don't know. Just the thought of Sia being present at every family dinner, event, or milestone as Raiden's wife tortured my emotions. Selfishly, I ached to have her at my side, as my wife, as my better half, in my bed. Only the excitement of that notion crumpled before it even began to take root in my brain, squashed by the very complication I'd gotten myself into when I chose to go after someone that could never be mine, ultimately. Even if I ignored that obstacle, there was still my family to contend with. The Princeton name wasn't synonymous with gossip. That died with Josh's fuck-ups. My father made sure it would never return. I could only imagine the drama my relationship with Sienna would cause. Strangely, I didn't care. I'd go to any lengths to protect her. I pinched the bridge of my nose to stem the onset of a headache, one I had no doubt was here to stay. Does she know how you feel? Tamara's question drew me out of my musings. I looked at her. I might have mentioned that it wasn't just sex.
That's not telling her how you feel, Drake. That's telling her what it wasn't. Don't you think she needs to know the truth to help her understand that you're just as important in this triangle as Raiden?
You want me to tell her that I love her? She nodded. And what do you suppose would come of that?
2 things.
At my raised brow, she added,
You'd be able to gauge her feelings for you. And 2, she'd be able to make the right decision. Follow her heart, so to speak.
She straightened.
Look, either way, this is going to be tough on the both of you, whether Raiden finds out or not. All I'm saying is give her a fair chance at the love she deserves, not what she needs.
She rubbed my arm, kissed my cheek, and went back inside. Whether she was right or not about telling Sia how I felt, I had no idea, but whether I could give Sia up remained to be seen. With the way I felt, I was leaning toward not. 2 hours later, I was nowhere closer to sleep or snuffing out my erratic thoughts. I squinted at the clock in the dimly lit kitchen and shook my head with a small laugh. Who would have thought that I, Princeton Inc. CEO and a health fanatic, would be eating Frosted Flakes at 1 a.m.? Only since Sia exited my life so abruptly, somehow the cereal had become my go-to treat when I felt down or wanted to remember her. I spooned a bite into my mouth and turned as the shuffle of feet against the stone floor caught my ears. Even before she made an appearance, I knew it was her. Since her return to my life, my sixth sense around her was uncanny. I'd know that body even if I was blindfolded. Over the last 2 years, I could have sworn there were moments when I could feel her, touch her, inhale her scent, and at times taste her on my tongue. It was like she'd never left. While her memories filled a void, I longed for her. Every second since that handshake on the landing, that yearn had become more profound, only now all that would be left of us would be nothing but distant echoes, which would hopefully fade away. She could never be anything more. I held my breath as Sia entered the kitchen. I waited for her to notice me, despite how I sat in the dark alcove carved into the kitchen window. Instead, she walked over to the fridge, retrieved the milk, then reached for a bowl. The dim light from the open fridge door cast a soft sheen over her shapely legs. My gaze roamed her body clad in a black teddy. I was envious of the way the mid-thigh silky material hugged her perfect ass, ample breasts and curves. Contours I'd caressed, kissed, remembered to precision, and ached to touch. The soft singing of Silent Night snapped my attention. She had a beautiful voice, soothing and serene. I moaned when she set the milk bottle down, did a couple of slow twirls, then let out a small laugh. The sultry sound tickled my ears. Molten heat poured through my body, taking with it all the hurt and anger I'd felt in the last couple of hours. She was so perfect. I could have spent the entire night just watching her stand there like a princess, waiting to be kissed. The ache intensified. I should leave, make my presence known. Still, I didn't move, my gaze riveted. She moved to the unit that contained the cereal and pushed the various boxes around. I couldn't see her features with her back to me, but judging by the way she shoved a hand through her open hair, she was annoyed.
Really? Who doesn't eat Frosted Flakes?
She let out a snort that almost had me laughing. The box she wanted sat on the shelf above her head. I'd hidden it from my mother when she insisted that crap wasn't going into her fit as a fiddle son's body. Setting my bowl down on the cushioned seat, I climbed off and padded barefooted toward Sia. She didn't hear me approach.
Sienna. My skin prickled as a sudden hyper-awareness skidded down my spine. The woodsy cologne with a distinct spice curled around me before Drake's hand touched my shoulder. My breath caught in my throat when his fingers feathered up my arm to my hand, resting on the shelf in front of me. My grip tightened on the edge when he rolled lazy circles over the sensitive skin at my wrist. Looking for this? His hand lifted to the shelf above, but the feel of him at my back stole my words. I didn't move, watching his long fingers grip a box. Even as he withdrew the frosted flakes, I couldn't speak, my gaze captivated by those fingers, drooling in remembrance of what sensual pleasure they'd given me. Expecting him to move away, I shuddered when wisps of my hair fluttered in tune to his breath, tickling the heated skin at my neck. His other hand slid around my waist, pulling me tighter to his naked chest, lodging the breath in my lungs. Vanilla and almonds. The husky murmur stroked my ear. The sweetest smell I never forgot. A moan crept from my lips when his beard teased the tender skin of my shoulder. When I pressed my back into him, rolling my ass against his cock, I wasn't thinking. A thin hiss streamed through his clenched teeth. Intoxicated, I responded to my body's need. Prince. I heard him suck in a deep breath. My skin vibrated with the sound echoing with the beat of my heart. Kiss me, Sia. Like a puppet whose strings had just been pulled, I obeyed. Without turning, I angled my head up to his, slipping my hand into his hair and forcing him down to meet my lips, even though I attempted to take command of the kiss. Wanting the aggression I'd experienced before, hoping it would dull the ache I'd felt the moment my world turned upside down. Instead, it was deliciously slow. Sweeping tongue and delicate nips meant to tease, woo, and ultimately destroy my self-control. This man held unbelievable power in the lightest of touches, the softest of kisses, and the hardest of fucks, and I wanted it all, craved his dominance over my body. He didn't take, he consumed. God, I was drowning. I let out a small squeal of surprise when he pulled back, swung me around, and lifted me like I was a feather. When he set me down on the kitchen table, I had no chance to respond before he stepped between my legs and leaned down. He sank his teeth lightly into the soft skin of my inner thigh, just above the knee, sucking and licking until he reached the apex between my thighs. His eyes snagged mine, and I sucked in a breath at the wicked intent there. He hooked a finger around my lace panties and shoved it aside. My head collapsed back on my shoulders as I shuddered out a moan. I forgot just how beautiful you were. His gravelly voice caressed my heated pussy. I picked my head up to look at him, my skin flushed, watching him stare at the most intimate part of me. A finger dipped through my drenched folds, and I squeezed my eyes shut, my body trembling. He spread my legs farther apart, and I jerked when he blew a wisp of air over the wet flesh. Look at me, Sia. I did as he asked, my entire body burning with need. With his eyes locked on mine, his tongue flicked over my clit. A zing of heat speared my pussy. I crammed a fist into my mouth to keep from crying out, my orgasm already slithering down my spine. Given the constant arousal I'd endured around him, I didn't expect to last long. He pushed his tongue inside my pussy, and I gripped his shoulders, riding his tongue. As if he knew, he withdrew slightly. Don't come. When my eyes flared in panic, he shook his head. Not yet. The combination of his rigid sucking, warm breath, and the scratch of his beard against my clit tested my restraint. Then he was lapping me up like I was his favorite ice cream, and I was back in that apartment, just the two of us. I lifted my hips, pressing myself against his mouth. God, I could stay there all night. My orgasm was so close I could taste it. A metallic tingle at the back of my tongue. He slid a finger inside me, and my hips lurched off the table. I wasn't sure which one of us groaned. Maybe it was both of us. His hands on my thighs kept me in place. I was trembling so hard. I feared I'd faint from the pleasure racking my body. Please, Prince. I dug my nails into the hard skin of his shoulders. He added another finger and bit down on my clit. I whimpered, my head thrashing from side to side as I fought for control. Now. I crashed on his command, hips bucking. I cried out. Drake's hand shot up to cover my mouth as he continued licking me until I stopped shaking. It was only when I came down from my high did I realize what I'd done. Shit. The word escaped my lips before I could stop myself. He straightened and looked at me. You okay? I had no idea what to say. He leaned in close, his forehead touching mine. I told you I wouldn't be able to stay away, Sia. And I shouldn't have done that. But I'm not going to regret it. He murmured against my lips. You don't have to do anything, he started to say, but I pressed a finger to his lips, silencing him. My throat burned, tears wanting to squeeze past the constricted tightness. I trailed that finger down over his beard, relishing the tickle against my skin, stopping when I found the throbbing pulse under his chin. Why couldn't he be someone else's father? You don't understand. I want you. My voice broke. Drake was so quiet I wasn't sure what to make of it. I lifted my eyes. He was staring at me with that telltale muscle in his jaw flexing and his eyes burning with an untamed passion. I couldn't resist. I want you so much. Every part of me quivers at the thought. I shifted my trembling hand, palming his cheek. But I can't hurt Raiden, and I don't think you want to either. His groan reverberated through my body, and before I could move, his lips were on mine once more. His tongue swiping across the closed seam of my lips, begging for an entrance until I opened and allowed him in. It wasn't one of his usual kisses. I felt his resistance before he pulled back. Give me just one night with you, Sia. My heart slammed against my chest. What? One night to hold you in my arms again, without looking over my shoulder. We can't. The words faltered on my lips. Sia. His hands tightened on my arms. I'd be lying if I said I don't want to fuck you. Jesus, I want you so badly it hurts to breathe. He walked away, his hands clenched and unclenched at his sides until he turned to face me. But all I'm asking is an uninterrupted moment to feel you in my arms once more. A moment to say goodbye. I've accepted nothing can come of this pain. He trailed off, the break telling me just how difficult this was for him. I had no idea how long we stared at each other, my eyes begging for him to understand the chaos, playing devil's advocate with my head and heart before he neared me again. Standing so close, I had to tip my head to maintain eye contact. The air left my body in hesitant pants at the intensity he exerted on my lungs just by breathing the same air as me. All I want is just an hour or two of you and me. His warm hands cupped my face. Please, princess, give me that. The raw emotion in his plea had my heart stuttering in my chest. And even as every nerve in me screamed for me not to do it, to walk away from him, knowing that deep down that once I was in his arms, I'd never want to leave, especially if he was saying goodbye, I nodded. Okay. The single word barely audible above my heaving heartbeat. The smile on his face, although slight, made my heart flutter. I took his hand and followed him out of the kitchen upstairs to his bedroom. Inside, when he stretched out his hand, and I slid down beside him on the bed with my head on his chest, I still couldn't speak. Not even when he curled that arm around me and drew me tight to his side, unsure what I could say that would make this easier. Saying goodbye tonight would be the hardest thing I'd ever have to do, more challenging than walking away from him 2 years ago. Yet, we were both comfortable in the silence, seeking solace from each other's even breathing. I traced the lines of his tattoo, on the other hand, from his wrist to his neck, admiring the intricate designs that curved around the head of a wolf on his upper arm. What do these mean? I finally broke the quiet. The wolf is fearsome. I smiled, remembering how I'd likened him to a wolf on our second meeting. He always travels in a pack with an alpha. It signifies leadership, loyalty, and perseverance. He's also an instinctive animal. The tattoo reminds me to trust my instincts. He hesitated. My instincts haven't failed me yet. And these lines? I ran my finger over the various shapes. Tribal tattoos that signify power, protection, peace, and strength. He said the last word on a drawn-out sigh, and it had me wondering why. You're a powerful man. Why would you need a reminder for strength? His hand on my hip painted slow circles over my skin. Surprisingly, I didn't feel the usual sexual response to his touch, but more of a deeper connection. As though his nerve endings seared the skin between us and fused with mine, an indistinct quiver raced across my body. After Kira was born, I discovered my wife's infidelities, yet I stayed with her for the kids. By the time I decided on a divorce, it was too late. My father was a hard man, and divorce has never been heard of in my family name. Trent's father, Joshua, divorced, and it caused ripples in our family circle, which took time to heal. My father had a stroke, putting an end to my desire to be rid of my wife. I got the tattoo then, reminding me to remain strong. I had 2 kids who were dependent on my state of mind, to guide them, nurture them. I picked up on the hurt in his voice. He had a complicated past, but he was so strong for it. Perhaps the tattoo worked after all. He began speaking again. I had one desire, to be the best father. Then I met you, and that desire changed. For the first time in a long while, I wanted to live again, to satiate what I wanted, to smile without restraint. There was no accusation in his tone, merely an insight into what he'd searched for. Yet I couldn't give him what he desired most. Does that make me a bad father? He asked, his voice thick with emotion. So heavy it made my heart vibrate. I fisted my hand. No, I whispered against his chest. Yet I can't have one without breaking the other. Only after pushing up onto my elbow to gaze down at him did I realize it was a mistake. Looking at him, his pain evident in his glazed eyes and tensed jaw, all I wanted to do was comfort him, to hold him tight and tell him it would be all right to make false promises. Instead, I leaned forward and kissed him, molding my mouth to his in the softest of kisses. He inhaled sharply, and his grip on my waist tightened, yet the resistance in his lips was still there, as though he were holding back. This was taking a lot out of him. I pulled back. I'm sorry for walking out on you that morning, for not saying goodbye, for not giving you a chance, not giving us a chance. I swallowed the dryness in my mouth. But when I saw that text, I knew you could never be mine, no matter... Wait, what text? From Angela, that she was still your wife? His brow creased. He sat up. Are you kidding me? His whole body drew taut. It was my turn to frown. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, stood and began pacing the room. Then he stopped. Hands on his hips, he stared at me. Anger carved his face into a scowl. You left because of a stupid fucking text. I recoiled at the irritation in his voice. Given what he'd gone through, perhaps it was warranted. Only I could do nothing about that now. I'm sorry. I slipped off the bed and headed for the door. Where do you think you're going? I glanced at him over my shoulder. I shouldn't have come now. No, Sia, you shouldn't have left then. Movement on the landing outside stilled my fingers on the knob, preventing my escape. I needed to be away from Drake for the simple reason that I'd cheated him of something he'd desperately wanted, needed. Unconditional love. Shit, someone was up and I couldn't go out there yet. I turned around. The look on his face, dejection mixed with anger, slammed against my heart, forcing a gasp from my lips. How do I apologize? What could I say that would make a difference to him? The questions tightened my chest, robbing my lungs of oxygen. I needed air. Sidestepping him, I walked into the bathroom and closed the door behind me. I stared at my reflection in the large wall-to-wall mirror above the double sink, my glare chastising my actions. If only I'd stayed that morning. Then what? I was far younger than Drake, and he was influential, and I was, still finding my feet. He was married, and I had no idea. The door opened with a bang, stalling my thoughts. I swung around. How could you, Sia? Were those tears in his eyes? I swallowed again, and my tears surfaced, blurring my vision. He neared me. You took the one thing I wanted, needed so badly in my life. You. He gritted through clenched teeth. My heart plummeted, hitting the pit of my stomach like an anchor weighing me down. Nausea tickled my throat. Somehow, I managed to stay my ground. Because of one fucked up text that meant nothing to me. We stared at each other. Heated passion, anger, frustration swirled the air between us, thickening it with a tension that even a jigsaw wouldn't be able to slice through. I gasped when his hand shot out and gripped my throat. Not hard enough to leave a bruise, but enough to signify his pain. Why? He growled the word. I couldn't have known. His grip resembled a vice on my last word. But you could have asked. His chest rose and fell as he stared, his gray eyes threatening storm clouds above his flared nostrils. The moment stretched to what felt like minutes, and I waited for him to shove me away. The look in his eyes dripped with a kind of intensity meant to scare me, and although a quiver of trepidation raced across my skin, I wanted him to hurt me, for the pain I'd caused him. Instead, he kicked the door shut and jerked me forward before his mouth covered mine. Hard, destructive, taking not only my coherent thoughts and the air from my lungs, but the last remnants of my willpower. Capsizing that boat I'd held onto and sweeping me along that first wave, the one that crashed and battered emotions from logic to sheer stupidity, I surrendered. He moved me until my back hit the edge of the vanity. Although it stung, the pain barely registered. My legs weakened when he wedged himself between them and ground his cock hard against my pussy. The veined contour pushing into me, promising the thickness I craved. If I wasn't wet before, I was drenched now. The ache in my pussy greedy for satiation, only he could give me. I clutched his arms, my nails biting into his firm skin, attempting to move my lips, to gain some control. He gave me nothing, and I didn't expect him to. This was his way of punishing me, his revenge for taking so much away from him. I gave in to his need. Those were my last thoughts before his tongue, pushing into my mouth, danced a beat I struggled to follow. The piquant flavor of him filled my senses and stole my breath. Somewhere at the back of my mind, a niggle warned me this was wrong, but my head was spinning so fast, I had no time to redress this tumultuous situation. He pulled back, and I gasped for air, almost choking on it when he bit my bottom lip, then spun me around to face the mirror, his chest to my back. I had only a moment to register his gaze before he pushed the straps of my teddy off my shoulder. his darkened eyes on the satin material as it fell to expose my bare breasts. His hands climbed up, covering the plump flesh. I squirmed when his grip tightened, and he pinched the nipples between his thumbs and forefingers. Yet I felt no pain, just plain lust. The teddy glided over my heated skin, pooling around my feet. One of his hands dropped down, and with one quick tug he snapped the lace panties. "Look at us, Sia," he growled. "We would have been fucking perfection together." Despite the slash of his words, I couldn't disagree. I stared at our reflection as his hand slid around my pelvis and dipped down between my thighs. He cupped my pussy, his grunt mixing with my moan. His index finger slipped through my folds, teasing the soft flesh before sliding inside. Eyes closed, I dropped my head back, resting on his shoulder. "Don't." The hand on my breast lifted to cup my jaw, his grip firm. "I want you to watch me make you come," he demanded, and I obeyed. "Spread your legs." I did. He added another finger, and I rolled my hips, trying to guide him where I wanted him. He was having none of that. This was his reprimand, and instead of a sensual caress, he fucked me hard. As though he knew I was close, he pulled out, nipping my shoulder, the bite painful, yet I shuddered. "Please, Prince, I need you," I begged his reflection, not caring how desperate I looked. "You always had me," he accused, shoving his fingers back inside me while his thumb circled my clit. "I was all yours," he growled against my ears, thrusting his fingers deeper and curling it. "You belong to me, Sia. Always have." My pussy made wet, sucking noises, the erotic sound resonating around the room. He applied more pressure to my clit, increasing the speed. A few more strokes and I exploded, trying to keep myself upright. I barely noticed the impatient hunger behind his gray eyes when he pinned one of my arms behind me and pressed me, stomach down, over the counter facing the mirror. I had a moment's notice of his sweatpants swishing down his legs before his hard length teased my folds, and no warning when he pushed in until his balls tickled my clit. "Fuck!" I gasped, gripping the edge of the counter with my free hand. I was shaking so bad I was glad I wasn't standing. I'd forgotten just how big, how thick he was, and the sensation of being too uncomfortable, too full, and too much began before it became too perfect. He held still, his forehead creased in concentration, nostrils flared, eyes closed, as though swept up in the feeling as well. I moved slightly, and his eyes snapped open, meeting mine in the mirror. His gray stare unyielding, daring me to challenge him, flaunting his dominance over me, more so his need to take, to control, to punish. My pulse sped up, booming through me and tunneling my vision until nothing existed beside him. Only then did I realize the extent of our need. This was not lust, not sex. It was something more, so potent I couldn't fathom, and I submitted. The hand holding my wrist pushed down harder, forcing me to drop my head. I moaned low in my throat, and then he was fucking me. I cried out, and his hips picked up speed, shoving into me. I could do nothing but hang on, crying out to his rhythm, to his dance only he knew the steps to. But I didn't care. I lifted my head, catching my reflection. My eyes darkened to midnight, flaming with unashamed arousal. Flushed cheeks and brow damp with sweat, lips parted as my breath escaped in hard pants. I closed my eyes. Drake's free hand snaked up and slid around my neck. "Keep your eyes open, Sia," he commanded, his deep voice filling more than just my ears. "Watch me punish the fuck out of you." My eyes flew open when he squeezed my throat lightly. Watching him in the mirror, my eyes lingered on his shoulders, on his chest, on the sweat running down his body, catching the defined lines of his muscles, snaking down his abs to disappear behind the sight of where his pelvis met my ass. He released my arm, and I had no time to flex the stiffness out of it before his grip tightened on my throat, tugging me upright until my back arched against his chest, pushing out my breasts, bouncing with each aggressive thrust. His other hand slid down past my stomach to pinch my clit. I cried out against the twinge of pain that shot through me. "Prince, you're mine, princess. If you hadn't run, if you had fucking talked to me." He bit my shoulder at the same time his fingers pinched my clit again in a punishing twist. I gasped. My pussy pulsed frantically around his cock, slamming faster and faster into me. "Then you would have always been where you were meant to be." My eyes met his in the mirror, and as if he read my acceptance, his pounding grew fiercer, untamed. I couldn't think straight. I'd never been fucked like that before. It was both scary and arousing, and I could feel an orgasm blooming low in my body. In my fucking arms, my fucking bed. His grunts of pleasure mixed with my moans. "I can't live without you, Sia." "What?" That single word spurred him on. He squeezed tighter on my throat, pressing down harder on my clit, and fucked me like a man gone mad. It would have been painful if his pounding cock hadn't felt so good, if his tongue sucking on my ear wasn't so delirious, if his fingers taunting my clit hadn't felt so amazing. Together, it all blinded me to everything but him and his effect on me. Rehashing my past, subjugating my present, and reforming my future. Gone, with just 5 words. All that existed was this man, this bathroom, this moment, and those words. My focus shifted as my orgasm broke, and I came harder than I ever had. At the same time, white spots mocked my vision. I fell completely into darkness, free-falling past the prisms of my shameless need. I fell completely into the darkness, free-falling past the prisms of my shameless need. I vaguely felt Drake's fingers tighten on my hips, his cock an infused mix of decadence and roughness, dragging against my clit before my body soared, floating, lighter than a feather, and everything became a blur, almost hazy. He released his hold on my throat. Between the rush of pleasure and pricks of shock to my system, I sucked in air, filling my lungs quickly and trying hard to alleviate the sudden weightlessness that clutched my body, threatening my ability to stand. Wrapped up in my gratification, I was barely aware of Drake's release or his trembling body against mine. "Fuck," he cursed against my neck, hips jerking as he emptied himself inside me. I was grateful for his hands embracing my body tight to his as our gasping pants coated the walls of his bathroom like shots fired from a paintball gun. It was only when he eased himself out of me and stepped away that I looked up. He stood with his arms braced on the sink, his head dipped, shoulders raised as though he was holding them stiff. What was he thinking? I shifted from one foot to the other, unsure what to do. Slowly he angled his head to look at me. My eyes searched his. I stifled a gasp, because for the first time, I wasn't just looking at beautiful gray eyes. I felt the connection between us as agonizingly as if a flail had wedged its spikes deep in my heart, cementing my love for him by an inflexible chain to which he held the handle. One tug, and he'd rip it out of my chest, making it his forever. My heart dropped. I wasn't supposed to fall in love with him. I couldn't. Drake, would you? The words stumbled out of my mouth, unsure what I intended to say. He turned then and concentrated on cleaning himself with a towel, his forehead masked by a deep frown. Done, he raked a hand through his sweat-thickened hair, pulled on his sweatpants and drew closer. When he proceeded to clean me, I kept quiet until he straightened and stared at me. "I'm sorry, Sia. I shouldn't have lost control like that." He shook his head, jaw clenched. "I hurt you." "You'll never hurt me," I countered, blanketing my confused emotions for now. He inhaled sharply. I placed a hand on his chest. His heartbeat strummed fiercely beneath my fingers. His hand covered mine. "I never planned for this to happen tonight, but—" I lifted my other hand and put a finger over his lips, slowly shaking my head. "None of this made sense since that moment I saw you again, and it will never make sense after this moment. But whatever happened tonight, let it be." Drake sighed, taking that hand and kissing the fingers lightly. "You know this is never going to work, right? I don't want you to get hurt, Sia." My lips pursed. I nodded, unable to speak past the constriction in my throat. I was afraid of what I might say. I was emotionally wrung out by the happenings since arriving, and the culmination tonight could make or break me. Either way, someone would be hurt. I closed my eyes and sighed. "Hey." His hand on my chin, he lifted until I opened my eyes. "You will make Raiden happy." "By cheating on him?" I exclaimed, knowing what he was saying and my heart already at war with his direction. "Don't." His arms cloaked me within his strength. With his chin resting on the top of my head, he held me tight. His scent wrapped around me like a warm blanket on a cold winter's morning. I couldn't stop the flow of tears, something I seemed to be caving into a lot these past couple of days. He sighed. "You're not to blame, Princess. I didn't give you a choice." "But I chose," I sobbed into his chest, and he caressed my hair. "You should." I leaned back, knowing what he was about to say. "Let me stay a little longer." I cupped his distressed face in my palms. Just a little more time to pretend that none of this happened, that I hadn't walked away from you that morning, that tonight, instead of Haagen-Dazs strawberry cheesecake I'll be sharing a triple chocolate sundae with you. "Sia." He whispered my name on a deep exhale. "Please." In response, he kissed me. A long, mind-drugging kiss filled with succulent sweetness contrasted by hard nips before he scooped me up in his arms and carried me to his bed. When he curved his hard frame around my body, I snuggled into his warmth. With my head tucked under his chin and his arm over my waist, I sighed. Just a few more minutes, and I would go back to the man I'd cheated on. Fresh tears fell, and I silently cried for the pain I'd caused one man and the betrayal to the other.
Drake. "I love you," I whispered into the silence. In all my 44 years, I'd never been that sure of one single thing the moment it popped into my head. Yet the discovery wasn't surprising. Some part of me knew I'd fallen in love with Sia the second I laid eyes on her at the airport. And like some cliched romance novel, my heart waited, patient that it would someday come true. If only it had been under a circumstance that did not warrant breaking my son's heart. I stood at the bottom of the bed watching her sleep, battling the desire to hold her, to tell her I loved her repeatedly until she tired of hearing it. To slide down next to her and make love to her one last time, despite fucking her raw just over an hour ago in my bathroom. Yet even with the punishment I'd inflicted, she still looked at me with those gorgeous fucking eyes, with such conflicted innocence. It was killing me to wake her once more so she could go back to her room and into the arms of my son, where she didn't belong. Meeting her in the kitchen had never been part of my plan, kissing her even more so. After taking her, I selfishly didn't care that it wasn't the right thing to have done. Still, it wasn't enough to say goodbye. It would never be enough. The void in my heart now back in full force, knowing that I had to let go. She moaned in her sleep, and the optimistic side of me wondered if it was because she missed my warm body around hers. I could have easily lay then until it was time to wake her again, but standing here taking all of her in seemed to satiate the pain spreading through my lungs with each aching breath. Everything about this woman was like a scar on my skin, one of those that would fade with time but never completely disappear, even if it was inflicted through torturous pain. She shifted slightly. I let my gaze run over her, from the long curls partially covering her face to her full pink lips parted and swollen from my relentless kisses, to her naked skin, flushed and glowing in the aftermath of our sexual indiscretion. No matter how many times I looked at her, her beauty stole my breath, captivated my heart, and messed with my mind. If only she could be mine. I turned as the pink tinge to the horizon began to change and the slow rays of the sun crept through the windows. I walked around to the side of the bed and sat down. "Sia," she moaned but didn't stir. "You need to wake up, princess." I leaned closer and nuzzled her cheek. "It's almost sunup." I ran the tip of my nose along the shape of her ear. Her eyes opened. She squinted at me. "Do I have to wake up?" Her voice was thick with sleep. "No," I wanted to say, but nodded. "It's dawn and the rest of the house will be up if they aren't already." As if on cue, a knock sounded on my door. Sia sat up. The panic in her eyes clamped my heart in a vice grip. I wanted to take her in my arms again, comfort her back into the smile she'd worn barely a second ago. I moved to stand, but she gripped my hand, shaking her head furiously. "It's okay." I ran a light finger across her jaw and stood. Thankfully, the bedrooms were designed with a small foyer that shielded the bed from the door. "Hey, Dad," Raiden greeted me when I opened the door. "Great, you're up." He took in my sweatpants-clad figure. Despite my neutral expression, each breath I exhaled resembled the countdown to a ticking time bomb, as I prayed he wouldn't ask to come in. "What's up? Feel like joining me for a workout in the gym? I need your advice on something." "Sure, give me a few. I'll join you downstairs." "Okay." When I closed the door, I leaned a hand against the wall and dropped my head, pulling in deep breaths to curb nausea that threatened the second I saw Raiden's face. What the fuck have I done? I paced back and forth for a couple of seconds, then glanced in the mirror facing the door. My skin was covered in a fine sheen of sweat. I had the sudden urge to punch the reflection staring back. I didn't just fuck up. I dug myself into a deep shithole that had no escape. Even if I attempted to climb, I'd sink pretty quick because I had no fucking footholds to pull myself up in the first place. Stealing my emotions for the moment, I fisted my palms. I had to worry about Sia. When I walked farther in, Sia, now dressed, stopped pacing and glanced up. The look of horror on her face killed me a little more, knowing I was the cause of that expression. Eyes wide, she blinked at me, almost ready to throw up and would probably run, given a moment's notice. "Was that—" She choked on the words, and I nodded. "Was he—" Again she gagged. Offering the best smile I could summon, I neared her. "It's okay, Sia." "No, it's not okay," she yelled. I didn't crowd her, letting her vent if she needed to. She pressed her face into her hands, shaking her head. A couple of seconds later, she lifted her head and sucked in a breath. "I thought I'd be fine with it." "I'm sorry," I yelled. "Don't be." I took a step closer and she stepped back. Fuck. I should go. She turned away from me and walked toward the door. Even though I didn't follow, I accepted that maybe she had yet to understand the extent of my love for her, and this was not just about sex. Unfortunately, she never would. She'd given me one night. I couldn't ask more of her. Grabbing a t-shirt, I headed for the gym. When I walked in a couple of minutes later, Raiden shut down the treadmill and stepped off. He took a swig of his water and gestured to the weights. I moved across the room and took the bench next to him. "What's up?" Leaning his elbows on his parted thighs, he stared down at the floor. "Sienna." A simple word stilled my heart. Does he know? The second the question popped into my head, shame washed over me. He wouldn't be this relaxed if he did, the logical part of my brain reasoned. I barely managed to hold back the snort. I was beyond logic and reason. I fucked up. No deduction needed there. Forcing calm into my voice, I asked, "What about her?" He set his water bottle on the floor and looked at me. "I can't put my finger on it, but I think she's having second thoughts about us. And it's killing me." I picked up a dumbbell and clenched my fingers around the barrel, squeezing until my pecs complained of the pressure. "Did you speak to her? What do I say?" Standing, I dropped the bell and walked over to one of the large windows that made up the gym walls and stared out. Life changes at every turn, Raiden. Completely unpredictable no matter how much you plan. Sometimes it's a serene shade of bliss, and sometimes harsh sunlight that can chafe the toughest of hides. I glanced at him over my shoulder. "I'm sorry," my heart cried. Guilt eating my insides. My entire body coiled so tight that I doubted any space existed between my skin and bones. "What's the one thing I've always told you?" He stared at me for a couple of seconds. "Live every moment to its fullest because it might not be there tomorrow? Someone who loves you truly is a rare find, son. And if you find that person, then that's the one for you. You hold on to that hand no matter what, because she might not be there tomorrow." He stood and neared me. I swallowed against the offending lump that persisted since I opened my eyes and realized Sia was in my bed. I glanced at him. He and Kira were my endurance, my strength. I couldn't take anything from him now, or ever. "Ask her, son." I looked away. "Always." He exhaled on a low sigh. "I will." I had to walk away. "I'm heading to the city." Raiden looked at me, his expression curious. "Why?" "I've got some urgent work." "Dad, it's your birthday in 2 days and Christmas Eve dinner a couple of days after that. What gives?" "I'm in love with your girlfriend," I silently yelled. "I'll try and be back before then," I lied, and walked out before he could stop me.
Sienna. Hard and bold, he invaded me with a delicious fervor. I felt every inch of his heated skin flush against mine. Powerful legs and smooth satin sheets entangled with mine. His scent surrounded me, driving me wild. He parted my legs. I was hot, wet, eager to take his rigid length into me. Anticipation seared my veins. He pushed inside me, solid and full, thick and hard. Carnal desire swept through my body, rocking me into submission. I groaned on the first thrust. Hot, powerful strokes unleashed a rush of erotic burn from nape to toes. I slipped my hands around his neck, tightening my grip, nails digging into taut muscles down his back, over the curve of his hips before sinking into a firm butt. I looked up. Gray eyes, hungry with lust, stared down at me. Lips parted in a sensual smile while his powerful form moved over me, all male and sexual dominance. His brawny thighs on either side of me, holding me tight as he rocked into me, hard and fast. His chest expanded and contracted with the harshness of his rapid breathing, while his nostrils flared in a face taut with naked, "Come for me, babe." My eyes flew open. I blinked hard. "No. Oh my God. Raiden?" I whispered. He groaned, burying his face in my neck. "Oh my God. Did I?" Oh God, no. Words defeated me. I stared up at the ceiling. "Jesus, Sienna, you're drowning me." He growled as his body tensed, signifying his release. The thrusts deepened, harder, faster. "Fuck, I'm coming." Distraught, I kept my gaze plastered to the ceiling, not daring to breathe, to move. What had I done? How could I? Imagining Drake, I closed my eyes, biting my lips to keep from crying. Piece of shit didn't come close to what I felt like right now. Raiden collapsed on me, the tremor of his heartbeat deafening my silent cries until his ragged breaths eased. He kissed the hollow of my neck, trailing small kisses to my mouth. When I didn't move, he lifted his head and stared down at me. Sienna? I blinked again and focused on his handsome face, my heart twisting into pieces I doubt would be recoverable even if I tried. Yes? Why do I get the feeling you were thinking of someone else just now? It took every ounce of self-control I possessed to hide my emotions. What? The way you said my name just now, it was like you were shocked to see me, as though you were expecting someone else. Don't be silly. Am I? He slipped out of me with a sigh and used his elbows to support his upper body. You weren't thinking of my father, were you? What? I shrieked before I could stop myself, then shoved at his chest. Get off me, Raiden. I lashed out, not thinking of the consequences. The truth hurts, doesn't it? Hey, babe. He gripped my hands and held them above my head. Gasping for air, I squirmed. Relax, Sienna. I'm sorry, I was teasing you. He tried to kiss me. I turned my head. Why would you think that? Kicking myself, I forced irritation into my voice, yet desperate to know how he'd picked up on my feelings for Drake. Call me stupid, but I've noticed how you tense up around him. And surprisingly, I don't know how to explain it. He's different around you. Anyway, I wouldn't be surprised if you did. I had a ton of friends smitten with him. He laughed, but I couldn't calm down. My pulse resembled a steam train. I swallowed against the nausea strangling my throat. What would you do if I fell for your father? The question stayed on the tip of my tongue, and I feared the answer, more so my reaction. What's wrong, babe? You're different since we arrived. He dropped a light kiss to my lips. Did I do something wrong? I bit my tongue hard to hold back the tears. Yesterday, in the early hours of the morning, I'd physically cheated, and this morning, I'd emotionally cheated him out of his pleasure, my desire for his father, stealing his moment of passion with me. I shook my head, swallowing hard against the shards of deceit stuck in my throat. You haven't done anything. I reached up to move a lock of hair from his brow. You're perfect, I whispered. I guess being around people I don't know makes me nervous at times, so I withdraw. It's my way of adjusting. He cocked his head to one side. If I remember correctly, you didn't think me much of a threat when you met me. I mean, you were already fucking me the second day. Almost fucking, I corrected and laughed when he nuzzled the hollow of my neck with a series of wild kisses. I guess I was a butterfly who'd learned how to fly then. And now I was back to being a caterpillar. Huh? His brow pinched together in a frown. Nothing. I uttered another laugh, realizing my mistake. We're out of condoms, he grinned. Time to take a break then. In your dreams, he nipped my bottom lip. Want to take a shower with me? I think I'd like to lie in a little. Okay. He dropped another quick kiss to my lips and rolled off me. I watched until he disappeared behind the bathroom door, then stared at the ceiling. It was time to tell Raiden the truth. Yet no matter how many times the thought popped into my head, I couldn't bring myself to tell him. Was I selfish? The logical part of me asked. Yes, but I was so scared of hurting him. The illogical part tried to reason. I hadn't seen Drake since leaving his bedroom, and I still wasn't ready to face him. I didn't know how to. Learning someone I hardly knew had unearthed feelings I didn't even know I'd kept hidden left me confused. How could I love two men? I scrubbed a hand down my face, wishing I hadn't gone to Drake's bedroom. Scratch that. I wished I hadn't walked out on him the first time. Yeah, right. like his family would have been open to him divorcing his wife for a woman half his age. He divorced her anyway. So? Ugh. I gripped the sides of my head, praying for calm. When I finally arrived downstairs for dinner, having spent the entire day in my room, it was to learn Drake had returned to the office. I knew that, like me, he was struggling with the betrayal. Sitting at the table for the last 10 minutes, my stomach remained in knots. Roiling like a misguided meteor heading for Earth, growing in proportion, and no idea what the resultant consequence would entail. Every breath I took left me dry-mouthed and ashamed, and each time I glanced at Raiden, another nerve twisted, squeezing hard until I couldn't breathe. Seeing as Dad isn't coming back tonight and most likely won't be here tomorrow as well, I guess we can celebrate your birthday alone, Sia. Kira pouted, drawing my attention. My birthday, I replied, remembering I shared the following day with Drake. I shifted my gaze to Raiden. He gave me a sheepish grin. Sorry, babe, but I told Kira you shared Dad's birthday. We don't need to, I said to Kira. Nonsense. Raiden's grandfather snorted. He returned yesterday evening. Tomorrow evening might be short notice. We can still do something. Dinner with friends. According to Raiden, his grandfather loved entertaining. Since a partial recovery from his stroke a couple of years ago, he would find any excuse to throw a party, much to the annoyance of the rest of his family. Raiden caught my flustered look. She doesn't know anyone, Gramps. If we can get Dad back here, then maybe it would be worth having dinner with some friends. Well, you've got the morning to convince him. Raiden's grandmother dished a huge serving of lasagna onto my plate. Oh my God, Carol, I can't eat all of this, I laughed. Carol and her no-nonsense attitude had taken over the kitchen. I found it surprising given their status, but this was her thing every year, and boy, could she cook. You're too skinny. You need to eat, she scolded, while topping her husband's plate and ignoring his exasperated look. I retched at the idea of eating, yet loved her bossy nature. They were such an endearing couple, despite being married for so long, and well into their 70s. Even as their bubbly chatter surrounded me, I floundered at the idea of a dinner with strangers. My 6th birthday was the last time I'd celebrated with more than 3 people, and that evening I lost my mother. There was no reason to plan a big do ever again, not like I had family or friends that would warrant that kind of celebration anyway. And having spent one with Drake, the memories would be too hard to ignore, let alone trying to act natural around him and his family. I toyed with the food on my plate. 2 bites in, and my appetite did the disappearing act. Setting my fork down, I sipped my wine, letting the smooth liquid trickle down my throat and give me some false calm. Why so quiet? Raiden squeezed my hand lightly. You okay? My lips broke into a small smile. Turning to him, I searched those emerald eyes looking for God knew what, and all I saw was the same easy humor I'd come to love since that blue-faced meeting at Trent's home. Raiden was a one-of-a-kind type of man. Why then was his father's hold over me so intense, so captivating, so unrelenting? I'm fine. What do you want to do for your birthday? He asked, his tone filled with undisguised affection. Honestly? He nodded. I want to bake my cake, sit around that beautiful kitchen table with just your family, and share a slice of chocolate decadence. I laughed at the last part. He grinned. Then that's what we'll do. I like that idea. I turned to find Kira's head stuck close to my shoulder. With a guilty smile having eavesdropped on our conversation, she giggled like a little girl, then shrugged. You're an awesome chef. Not yet. I gave Raiden's hand a little squeeze as my gaze shifted between the two of them. I'm an amateur at best, but one day soon I shall have that title in front of my name. That's the spirit. Always act like something you do makes a difference, and it will. Dream big. Their grandfather winked at me over his wine glass. I smiled at him, nodding. Then it's settled, Raiden said. No dinner party, Gramps. Sienna wants to bake her cake, and we will celebrate around the kitchen table. The old man eyed me for a moment before a smile crinkled the corners of his eyes. So be it. Chocolate cake? He smiled, his bright eyes hopeful. I laughed. Chocolate cake it is. Oh, you're going to love it, Gramps. She makes a mean chocolate cake. Raiden bumped my shoulder with his. I can't wait to taste it, and I'll help you. Kira piped up. Then she groaned. Oh, wait, I forgot I promised Cassie I'll help out with catering for her parents' party. She referred to her best friend. No problem. I rubbed her shoulder lightly. Is there anything specific you need, Sienna? Carol asked. I'm sure you have everything I need. Raj and Dia did an excellent job of stocking up the kitchen before they left, but if there's anything, let me know. We're going into the city tomorrow for some last-minute shopping and can get it before we leave. You're still driving us, Raiden? Carol asked. They'd also given their driver time off. He nodded. Maybe we can swing by Dad's office and coerce him into coming back with us? Panic gripped my insides. I wasn't ready to see Drake. You don't mind if I stay back, do you? Catch up on some reading? His eyes widened. But you'll be here alone. I don't mind, I smiled, not letting on just how much I relished the idea. You sure? Well, she won't be alone, Kira said. Aunt Tammy's back tonight, she explained, reminding us that Tamara had gone away yesterday evening for a girls' trip with her friends. I laughed. You guys, I have stayed alone before, you know. Besides, I can bake my chocolate cake in secret. They all laughed with me. Somehow, I felt a little better. Sienna. The next morning, after Raiden left with his grandparents and Kira for her friends, I poured myself a mug of coffee and sat down at the breakfast table, planning my day. Yet I couldn't help wondering if Drake would return home. If not for his birthday, then at least to spend Christmas with his family. Although the last 3 days had been tough on me, I felt awful that he stayed away from his family because of me. Caught up in my silent thoughts, I didn't hear Tamara enter until she waved a hand in front of my face, snapping me out of it. Morning, Sienna. Lost in thought. Or have you fallen asleep? She laughed. Morning. Given my restless night, I'm surprised my head's not down on this table. I couldn't stop the stain on my cheeks, thinking about the reason for my current agitation. At Tamara's pensive stare, I realized I would have done well to shut up. When she looked away to accept a mug of coffee from Helen, I dropped my gaze and buttered my toast with a lot more attention than it required. Even when Tamara took a seat opposite me, I kept my eyes downcast, unable to look at her for the fear of what she'd read in my expression. You have feelings for him, don't you? Unsure why the soft question sparked 1,000 volts through my system, my head snapped up. I gazed at her for a moment before swallowing the piece of bread stuck in my throat. Yes, I'm in love with Raiden. I'm not talking about Raiden. Startled, I choked on my coffee and coughed to ease the liquid down. I couldn't decipher whether she was angry or teasing. Her impassive countenance had me stumped. Tamara seemed like a wise woman, and it worried me what she knew. Had she seen me leave Drake's bedroom? I remained speechless, aware of the erratic coil of my nerves and the rapid beat of my heart. As untoward as your behavior might be, I cannot judge you, nor can I blame my brother. That simple word had me dropping my toast and clenching my fists. How? I couldn't speak. My tongue resembled lead. The acidic taste of guilt rolled into betrayal, soured my mouth. Slowly, she set her mug down and reached for the butter. Appearances can be deceptive, Sienna. It's easy to fall for a man like Drake, even after just one meeting. Yet very few can see his pain. I broke off. What did I say? What pain? I finally found my voice. She chewed a bite of her toast thoughtfully. Maybe she was contemplating whether to share her family's secrets with me. I might be Raiden's girlfriend, but I was still an outsider. A pain that my father had a major part in administering. She took a sip of her coffee. I waited for her to continue, my toast forgotten. Angela's father was on his deathbed, and fearing no one would marry his daughter, he begged my father to take care of her. A little indiscretion, at age 15, left Angela pregnant. She aborted the baby, but not before everyone in and around town got wind of it, hence her father's fear. Her only other relative, his sister, wasn't married at the time and too young to shoulder the responsibility of a misfit. To show her father just how deep his promise went, my father got her married to Drake in a quick church ceremony that her father could witness before his death a week later. The divulgence was a little hard to swallow. My heart ached for Drake and the pain he must have suffered over time. So it wasn't a love marriage. I whispered more to myself, still wondering why she saw the need to share this with me. Yet, as her pointer finger ran the rim of her mug, I sensed a need in her to talk. She looked up. It happened 3 months before Drake's 19th birthday, and 9 months later, he was a young father. Wow, that's pretty young for marriage. My grandfather always maintained that we should believe in our dreams and, as far as possible, try to make them a reality and live by it. Unfortunately for Drake, he never got to believe his dreams or make them a reality. He was forced into a marriage he didn't want, yet did it to make my father happy. When Raiden was born, Drake accepted his life, responsibilities, and made a go of the marriage until Kira's birth. Angela was just 23 at the time and decided she'd had enough of playing mother. She wanted to get out of the house and work. While no one can blame her for being ambitious, she neglected her kids, something Drake never did. Is that why they're closer to him than their mother? I remembered Raiden telling me about his relationship with his parents, and that he'd never do anything without discussing it with his father first. Tamara nodded. She sipped her coffee and leaned back in her chair. My father always had a sweet spot for Angela. He overlooked her negligence, even when my mother complained, and it's why Drake never divorced her. But he fell out of love with her. I tried on numerous occasions to get him interested in someone to no avail. And then you came along. She smiled, and I tensed as once again embarrassment flushed my skin. The ideal distraction, at least I thought so at first. I figured Drake fancied you because he was looking for an outlet after your one-night stand. How? The words stuck in my throat. Uttering a low laugh, she lifted her shoulders in a shrug. The advantages of being his sister, I guess. I cornered him into revealing the details. You left without a goodbye, and I know it crushed him. I was too numb to pretend anymore. What did you mean by distraction, and you thought so at first? Tamara eyed me for a moment, then stood. Come with me. She beckoned me to follow. As we walked together, she began speaking again. Since your arrival, Drake's been acting weird until his behavior when we returned from the slopes gave me an indication. I noticed his reaction to the mere mention of your name and the way he looks at you. The undisguised jealousy that masks his features when Raiden holds you or claims your attention. We turned down a few hallways before coming to a stop in front of a large, ornate door. Where are we? I asked. Tamara smiled and produced a bunch of keys from her pocket. She chose one and inserted it into the keyhole. As the door swung inward, she entered. It's Drake's study. No one is allowed in here. I hesitated. Then what are we doing here? She half-turned. Look. I stepped inside. My eyes followed the direction of her outstretched hand. The air rushed out of my lungs in a soft gasp. Goosebumps skittered over my skin. I shivered. As though they possessed a mind of their own, my feet moved closer. Uncanny resemblance, isn't it? Tamara whispered. Behind the large mahogany desk and leather chair stood a fireplace. On the wall, above the Baroque mantelpiece, and almost life-size in appearance, hung a portrait of a woman. With her back to the painter, her face in profile and hair pulled over one shoulder, she looked out a window. How? I mumbled. Drake had no pictures of me. The mind is a wonderful thing, Sienna. There's no telling what you can have painted from memory alone if it means a lot to you. Unable to take my eyes off the painting, I stared. Not only was she in the exact position I'd waited while he'd gone to answer the door, but the painter had captured the off-shoulder gypsy-style dress I'd worn that night to perfection. Even the shade of blue was amazingly similar. It matches your eyes, Princess, Drake had whispered in my ear. Warmth raced through my veins at the recollection. I shivered at what followed. A thought crossed my mind. Yes, Drake painted it. Tamara answered my unasked question. She moved to stand next to me. I turned to face her. She watched me intently. He's always been the artistic one in the family. Kira takes after him. You should see some of the jewelry pieces he's designed. I'd say this painting would attract a hefty price tag if it weren't priceless. To him. She murmured the last part. Startled, I blushed. What does this mean, Tamara? I asked as realism once again dashed my admiration. Has Raiden seen this? Are you prepared to face the consequences if he does? She touched my arm lightly. I read the understanding in her eyes. I shook my head, unsure what to say. You do feel something for him, don't you? At my confused look, she added, For Drake, you have feelings for him. Is that even possible? I ran a hand through my hair. Is it possible to have feelings for two men? If they've made an impression on your heart, yes. Why are you sharing all of this with me, knowing it could hurt Raiden or Drake? Because it's only fair that you know. I watched my brother disintegrate over the years from a fun-loving replica of Raiden to a man hardened by failure to live the life he wanted. Then you came along, and one night was all it took for him to live again. Perhaps you can help him heal, bring him back to the man he wants to be. Me? I panicked at the words. She nodded. You owe it to your heart to give it to the right man. You've been here a couple of days, but Drake has had some effect on you. Yes, I know you can argue it's because you spent one night with him. If that night meant nothing to you, just a passing fling, neither of you would react the way you do. Drake has gone back to the city again, Sienna. Says a lot, doesn't it? Was she talking about the night from 2 years ago or 2 days ago? I couldn't summon the courage to ask. I processed the last few minutes in a state of shock. What are you doing in here, Tamara? The quiet question had us both turning to face the door. Drake stood there, his face a blank mask, yet there was no mistaking the tiredness. Slipping an arm around my waist, Tamara guided me toward the door. I avoided his gaze. She needed to know, Tamara said before she sidestepped him. I followed. Only his sudden grip on my arm stalled my movement. I looked up at him. Would you stay for a moment? Although his eyes remained unreadable, the slight curve to his lips made me nod. I shifted my gaze to Tamara. She smiled. It's okay. Stay. As she walked away, I followed him into the study and tensed when he closed the door. He walked to the fireplace. I had no idea what he did, but he had a fire burning almost immediately. He moved to the couches, gestured for me to sit, and with his hands crossed over his chest, leaned against a window ledge, my mind in turmoil. I remained at his table, my eyes on the painting. Do you like it? The detail. I trailed off, fascinated by the way he'd captured every minute inch to perfection, just from memory. Engrossed in the painting, I didn't hear him move. He stood behind me, so close his warmth wrapped me in its embrace. Sometimes all it takes is a moment, a breath, a glimpse to fall in love, and that alone can create a lifetime memory, princess. His gravelly voice, deep and seductive, feathered down my back like a lover's caress. I shuddered. He turned me around to face him. Sliding a finger under my chin, he tilted until my gaze met his. Every inch of my brain tells me to walk away from you, that nothing but pain will follow. And God, I tried. Every sleepless night has been worse than the previous, and I'm going crazy. For once, I don't want to listen to my head. Just once, I want to be the irresponsible one. For once, I want to live because my heart is crying inconsolable tears. What are you saying? I love you, Sia. My heartbeat quickened, so intense I almost choked. Love me? How? You don't even know me. Slowly, he shook his head. I've loved you since the moment you looked up at me from the floor of the terminal, blue eyes brimming with tears, begging to be held. Jesus, Sia, you're like the secret I can never hide, the gesture I can never forget, the fucking thrum of my heartbeat. That morning, if you hadn't left, I would have made you mine, princess. He gripped my waist, tightening what little space existed between us. You would have been my wife. I gasped. The heavy echo of his breathing and the sight of his frantic pulse at his throat had my gaze lifting, catching the changing shades of irises that matched his emotions. The man was bearing his soul, and I had nothing to give. No, nothing I could share but pain and misery. You don't mean that, I whispered. Uncertainty laced my words. I was a virgin, a novelty. You were a man of the world. You would have tired of me eventually. You could have had anyone. He jerked back as though I'd pushed him away. A laugh rumbled out his chest, but there was no joy to the sound as he stared at me, unblinking. Novelty. Jesus, Sia, I've taken a couple of lovers, and every time I fucked, eyes the color of sapphire sin. Hair the color of dark chocolate and baby pink lips haunted my emotions. Fucking with me until all it ever ended up being was just a fuck to relieve stress. You don't understand. The last words so low I had to strain my ear. He dipped his head, his lips air against my chin. Trailed butterfly kisses along my jaw. Even if my brain fails me, my heart will never forget its first love, he murmured. First love? My racing heart tripped over itself and I lost my breath completely. He leaned back to look at me. I've never loved before you, and I'll never love after you. The words tore through me, ripping every shred of restraint I'd secured around me over the last 2 days. Prince, I exhaled on his name. What are you asking of me? I can't control myself around you, Sia. The way I feel right now, and as selfish as it might sound, I'd be happy with anything. I don't care if I have to share you. He pressed his forehead to mine. But please don't ask me to stay away. I sucked in a breath and choked when it shattered in my lungs. I can't. Raiden. He pulled back. His face spasmed with hurt briefly before his lips broke into a gentle smile. Tell me you feel nothing for me, Sia, and I'll walk away right now. Tell me that when I touch you here, a finger rolled down my cheek and rested against my fluttering pulse. Or when I kiss you. His lips brushed over mine, so light I wasn't sure if it happened. Or hold you. His arms tightened around me, drawing me closer. That you feel nothing. Our eyes locked. I couldn't look away. Being told I love you in one breath and asked to say you feel nothing in the next would be lying to myself. Are you asking me to break your son's heart? He let out a ragged sigh. I'm asking you to take a risk. Just for the sheer pleasure of it? I finished his words, a part of me wondering just how difficult this decision was for him. For how long? I blurted out, fearing my head would blow a fuse with my rampant thoughts. You promised me forever that evening, but my forever with you is whatever you're willing to give me. You're choosing a heartbreak. If it gives me time with you, yes. The confident reply didn't match the desolation in his eyes. Drake. I breathed at the unbelievability of what he was asking, what he was willing to put himself through to be with me. That kind of pain will devour you. I stared at him, telling myself that it was his acceptance of the devastation his heart would suffer that brought tears to my eyes, yet only one thought came to mind. I was royally screwed. His jaw clenched. He nodded. You haven't answered my question. At my questioning gaze, he added, whether you feel nothing for me. Do you? Slowly, I shook my head. Come to me tonight. I'll wait for you. An abrupt knock had me pulling back. Sienna, Tamara called through the thick door. Give me a sec, Tam. His grip tightened on my waist, his eyes swimming with desperation, searching mine. Sia. The door opened, and I stepped out of his embrace as Tamara entered. I'm sorry. Her questioning gaze ping-ponged between Drake and I before she sighed. Raiden's on the phone. He wants to speak to you, sweetheart. She waved the mobile at me. Nodding, I glanced at Drake, then took the phone and walked out. Leaving him without an answer I wanted to, but couldn't give him yet. Sienna. By the time I managed to calm down and act relatively normal after Drake's request, the chocolate cake was baked, iced, Raiden returned with his grandparents, and dinner was over. Trent's kids arrived and were a bonus since Neha stole my attention and put some distance between Raiden and me. I accepted I was unfair to him, but turning away from his kisses, untangling myself from his embrace as quickly as possible, and avoiding conversation with him didn't aid my state of mind. When we finally sat down to enjoy slices of the decadent treat I'd baked, I was on tenterhooks. My head buzzed, my pulse raced, and my stomach ached. While I blamed it on the lack of food, I knew better. You okay, babe? I jumped at Raiden's sudden whisper and brought a frown to his brow. Jesus, you're jittery, what gives? Although he laughed at it, it didn't reach his eyes. He was studying me with part concern, part confusion. Nothing. I kept my gaze fixed on my fork, shredding the slice of cake I hadn't eaten yet. He leaned in closer. Did my father say something to you? My gaze snapped to his. No, why? Jesus, girl, you need to calm the fuck down. Just tell him already if you can't handle this shit. The reproach blared in my ears, blocking out the sounds around me. I'd never come this close to losing my shit before, and I frantically gulped copious amounts of air. I tensed as my breathing escalated, suddenly scared that my lungs were starving. Abrupt heat sprinted down my spine, quickly scorching the rest of my body. I dropped the fork I'd been holding, but didn't hear the clatter. Raiden's face faded. Nothing but blurred lines I was struggling to make out. He said something, but my heart thumped so loud that all I heard was a consistent boom growing louder with each breath. Oh my God. What's happening? My body grew lighter as nausea slicked my throat. I glanced at my hand. It wavered, the image watery. I rapidly blinked, trying to focus. Sienna, can you hear me? Raiden's voice echoed in my ear like he sat miles away. Ray? I tried calling out, but darkness invaded my sight, stealing my words. Then silence. Babe. Sienna. Several voices rang in my ear. I couldn't decide who was calling me. What? I blinked in confusion. Raiden and Drake hovered over me, their faces masked with concern. What? The words stuck in my throat, refusing to come out. Oh my God, what the fuck was happening? Sienna, are you okay, sweetheart? I looked over Raiden's shoulder. Carol stared at me. Here, drink this. Drake held a glass to my lips. My eyes on him, I sipped the cold water. The panic in his eyes inflamed those questioning grays. What were they asking me? What happened? I finally managed. Suddenly aware, I laid on the kitchen floor with my head in Drake's lap and my hand clenched tight in Raiden's. They were both looking at me. Concern, love, confusion. I couldn't decipher their reactions. I didn't want to. You passed out. Raiden ran a light hand on my cheek. Passed out? Again, I blinked my confusion. He nodded. I tried to sit up, but Drake shook his head. Stay still. Have you eaten anything today, Sia? I caught Raiden's surprised look to his father at the shortened version of my name, but he just as quickly glanced back at me. I thought you skipped dinner because you were full of cake baking. He chuckled. Have you, babe? Eaten? My smile was awkward while I tried to hide my embarrassment. I couldn't deal with this kind of attention, not from these two men. I pushed up to sit. I missed lunch, I guess. And breakfast. Tamara scolded from somewhere behind her mother. And you nibbled at dinner. Come on. Raiden scooped me up. Hot color stained my cheeks. Ray, put me down. Laughing, he placed me on the chair next to him as the rest of the family slid into their seats. Of all days, you'd choose your birthday to pass out on me, my drama queen. He decked my chin lightly. You had me worried there for a second when I saw you fall. I uttered a low laugh, then balked when Carol said, Thank goodness Drake walked in when he did. He caught you as you fell off the chair. At the head of the table, he sat sideways on my left. I glanced at him, trying hard to keep my expression blank, and even though Raiden sat on my right, I remained weary. Thank you, I whispered. You can thank me by eating something. Despite the scolding, I didn't miss the care in his words. The message in his eyes was unmistakable. He'd feed me himself if he could. He poured me a glass of milk. I accepted it with a nod and brought the glass to my lips. Oh my God, Sienna, this cake is wicked. It's like sinful sex in your mouth, Kira moaned. I choked on the milk. The liquid spilled straight onto Drake's pants. Oh shit, I'm sorry. I risked a glance at him. The corner of his mouth quirked up. It was a bar scene all over again. Sinful indeed. You can say that again, Kira. Tamara's knowing smile drew my gaze. I coughed harder while Raiden rubbed my back, and Carol handed Drake napkins to wipe his pants. Could this night, please, end? I shifted my gaze when Carol placed a plate in front of me. I stared at the sandwich cut into weird shapes and then glanced up at her as the rest laughed. Don't look at me, she chuckled, gesturing with her chin to Neha standing at a counter behind her. P&J courtesy of Chef Neha. The first time I'd made her the sandwich, I'd cut it up into mini triangles to get her to eat after a bout of flu. Grinning, I blew her a kiss. Thank you, sweetheart. She skipped over to me and dropped a kiss on my cheek. When I looked up, Drake was watching me. Something in his expression reached out to me. Concerned why I'd passed out? Maybe I've just been a bit overwhelmed for a couple of days and it was taking its toll, I wanted to say, but he tapped his watch. I frowned. He couldn't seriously be asking me to meet him now. Then his gaze flicked to the clock hanging above the window. My gaze followed. It was 7:45. My eyes flared. He remembered my birthday ritual. Warmth like I'd never felt before filled my body. I stood. I'll be right back. I touched Raiden's arm. He nodded. As I left the room, I noticed Tamara stand as well. Sienna? I turned to wait for her. Can I say something? She asked. I nodded as we walked. Leave Raiden. I stopped to stare at her. She sighed and rubbed my hand. You don't love him like you do, Drake, do you? I was too stunned to say anything. By being with him like this, sweetheart, You're not only keeping him away from finding his true love, but you're doing that to yourself as well. These imperfect relationships will only bring sadness to all three of you. What did I say? My heart hadn't even settled yet. Hey, she squeezed my arm lightly, her smile sad as though she understood the turmoil weighing me down. It's not your fault. Love and death both come uninvited. No one has any control over them. But I've seen the way you react to both of them. Your heart is with Drake. How can you tell? It's the way you look at him. She broke off as someone exited the kitchen. I didn't wait to find out who, my mind too unstable to stand any more friendly conversation.
Raiden. Shit, did we do something wrong? My sister's cheeks flushed a deep red. She stared at me. No, I chuckled. There's this thing she does on her birthday every year. Oh, sounds mysterious. Kira's giggle made me smile. Has she not told you what it is she does? My father asked. I shook my head. All I know is it involves a candle and a wish. I gave him a sheepish grin. The look he sent my way said it all. I knew what he was thinking. If I took the energy to date a woman, then I should take the time to know everything about her, especially the little things. It had been my 15th birthday talk. He hadn't wasted time with the usual birds and the bees crap. He told me straight up that women weren't there for a man's pleasure. Yes, fucking around was expected, but the least I could do was respect her enough to ask her name, and if I intended it go beyond 2 dates, then I should attempt a little more understanding of what made her tick. Close to 5 months with Sienna warranted all my attention. That night I proposed when she spoke to the little girl. I picked up that moment was sacred to her. I should have delved a little deeper, appreciated something this important to her. I made a mental note to do so when my father stood and left the room. The stiff set of his shoulders told me he wasn't impressed. I'd fucked up. Given I brought her to our home, the least I could have done was gone with her. More cake, Raiden? My grandmother asked, pulling me out of my thoughts. No, Nana. I'll be right back. I ran upstairs to my bedroom. Babe? Hands on my hips, I wondered where Sienna had gone. I left and headed for the stairs. As I crossed the landing, I glanced toward the observatory and stopped short. I neared the glass and stared down. Sienna stood at one of the cocktail tables, her hand cupped around a candle, her eyes closed. Whether she was praying or not, I couldn't tell. But whatever she was doing, it was more than just some little ritual. It looked significant enough to warrant a deeper connection. I could see it in the way she held her body, not stiff, yet not relaxed either. Fuck. I needed to be down there with her. About to step away, I froze. What the fuck? I stared. What was my father doing there? Too stunned to move, I watched him walk up to her and place his hands around her cupped hands. Surprisingly, Sienna didn't move, nor did she open her eyes. Was she expecting him? Had she mentioned the ritual to him? As my mind worked overtime, my heart hammered against my chest. My mild teasing yesterday morning came to mind. Was I losing my girlfriend to my father? Although the notion sounded silly, a part of me knew it could be true. I'd seen women go wide-eyed when he entered a room. Only he carried himself with such class, he didn't bother giving them the time of day. Even as that recollection left my head, I understood his fascination with Sienna. She wasn't the typical friend I brought home. Her simplicity seemed to draw people to her. I watched her eyes open, her smile wide when she noticed him. That was not a simple thank you smile. When he palmed her cheek, cold fear raced through my body. My palms hit the glass, wishing I could break through. Slowly, everything that was happening since we arrived skirted the logical part of my brain, toying with the reminder that he was my father and wouldn't do anything to hurt me. I fought the reasoning, wanting the dull ache in my chest to ease. When he called her Sia in the kitchen, I'd assumed it was just a mistake. Now, watching him talk to her, the familiarity seemed plausible. I was still standing there when Sienna appeared at my side. Lost in thought, I hadn't noticed them leave the observatory. "What are you doing here?" she asked, her smile genuine. I gulped back the emotion twisting my insides and smiled. "Sorry I didn't join you to light the candle." "It's okay." "You never told me about its importance." I tried to hold back the accusing tone, but failed. Sienna looped a hand around my arm. "Because you never asked." As we walked, headed downstairs, she explained the ritual. When she was done, I felt like I'd missed an essential part of her birthday celebration. It was no wonder she never wanted a party. Who'd want to celebrate the death of a parent? "I should have been there," she shrugged. "What was my father doing there?" I steeled myself against the jealousy, but didn't miss the slip of her smile. Knots at the back of my neck hardened, discharging tension down my body as I waited for her answer. "Earlier, when I was explaining to Tamra, he walked in and said since it was his birthday, he'd join me. I thought he was joking." Although the explanation alleviated some of my conflicts, something in her smile left me wondering if I should be reading more into this situation. We entered the living room to loud music. Except for Grandpa, who was at his customary poker evening, the rest of my family lounged around. Kira was pulling Tamra to dance with her and Neha when she spied me. "Come dance with us, Ray." "You want to dance, babe?" "Sure." Sienna shrugged. We spent the next 15 minutes dancing, and Kira got my father on the floor as well. Relaxed, all my earlier reservations fled the building, until the music changed to a Latino song. "Can you salsa?" Sienna asked. "You can salsa?" I laughed, trying to follow the steps she was showing me. It seemed there were a lot of things I didn't know about my girlfriend. She grinned at my hopelessness. "Finally, I can do something you can't," she teased. I pulled her body tight to mine. "At least you can't fuck like me," I whispered in her ear. Rolling her tongue over her bottom lip, she cocked her head to one side. "You mean I fuck better than you?" she whispered back. Laughing, I dropped my hands to her ass, pressing her forward so she could feel my heart on. "You wish." "You sure about that? I did catch you unawares on our first day here, remember?" She rolled her hips, her smile pure sass. "Ray, let Dad dance with Sienna," Kira called out behind me. I glanced over my shoulder. My father was trying to show Kira how to salsa. "You're kidding me. I didn't know you can salsa, Dad." He looked at me with a raised brow. "Why? I'm not that old." He chuckled. The music changed to another Latino song before I could reply, and I wasn't sure if I'd imagined Sienna tensing in my arms. When I shifted my gaze back to her, she dropped her eyes to my chest, leaving me baffled. "Dance with me, Sienna." My father stood next to us with his hand out. She looked up at me. Her anxiety was confusing. My gaze flicked between the two of them before I nodded. "It's okay." I released my hold on her, and she accepted his hand. A couple of minutes into the dance, they left Kira, Tamra, my mother, and I gaping open-mouthed as we watched. "Wow," my sister gushed. "They're so good together." I had to agree, but it was the way they were looking at each other that had my earlier misgivings surfacing once more. Almost like star-crossed lovers, I stupidly surmised. Anyone observing could tell they fitted together like two pieces of a puzzle. Given her initial apprehension, her ease with how my father twirled and dipped her was surprising. That took unquestionable confidence between a dancing couple. "Looks like she trusts Dad," I remarked before I could stop myself. The eyeball Tamra sent my way left me a lot more baffled. Was my jealousy that obvious? "He's her father-in-law. She has to trust him." Kira's glib remark drew my gaze. "Oh my God, you guys were awesome." She slipped between Sienna and him. He laughed. "Have you taken salsa classes, Sienna?" She nodded. The flush to her cheeks was noticeable. more so her smile, and another pang of jealousy squeezed my chest. I walked away, not bothering with the rest of the conversation. Hey. I had no idea how my legs carried me to my bedroom to stare out the window until I turned to find Sienna behind me, her brow creased in a deep frown. Why did you leave? I broke off, not sure what answer to give, fighting the cloying emotions pressing against my chest. Sienna, I began, then clamped up and turned away. What's wrong, Ray? She stepped closer and rubbed my arm. Are you... Slowly I rotated. Are you in love with my father? She paled the same time her jaw dropped. What the... She stopped speaking and dragged a hand through her hair. Is this because I danced with him? There was a strange waver to her voice. Silence swayed between us for what seemed like an eternity until she pulled in a deep breath. Can I ask you a favor? I detected an underlying tiredness in her words, like someone giving up after a long-winded fight that had no end. I suddenly felt guilty, but nodded. Would you take me home? I reared back, shock hitting me in the face. What? She sighed, her shoulders sagging. I can't do this anymore. And that there was the hand yanking my chain, pulling me out of my stupidity. Shit, babe, I'm sorry. I moved forward to put my arms around her, but she stepped back, shaking her head. I can't. She sounded so tired. My insides tightened with the need to comfort her. I'm sorry, babe. Forget I asked that. I tried. No, you don't understand, she cried, tears welling in her eyes, squeezing my heart. I... The word hovered on her lips. Emotions I couldn't read blanketed her face. She turned her back on me. I need to be alone, Ray. She was gone before I could stop her. I stared at her back, unsure whether to go after her or give her some space. If I followed, she might push me away. Grinding my teeth, I slipped my hands into my pants pockets and glanced out the window. I wasn't sure what had me opening my eyes, but I was lying in bed in the darkened room with Sienna next to me when I did. About to reach for her, I stilled my hand when she tossed the covers aside and sat up. We'd never gone to bed without a goodnight kiss before, and I felt like an ass for my idiocy. When she stood, I didn't move. She finger-brushed her hair into a ponytail and glanced over her shoulder at me. I closed my eyes. The soft click of the door closing had me opening my eyes. I rolled onto my back and stared up at the ceiling. Why couldn't I shake the feeling there was more to Sienna's response? What was she not telling me? Did she want this relationship over? As the questions played rock and roll in my head, a part of me wondered if it was because she wanted to be with my father. Fuck. I sat up and vaulted off the bed. She was mine, and I'd be damned if I let her go. Not bothering with a t-shirt, I yanked open the door and froze when I glanced down the passage in time to see my father's bedroom door close. I was too stunned to move until rage swirled through my body and spurred my feet. When I reached his door, I stood there with my clenched fist poised to knock, schooling my reaction and the pain racing through my body. I barely managed to keep from pounding, instead knocked twice. It opened almost immediately. Raiden? His brow creased. My father stared at me. Are you about to fuck my girlfriend? The question resembled a screech in my head. Do you feel like a drink? I silently patted my back for my restraint. It's 2 a.m. He laughed, then sobered when he noticed my cocked brow. Let me grab a t-shirt. He went back inside, leaving the door open. I didn't follow. I wasn't sure if I could handle seeing Sienna in his bed. He returned a couple of seconds later, slid on a t-shirt, and closed the door behind him. Let's go. Downstairs, I had no idea what I planned to say, other than ask him straight out, but my temper crumbled like a demolished building when we entered the living room. He stopped short the same time guilt descended over my taut body. wrenching a low moan from my mouth. Sienna lay curled on one of the couches in front of the fire, with a hand tucked under her cheek, her eyes closed and pink lips parted slightly. She looked peaceful. He glanced at me. "Is that your reason for an early morning drink?" I nodded dumbly. "Did you guys argue?" He studied my face, searching for God knew what, because right now, I felt like shit. "Do you want to talk about it?" I shifted my gaze from Sienna to him and shook my head. "You still want that drink, or do you want to try talking to her?" I puffed out a frustrated breath. Who said relationships got easier with age? "You think I should?" He nodded. "Relationships are like flowers, Raiden. The more you nurture with love and affection, the brighter it blooms. The less you give them, the more likely it is to wilt and eventually die." His eyes on Sienna, he breathed, his expression wistful. "She's already blossomed. You just need to keep her glowing. She deserves that." With a soft pat to my back, he turned and walked out.
Sienna. Babe? I opened my eyes. Raiden was kneeling in front of me. We stared at each other for a while, comfortable with the silence, yet my heart ached from being ripped down the center in two equal parts. Not because someone had broken it, because two beautiful men, both alike yet so different, had each claimed a part, their grip so strong I feared I'd never get it back. Opening my mouth to say something, Raiden placed a finger to my lips. "I don't want you to be disappointed in me. I don't want to see that look on your face from last night again," he said. His words so soft I had to lean closer. "I don't want to hurt you, ever." My heart rolled, bounced, and rocked on the upshot of his words. He didn't want to hurt me? I sat up and cupped his face in my palms. "You don't understand, Ray." I stared at those smiling green eyes, loving their gentleness until realization smacked me hard. I stifled my gasp. If I told him the truth, I'd never see that sparkle again. It would die completely. He'd been hurt before, and he'd suffered. This time, he'd hate his father, withdraw completely from his family. How could I send him packing again when he'd just come back? I couldn't take that risk. "What don't I understand, Sienna?" "Why do you love me?" A cleft formed between his creased brows. "Because you complete me, babe." My breath hitched, catching in my throat, and with that answer, I knew the journey with Drake had to end. These were the last few breaths of our love story. One that had to end before it even began. Happiness could never bloom in the shadow of lies, but just this once, it was worth it for Raiden's sake. Drake would understand. Whatever I did wasn't just for him, but his son, his family, and he had opted for heartbreak. He knew it was coming. I leaned forward and pressed a kiss to his lips. The tension in his muscles eased into a slow smile. "I'm sorry, Raiden." He frowned. "Why are you apologizing? I messed up." "It's a credit." Although I smiled, I prayed I'd never have to apologize for hurting him. Ever. "Would you come to bed with me?" He tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear. "I just need to hold you. Please." Nodding, I stood, accepted his hand, and walked to our bedroom. It was only when I passed Drake's door did my decision waver. "Come to me tonight. I'll be waiting for you." I let out a shuddering sigh, trying to expel the prickling sharpness in my chest. "You okay?" Raiden was looking at me, his gaze curious, searching as we entered the room. "Yes," I lied, because it was all I could do. And even when I turned on my side and Raiden curved his body to mine, snuggling me close to him, I lied some more. This time, in the form of silent tears that rolled down, soaking into my pillow. Had I also settled for heartbreak with my decision? I closed my eyes. "I'm sorry, Drake." A shiver tore through me, and while I hoped he wouldn't, Raiden felt it. The tight squeeze of his arm lying over my waist told me he had. I was glad he didn't ask me, because God alone knew. I didn't think I was capable of holding back the truth if he had.
Drake.
Wow, Sienna, you look stunning. I told you it would suit you.
I lifted my head at Kira's soft compliment, my gaze falling to Sia at her side. The breath stalled in my throat. Fate was definitely intent on fucking with my control. My eyes took on a life of their own, refusing to look away, basking in her beauty. Who could blame me? Her mid-thigh dress with a laced halter neck bodice, similar to the color she'd worn to our date, had me wishing she were at our Christmas Eve dinner as my other half, and not my daughter-in-law. Raiden entered the room behind her and slipped his arms around her waist. I turned back to the group of men I chatted to, trying hard not to look over my shoulder until Angela walked in.
Hey, sweetheart,
she greeted Kira. Turning slightly, I glanced in that direction.
Mama, what are you doing here?
Kira's frankness never ceased to amaze me.
Who invited you?
Angela stiffened and darted me a derisive smirk. I covered my smile with my whiskey glass as Angela yanked Raiden away from Sienna for a hug. I shook my head. The woman's uncouth behavior was despicable.
You're still here, Sienna?
Angela taunted.
Thought you would have gone back to the people you normally associate with. You're right, I'm sure the atmosphere would have been way more palatable given our latest arrival.
Sienna's smile remained unchanged despite her smooth response, earning a dropped jaw from Angela. I grinned. Angela huffed out an indignant snort before her next statement carried across the room.
Kira, isn't Sienna wearing the dress I bought for you?
My daughter, aware of her mother's panache for drama, replied dryly.
No, Mama, that's the dress Dad bought for me. I returned your one.
Raiden burst out laughing, making Angela scowl harder. My shoulders shook with laughter when she tossed that glare my way, then turned and stalked off toward my father. Over the next 15 minutes, it took an effort to keep my gaze from straying toward Sia. I watched as Raiden introduced her to our guests, mostly friends and neighbors. Following her fainting spell 3 days ago, I was concerned my request had been the cause, and I kept my distance, waiting to see if she'd come to me. However, with each passing minute since, it was damn near painful to breathe whenever I looked at her. Now she stood across the room, talking to my mother and her friend. As though she sensed my gaze, her head lifted. She glanced at me, her pink lips parted in a sensual smile. I could have sworn my heart skipped a beat. Her hair's up style not only added elegance to her look, but emphasized the long arch of her neck and had me salivating to taste the smooth skin there. When she said something to my mother and left the room, I knew I was asking for trouble the second I followed her. I didn't care. She headed for the kitchen when I caught up with her and pulled her into my father's relic museum.
Drake, she gasped. What are you doing?
I had her up against a wall, my hands on either side, caging her in. I ran an appreciative gaze the length of her body. You're one distractingly beautiful woman, Sia. I leaned in, so close our exhales infused. You owe me an answer. I ran a hand down her bare arm and was rewarded with a shiver.
Drake, please. You have a full house of guests.
Her eyes dropped to my chest, hinting at her evasion. I can be patient, princess. But I am a man, too. I brushed my lips lightly over hers. Her gaze met mine. Since we spoke, I've been going out of my mind thinking about what you'd let me do to this sinful body of yours. Her eyes darkened. Tell me you haven't been thinking about it, too. She hesitated for just a beat before nodding. Say it. She gulped.
I've been thinking about you touching me.
What did you imagine me doing? Her throat worked another swallow. I ran a finger over her lips, loving the textured feeling against my skin, before tracing a line over her chin and down her chest between her breasts. Touching you here? My gaze on her, I circled a lazy pattern over one breast, tapering in close to the hardening peak. Her breathing sped up. Or here. I rolled my finger over the tightened bud, pinching it lightly. She shuddered. I moved my hand away and she moaned. Maybe here. I brushed my lips over hers again, running a hand up the inside of her thigh. I feathered my fingers farther up, bunching the dress until I reached the heated mound between her thighs. Here, princess. I rolled a finger over the lace panty, applying slight pressure to tease her slit. Prince, she whimpered. I rubbed her clit, taunting the sensitive bundle through the material. She gripped my forearm, closing her eyes. Do you want me to stop? Her bottom lip between her teeth, she shook her head. Open your eyes, princess. She did. Kiss me. She shook her head. I pressed down on her clit and her hips bucked. You don't want me? Gripping the lapels of my jacket, she yanked me forward, her lips crashing to mine. I moaned low in my throat before taking over, slipping my tongue within the deeper recesses of her mouth, teasing and tasting as our tongues and teeth battled for control. I vowed that by the time she left that room, I'd remind her just how much she needed me, just how much we were meant to be. Yes, I was selfish, but I couldn't give her up. I'd die before I did.
Sienna. Every inch of me screamed to push him away, to turn and walk out that door and not look back. But Drake Princeton's hold on me was like poison to my system, and with each sip, each inhale, each touch, I was dying a little more. The promise I'd made 3 days ago to walk away from him, to give 100% of myself to Raiden, slowly faded to nothing but a memory on the horizon. Because for now, the only sun I needed glowed in the form of an older 6-foot-something of pure decadence I'd be remiss to lose, and he knew it. I wasn't prepared for when he broke the kiss and picked me up against his body. "Drake," I squealed. He set me down on the lid of a polished grand piano, his eyes never leaving mine. "What are you doing?" He slid off his jacket, not bothering when it fell to the floor. I was interrupted twice from taking what I wanted on my birthday. "What are we doing, Drake?" I whispered. "You don't want this?" I searched his face for signs of anger. There was none. I moved to slide off the piano. He reached out and helped me down. "We can't do this." His eyes on me, he raked a hand through his hair, then stepped forward and held my arms. "I love you, Sia. I need you." It would have been so easy to succumb, to throw myself into his arms and seek the comfort I knew he could give me, lavish me with sweet whispers and mind-blowing sex. I thought of Raiden and his belief he'd hurt me. I didn't deserve any of this. Not Raiden's love, not Drake's passion, and certainly not the peace I desperately wanted. The first tear fell. Slowly, I shook my head, battling to keep the lump that had become a rock over the last few days down. "We can't do this," I repeated, more as an affirmation to myself than him. "Princess, please, I don't think I can let you go." I no longer fought the tears. It didn't matter. "But you have to." "Why?" Desperation lined his voice. "Because you can't choose me over your son."
Drake. An abrupt knock on the door had Sia jerking back from me. Sia. I reached for her, but she hurried to the door, opened it, and shot out before I could follow. "Please tell me I didn't imagine what I've just seen." Tamara stepped inside, her eyes running over me in a quick appraisal. I stared at her. "What?" "Damn it, Drake, don't play coy with me. You fucked her, it's written all over your damn face." "Fuck." I cursed more to ease the pain Sia's words left behind.
Yes, double fuck, brother dearest. I glanced at my sister, realizing I hadn't corrected her yet. Jesus, Tam, I didn't fuck her, I groaned. Well, not today. Her mouth dropped open before it snapped shut, and she shook her head. Christ, what were you thinking? That's the problem, Tam. I wasn't. I can't fucking think straight around that woman. You've got a room full of guests, not to mention your son could have questioned his girlfriend's disappearance. Did he? Fortunately for you, friends he hasn't seen in a while came around and took him for a quick spin. He asked me to let her know. God, Drake, what if Angela had seen you? You've got to stop whatever this is. Now. Sighing, I dropped into a chair. I had no idea what to expect when I left our guests to follow Sia, but almost fucking my future daughter-in-law on my father's grand piano wasn't it. I asked her to cheat on my son. What? The word wobbled past Tamara's lips, full of disbelief. As in, one time, right? I shook my head. That's it. I give up. It's official. She threw her hands in the air. My usually cool-as-a-cucumber brother has lost his fucking marbles. She hissed out the last part. I covered my face, rubbing my eyes until I could make sense of what I'd done. Exhaling on a frustrated moan, I looked up. Tamara's eyes softened, her expression filled with sadness. There was a time when she was close and I was far, and now I'm close and she's far. But I can't compromise her choices. You already have. What do you mean? Even as I asked the question, I knew it was futile. She neared me and squeezed my shoulder. You're forcing her into a corner, making her choose. Do you honestly think she'd want to marry him? It will break his heart if she turns him down. And do you honestly think you'd be able to stay away from her if they marry? I'd have to try. Well, I'd say you're doing a heck of a job right now. Her sarcasm wasn't lost on me. She shook her head with a resigned sigh. Tell Raiden. What? It's clear you can't stay away from her. So, do you plan on fucking her for the rest of your son's married life? Tamara's bluntness was like a slap in my face. I rubbed my brow, then dragged a hand down my face. I have no fucking clue what to do. You do. There are 3 choices. At my frown, she added, You tell Raiden, Sienna breaks it off with him, or you leave them alone. Send him to go live with her in another goddamn country for all I care, but you need to sort this shit out, or it's only going to get worse. I knew she was right. Yet my heart wasn't ready to accept the loss of my son, or Sia for that matter. Rising, I grabbed my jacket, slipped it on, and followed my sister. Half an hour later, as everyone moved into the dining room and took their seats, Trent walked in. You made it? I shook his hand as he took the seat next to me. Yeah. Fortunately, the luncheon hadn't gone later than 3, and the weather eased up. Gave me plenty of time to get back. He'd had a private Christmas Eve booking and chose to be present to meet the family. Where's Kira? I asked Tamara, seated on my other side. She's at Cassie's place? I forgot. I rubbed my brow, remembering my daughter was over at her best friend's house. It was Cassie's birthday. Those two never missed each other's birthdays. I looked up and frowned when Sia slid into a seat at the smaller table my mother had set up for Neha, Nikki, and a friend of the family's 7-year-old daughter. I glanced around, noticing all the seats at the adults' table were occupied, wondering how they'd miscounted. Who did the table set up? I nudged Tamara's elbow. She glanced away from the woman she was chatting to. Angela. My brow shot up. Is that why Sienna doesn't have a seat here? My voice carried over the table. Raiden and his mother turned to look at me. As if he'd noticed for the first time that his girlfriend was missing, he glanced behind him. Babe? She looked up from an in-depth chat with Nea and the other little girl. Yes? Sia's flushed cheeks warmed my body. But only if someone looked closely would they notice the red-rimmed eyes, courtesy of the tears I'd caused. I closed my eyes, wishing I could cross the room, pick her up, and promise her she'd never cry again. What are you doing there? Raiden asked. I opened my eyes. She gave him a cheeky grin. Having dinner with my friends?
She giggled with Neha. God, what was it about that woman? She had my heart in a tailspin with just a smile. Her easy indifference toward etiquette I'd been raised to adhere to was refreshing, yet I didn't doubt her class. Tamara squeezed my hand and I shifted my gaze. Slowly, she shook her head. Were my emotions that easy to read? As if she read my mind, my sister nodded. No, you need to sit with me. Raiden's laugh pulled my gaze. Where exactly would you like me to sit? Turkey on your lap? Sia's laugh was infectious. She had everyone laughing except Angela. I watched my ex-wife's smile she'd bestowed to the gentleman next to her morph into a scowl. Raiden glanced around the table, then offered her an apologetic smile. Oops, sorry, babe. He scraped his chair back. I'll sit with you. He'd just made me a proud father with that little gesture. As he stood, though, Angela rolled her eyes. Oh, come now, Raiden. I'm sure Siana is used to sitting at the children's table. She is, after all, just a child and would probably feel uncomfortable with the adults. Her laugh grated on my nerves and my fingers tightened around my wine glass. It's okay, Ray, I don't mind, Sia responded. I glanced over at her, amazed by her shrug after those scathing words. Had it not been for her expression, she would have probably sold me on her nonchalance. I'd seen that look before, on the face of a beautiful woman who'd appeared weighed down by her dismal life while she sat in the middle of a terminal floor, indifferent to the people that passed her, or that she needed to get up and carry on living. My money would have made a difference to her lifestyle, but she chose not to take it, and now having gotten to know her better, I understood. Not only was she independent, she was a fighter, taking each day as it came, no matter what life threw at her. Always picking herself up in the hopes it would change one day and her knight on a white horse would save her. I shifted my gaze to Raiden, waiting for him to say something, to defend the girlfriend he loved to his mother. He glanced up, his eyes meeting mine, and gave me a slight nod as if reading my mind. He turned to look at his mother. You know what, Mom? She frowned at him while the rest of the table watched on. Since you're a guest in this home, I think you owe my girlfriend an apology. His mother opened her mouth to say something and Raiden's hand shot up. Not only for the comment about the dress, but your behavior right now. I think you should vacate your seat so that Siana can take her rightful place. She is going to be the next queen of the Princeton Kingdom after Grandma, that is. Since you didn't fit the role. He winked at his grandmother, earning a little chuckle from her. Surprisingly, my father remained quiet throughout the entire fiasco. Maybe he was finally catching on to his ex-daughter-in-law's hysterics, and she didn't disappoint, drama queen that she was. How dare you! Angela shot up from her seat, frowning at her son. You bring a slut into this house! I had enough. Apologies for disrupting dinner, I stood. If everyone will excuse me, I need a word with my ex-wife. Surprised glances from everyone around the table followed me as I approached Angela. She jumped when I grabbed her by the arm and hauled her not too gently away from the dining room. The woman was petrified, especially when I shoved her into the library. What the fuck are you playing at, Angela? I glared at her. She took a step back, righted the sleeve of her dress that had slid down with my rough grip before her gaze flicked up to meet mine. I want back in. My brow creased. Back in? What the fuck does that mean? Oh, come on, Drake. We were married for a fucking long time. She inched closer, reaching out to run a finger along my arm. I cringed at the touch and shoved her hand aside. We hadn't been intimate for more than 10 years. I wasn't about to start now. You don't just call it quits without feeling some sort of regret. I know I do. This separation has gone on long enough. It's time for me to come back home. I snorted out a laugh. Are you fucking serious right now? I shook my head. How stupid are you to think I'd contemplate taking you back? I'd rather jump off a cliff than share my bed with you, or anything else for that matter. I sneered. Fuck, the audacity of the woman left me baffled. The only thing I regret is agreeing to my father demanding I marry you. And it's not a separation. It's called a divorce if you're too thick to understand. You and I have only one relationship as parents of our children. Nothing more. She glowered at me, the look so intense I expected balls of fire to come flying out of her mouth. She won't stick around, you know. My brows pinched together in a deep frown. Who? Does Raiden know you've been fucking her? Realization dawned. Her taunting awakened a torrent of rage and betrayal that kicked up my pulse. I reacted without thinking. Leave her the fuck alone, Angela, or I swear. I stopped. It was too late. She arched a brow, and the cynical twist of her mouth told me I'd given myself away, bared my soul to the fucking devil, and she was going to milk it for every last drop of my blood. You shouldn't wear your heart on your sleeve, Drake. It's pathetic. Her laugh resembled a hyena that had just discovered fresh meat. What does she have that I don't? Well, apart from a younger body. Would you shut the fuck up? There's nothing between Sia and I. Sia? She sniffed with impudence. Fuck. I fisted my palms. My throat burned to lash out, but all I gave her was an arched eyebrow. Her eyes widened for just a moment before an ugly sneer peeked through layers of thick makeup. I'm not stupid, Drake. You're overprotective toward her. Hell, I don't even think you were that overprotective over Kira or me, for that matter. I gnashed my teeth, holding my body rigid. I'd never laid a hand on a woman before, but fuck, I was tempted to. I wouldn't go there, Angela. You and I both know you should be the last person to complain about my lack of affection. Slipping my hands into my pants pockets, I turned my back on her and moved to stand at the window, preferring the view of the silver moon against the snow. How dare you? You neglected me, and now you blame me for our marriage not working out? I neglected you, I fired back, glancing over my shoulder. Well, excuse me for juggling my time between being a fucking CEO and playing mommy to our 2 children while you fucked around with God knows who. The reminder of the life I'd lost to this woman sparked a burn in my chest. It was just Josh, she screamed. My head jerked up. I stared at the glass, thinking I hadn't heard correctly. I pivoted sharply. What? She slapped a hand to her mouth, guilt widening her eyes. Hands clenched, my vision clouded as I connected the dots. Anger-induced adrenaline pumped rage through my veins, shaking my body and shortening my breaths. I neared her. Her fear was palpable. You were the other woman? I gritted out, my tone filled with menace. She took a step back. Josh had fought with my father over divorcing his wife for another woman, then left everything behind, including his legacy to the Princeton CEO title. All this time I thought you'd fucked some random asshole too drunk to remember your name. I gripped her arms, my nails biting into her skin, not caring if I left marks, and shoved her against a wall. Her scream was a vague blur to my ears as fury pounded my heart, rushing out in a torrent of curses. You ruined my entire fucking family. I wanted to hit something. Still, I allowed you the upper hand for so long. My fingers dug into my palms. I leveled her with a glacial scowl. You're an unfucking believable bitch. My fucking brother is Kira's father? I let out a bitter laugh. Are you shitting me? Dropping my hands, I swung around. Fuck no.
Raiden. Unsure what to expect, I'd followed my parents from the dinner table. Now I stared at them, too shocked to comprehend what I'd just heard. Is it true? You raised another man's child knowingly? My father's expression paled as I walked further into the room. Raiden, quit covering for people, Dad. I cut him off. You gave in to grandfather's demands. I get that. But stop protecting people that hurt you, took away your right to live and enjoy life. It's gone on long enough. She cheated on you with your brother. I hissed out the last part. The knowledge hurt. pain radiated over my chest in slow circles, tightening my heart. How could she cheat on a man like my father? I'm sorry, Raiden. I never meant for you to find out. Seriously, Dad, you've been through so much shit and you're worried about me as usual. I shook my head, too stunned to comprehend the tangle this man's emotions had roiled through over the years. I don't understand. If she cheated on you, why did you stay married for so long? His gaze cut to hers, one brow arched, his expression hardened steel. Would you like to tell him, or should I? She sucked in a breath, a hand trembling against her chest before she clenched it into a fist and plastered that dignified countenance she showed the world. Don't you fucking dare, Drake, she spat. Shaking his head, he turned to me. Not long after Josh divorced his wife and left home, I found out Kira wasn't my child. Your mother threatened to go public with that fact. After Josh's debacle hit the press, your grandfather was worried her threat would destroy our reputation, everything we'd worked hard for. Now, come to think of it, he glared at her. Dad probably knew about your affair with Josh. That's why he was so adamant I couldn't divorce. He couldn't lose both sons because of you. His words filled with venom. He snorted a laugh. You're a fucking piece of work, Angela. She rolled her eyes. He glanced at me. We were a couple in name only. I shared the bedroom here just for the old man after his stroke. With each word, my dislike for my mother trundled into bitter contempt. I shifted my gaze to her. You cheated on him. Had him raise not just any man's child, but his brother without Kira knowing. Not to mention you fucked up Uncle Josh's relationship with his wife and Trent. And then you still threatened the family that kept your dying father's wish sacred? How the fuck can you be my mother? I yelled, respect out the door. My annoyance was far too gone to care that she was my mother. Her glower equating poison darts, she foamed at the mouth. Is this what you wanted? She shouted at my father. To take away the last shred of love my son has for me? Your doing, Mom, not his. For the first time in my 25 years, my tone resembled the slash of a blade toward her. Her gaze shifted between him and I, yet there was no remorse in her expression, none of the motherly repentance for fucking up our lives. For a woman who'd been given everything for so long, I expected more from her. I hate you, she snarled. Trust me, no love lost there, Angela, my father grated out. Just like you to lay the blame at another's feet when things don't go according to plan. My son is right. I allowed you to fuck up my life once. There won't be a repeat performance. I'll see about that, she sneered. I expected him to lash out. Instead, he uttered a sarcastic laugh. His gaze traveled over her rigid form. You look like you could use a hard fuck. She gasped. Try it. It might make you less of a bitch. With that, he walked out. I laughed at his calm arrogance, then turned to stare at my seething mother. My father never neglected you, Mom. He gave you everything, a queen's life. Don't you dare act all prissy with me, son. I might not be living here, but I'm still your mother, she snapped. Laughing, I shook my head. Still my mother? Okay. Let's see, Mommy dearest. What's my favorite color? What sport did I play in junior high? What sport did I play in senior high? Better still, what is my favorite food? Favorite music, perhaps? Her eyes widened, large saucers of irritation. Yeah, I thought so, I mocked. My father might have worked his ass off. At least he was there for me. Every game, every scar, every tear while you ran around on him. Excuse me, she screeched, the veins on her forehead popping. Well, Kira is evidence enough, I reminded her. Her mouth clamped shut. I watched her throat work as she gulped against emotion she was probably trying to hide. Raiden, You know what, Mom? Save it. I need to check on Sienna. I have no idea what you have against her, but it stops now. I moved to walk away. Her caustic laugh stopped me mid-stride. "You're quick to throw me under the bus of moral ethics. At least I didn't sleep with my daughter's boyfriend," she scoffed, her eyes burning coals of undisguised hate. "What the fuck?" I glared at her as though she'd gone completely insane. She pushed off the wall and neared me. "I'm not the only one above the moral compass, Raiden." She raised a brow. "Your father is not all innocent as you'd like to think." "If you've got something to say, spill it," I yelled. "Why don't you ask your father what's his relationship with your sweet girlfriend?" "What are you talking about?" Although a part of me wanted to accept her rantings as her just lambasting my father, I couldn't ignore the abrupt tingle crawling up from the base of my spine. "I might have screwed around on my husband, but I know the boundaries when it comes to touching my kid's fiancée." "Would you just spit it out?" I gritted through clenched teeth, knowing what she was trying to say. Only a part of me didn't want to believe it. "Your father slept with Sienna." Every muscle in my body pulled tight as my teeth clenched. I couldn't move. Considering I'd teased Sienna about falling for my father, then suspected her, I'd retracted that accusation, choosing to believe my girlfriend. "You're talking shit," I finally snarled, not caring that she was my mother. Another curt laugh erupted from her twisted mouth. "It's so easy to see me as a slut, yet nothing can taint your eyes when it comes to your father." Her eyes narrowed. She took a step closer. "If you don't believe me, go ask him." Without another word, I spun around and hurried to the dining room. I stopped at the door. My vision zoomed in on first my father's seat and then Sienna's. Both were empty. I raced down the passages toward his study. "It's pure horseshit," I muttered all the way. When I reached the door, I paused. "He's my father. He wouldn't do that to me." I silently prayed I was right. Drawing in a deep breath, I rapped my knuckles on the heavy door and swung it open without waiting for an answer. I stopped short, my hardened stare meeting my father and Sienna's. Any dumbass could see they'd stepped away hurriedly, and right now, that dumbass was me. I remained still, unable to move, searching their faces for answers to my unasked question. "What are you doing here, Sienna?" She recoiled at the venom in my voice. Her eyes flared, the guilt obvious. My father stepped forward. "What's wrong, Raiden? I brought her here after—" "Is it true, Dad?" I squeezed out through clenched teeth. At his baffled look, I didn't hesitate, not caring for the disgust already spewing out, as I asked, "Did you fuck my girlfriend?" Sienna's gasp was all the confirmation I needed. "Raiden," he began, and stopped at my raised hand. "Just answer the fucking question. Is it true?" He hesitated, shifted his gaze to Sienna, and then back to me. "Yes." I glared at the man I'd respected and loved unconditionally. I wasn't sure what a panic attack felt like, but the way my throat closed up and the harsh sprint of my heartbeat was probably an indication of what it felt like. "I just defended you to my mother." I choked on the lump in my throat. "Ray." Sienna's voice broke, and she slowly shook her head. The emotion in that one word stung, like a punch to the gut. I leveled her with a scowl. "How the fuck, Sienna?" Anger flowed through my veins like the rage of a suffocating tsunami. "Raiden," my father admonished. I let out a harsh laugh, curling my fists to prevent lunging at him. "Are you seriously going to stand there and ask me to mind my manners when you fucked my girlfriend? It's not like that, son." "Don't," I scoffed. "Don't you dare tell me." I broke off. Tears burned the back of my lids as anger festered in my throat, stalling my words once more. My lungs ached from the sheer effort it took to breathe. He moved toward me, and I stepped back, my palms up. How could he stand there and look at me as though he'd done nothing wrong? My eyes found Sienna's over his shoulder, staring at me for a split second before she scrunched them shut like it hurt to look at me. and by God, I hoped it did. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She inched forward another second later. I spun around and charged for the door. "Raiden," my father called out. "Please, son, let me explain." "Explain what, exactly?" I punched the door. The resounding bang emphasized the strength I'd put into the hit. I ignored the burn in my knuckles. "How could you?" I spat, turning to look at him. My body shook. I fisted my palms and bit back the tears that threatened to fall. "I'd trusted you with everything, bared my soul to you about Zena's death, and this is how you repay me when I finally find love again? By fucking her?" I pointed a finger at Sienna. "Was I not good enough for you?" I closed my eyes. "I'm sorry, Raiden. I never meant to hurt you." Her shaky whisper drifted through the air, almost like heavy raindrops, feather light on its way down, yet piercing when it hit the ground. Opening my eyes, I barked out a laugh. "Now you're turning me down the last 2 nights makes perfect sense." Shaking my head, I glanced around, not sure what I was looking for. Evidence of their fucking, perhaps? Not sure why, I walked up to her, my chest rising and falling to keep up with my harsh breathing. "Please, Raiden, I looked at her. Pain spread from my chest down, and I struggled to breathe. I reached out, with my hands on either side of her head, staring into those deep blues I'd fallen in love with, desperate to understand why. I leaned my forehead on hers, slowly shaking my head. I couldn't stop the tears. "Why, Sia?" My body shook with the sobs. "I gave you my love, my heart, every part of me. Was I still not good enough for you?" My tears mixed with hers, staining my shirt. "You promised me forever." "I'm so sorry." She lifted her hands to mine, her grip tight, her nails digging into my skin. I love you, Raiden." Her body jerked with sobs, her voice breaking on the words. "How?" My grip tightened on her head. "How can you love me?" I ground my teeth, trying not to shake her. "I don't know, but I do," she hiccuped. "I never meant to hurt you." I pulled back, dropping my hands. "But you did," I sneered. I wasn't sure what hurt more, them betraying my trust, or me having to look at my father with pure hatred. "Did my fucking cock not live up to his?" I yelled. She gasped, stumbling backward. He yanked me away from her. "Don't speak to her in that manner," he growled, his tone menacing. "Fuck you, Dad," I seethed, my hands balling into fists at my sides. He jerked back, caught off guard by the vehemence in my tone. "You don't get to threaten me." My gaze shifted, falling on the painting above the fireplace. "I was her fucking lover for—" My words stalled. A frown creased my brow. Something about the image looked familiar. The butterfly. I stopped breathing altogether. As if on autopilot, my gaze traveled from the painting to Sienna. "It's you." I finally found the ability to speak, yet my voice remained a hoarse rendition of its normal self. Eyes blinded by uncontrolled tears, my body shook. "She—" I gagged on the word, my eyes moving back to the painting. "She's the woman you told me about?" Disbelief gutted my insides. It was then I locked eyes with my father, his stare begging me to understand, to forgive him. His expression pained, his eyes glazed over with moisture before he nodded. "Raiden." I held up a hand. His gesture shot through me like a helpless animal being nailed by an unsuspecting bullet to the head. Nothing I'd discovered so far could have compared to the agony his confirmation inflicted. Bile hit the back of my throat, and I repeatedly swallowed to keep it down. "So this wasn't a one-time fuck," I hissed, anger flaring my nostrils. I'd been manipulated to the point where I didn't know whether her feelings for me had been genuine. "And you knew." I scowled at her, my lungs fighting for air. Needing to get out of there before I did something I'd regret, I stormed out and down the passage. My father didn't follow, and I didn't expect him to. If she appeared right now in front of you, what would you do? Sliding his hand into his pocket, he swirled the contents of his glass with the other, stared at it briefly, then looked up. I wouldn't let her go. And what if she came with conditions, or, I lifted my shoulders in a light shrug. Baggage. I still wouldn't let her go, until she was mine. Taking a drink, I smiled. Did she make that much of an impact on you? You have no idea. That conversation played in my head like a scratched fucking disc. Kira came barreling from the opposite end. I caught her arms before she crashed into me. Raiden? Her frown was instant. What's wrong? Nothing, I barked. She jerked back in shock. I pulled in a deep breath. Shit. I'm sorry, Kira. I'd never shown her anger, ever, even when she'd barge into my room at odd hours demanding my attention. I need some air. I walked away before she could stop me. I felt like a royal fucking ass. I got played by my father and his, what, lover? Girlfriend? One-night stand? Snorting my irritation, I stepped out the front door. Breathing hard, I stood there, fists balled, every inch of my body strung out, running on a live wire that reinforced the path of my feet to whatever awaited me beyond this moment. I pushed myself forward on shaky legs and headed for my car. As the engine roared to life, the passenger door opened. My sister folded herself into the seat. What are you doing, Kira? You're angry, and I'm not letting you drive off in that state unless you take me with you. She matched me glare for glare, and other than dragging her from the car, I had no choice but to let her sit there. I cut the engine and stared through the windshield, grinding my teeth to keep from cursing out loud. What's wrong, Raiden? Please talk to me. I turned to look at her, unable to stem the tears. Her eyes immediately glazed over. The last time you looked this distraught was when Xena... She broke on the name. Raking a hand through my hair, I relayed the last 10 minutes of my life, and with each word her eyes grew wider and the tears harsher. Oh my God, she gasped when I stopped speaking. How could a father do that to his son? How can Dad do that to you? Anger shook her body. She raged enough for both of us. It's done. I shrugged. I guess I'm not destined for true love. I dragged a hand down my face, trying hard to keep calm while my insides resembled unbridled pandemonium. Don't you dare say that, she scolded. Everyone has a soulmate. Do they? I scoffed out a laugh. Then where the fuck is mine? Kira leaned toward me and circled my neck, resting her head on my shoulder. I'm sorry, Raiden. You and Sienna were good together. Maybe she just wasn't meant for you, although she had us all fooled with her Miss Goody-Two-Shoes behavior. Don't, Kira. My sister pulled away from me, her eyes large marbles. Are you serious right now? She breaks your heart, and you're okay with that? She laughed. Color me stupid, she retorted, opening the door and stepped out. Kira? I opened her window. Yeah? She leaned down to look at me as I turned the key. Don't hate him. Her brow creased. How can I not? What he did to you... No, I sighed. He's been nothing but a good father to the both of us, and we all make mistakes. His was unfortunate. She tilted her head. Confusion swam in her eyes. He fell in love. But sometimes the heart plays tricks on you, Kira. It makes you believe one thing, and all the time you want something else. I shook my head, and as she stepped back, I shifted the transmission into first and shot off down the driveway. Only my heart had been tricked. I pumped the volume on the stereo, hoping the blaring music would drown out my thoughts. I hit the gas. Broken beyond repair. I clocked 60, Who was going to put it back together? I pushed 70. A horn blared. I didn't care. I shot past. The two people I trusted most betrayed me. There was no one left. 80. Somewhere in the back of my mind, something urged me to slow down. I didn't fucking care. I flew through the empty intersections of our small town. It was Christmas Eve, time for family and friends. Only mine had screwed around with me, literally and figuratively. The signs were there. How the fuck had I not seen it? Maybe I chose to ignore it since it was easier to deal with than this. 90. Ariana Grande's "Break Up With Your Girlfriend" blared through the speakers, booming loud and piercing into my head, mocking the pounding of my heart and the droning in my ears. I snorted out a laugh as my foot smacked the pedal. I was pushing 110 miles per hour, yet I couldn't get away fast or far enough. My foot hit the gas with such force, everything became a blur, until the tires skidded against the ice and the car fishtailed. A sudden blare of a horn had my feet playing footsie with the brake and accelerator. Braking too fast, and I'd flipped the vehicle. Fuck! Shifting into neutral, I drifted on a bend, hitting the third and fourth gears with a ferocity that would probably void the warranty. I smirked. Who the fuck cared? I ran the gears once more, took another curve and white-knuckled the wheel into a series of spins before it slid to a stop. My body spasmed hard. I sucked air into my lungs like a drowning man, accepting it would be his last breath. The piercing ache in my chest didn't let up. I gripped the wheel, my knuckles pale against the darkened interior. My heart was hammering so fucking loud, I expected the residents to run outside at any second. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Eyes closed, my head crashed to the backrest as I raked a hand through my hair. Engrossed in my pain, it took a moment for me to realize where I'd brought the car to a halt. I squinted through the windshield, shaking my head as the words I'd muttered to my sister knocked my thoughts. Sometimes the heart plays tricks on you, Kira. It makes you believe one thing when all the time you want something else. What was mine telling me? I cut the engine, opened the car door, and climbed out, my gaze roving the area, looking for what? Only God knew. Was I surprised at my destination? I doubted it. And neither, it seemed, was the woman with the soft smile that opened the door I'd pounded on for a couple of seconds. She stepped back, allowing me to enter. Inside, I turned to face her. Would you mind if I slept in her room? No, son. Go on up. Zena's mother gave me another soft smile. As I climbed the stairs, I accepted we all do things for love that contradicts our beliefs and emotions, yet we tend never to forget our first love. Could I blame my father?
Drake. I stared at the door that had slammed shut after my son. The last few minutes lasted forever, imprinting every emotion that had rolled across his face into my soul, filling me with the guilt of my actions, seeing the ramifications as they crumbled around me. What the fuck had I done? Oh God, what have I done? I turned to catch Sia as she fell. Her body jerking in uncontrollable sobs, I lowered myself to the sofa, keeping her in my lap. She immediately stuck her head between my shoulder and chin, the tears now harder. Jesus, Sia. I'm sorry. I had no idea what to say that could make this situation better. Every rigid part of my body cried for release, begged for me to relax my taut muscles. I couldn't. I'd experienced pleasure, joy, and life, yet nothing could compare to the misery I felt right now, knowing I'd just destroyed 2 beautiful lives. Not even finding out Kira was Josh's daughter because she'd always been mine in my eyes. How could we? The distressed words seeped past Sia's trembling lips. Still, I didn't have an answer. Some part of me knew that when the truth was outed, it would be a no-win battle. One of us, if not all, were bound to get hurt. I should have prepared her for it. but I was just a selfish prick thinking only of myself. She leaned back, her red-rimmed eyes staring at me.
This has to end, right?
I stiffened. You're hurting right now, Princess. Don't think about that. I immediately regretted the words. She shoved off my lap, fingers clenched. She paced the room from wall to wall, then stopped.
How can I not think about that?
She choked on a sob.
Did you not see his face? His pain?
She pointed to the door.
Oh my God, Drake, I did that to him. I crushed his heart, she yelled, her body shaking hard. I hurt him. I promised him forever.
I forced down the lump in my throat and stood, pulling her into my embrace. Sia, she resisted my hold, pushing against my chest.
Don't,
she cried. Sia, please. God, how did I remain the adult when my chest burned to let go of the tears, to give in to the pain, to be strong for Raiden, for her? I attempted once more to bring her close, our faces inches apart. She fought me off, hitting my chest. Not that I could blame her. She held us responsible for hurting Raiden. We did.
Leave me.
Another hit. I couldn't do it. No. I took every blow that pummeled my chest, allowing her to feel whatever comfort I could offer, no matter how short-lived I knew this moment would be. I had nothing else to give. My pain was already entrenched in my heart, wavering between my emotions for Raiden and Sia. Fists balled, she began hitting me harder. I winced but didn't fight back, didn't stop her. She needed that for now. I needed that too. Only, I would have preferred Raiden's fists. It might have hurt me, but at least it would have killed some of the aches. Exhaustion eventually claimed her body when she realized I wouldn't stop her. She sagged against me, her sobs hysterical against my shirt. You didn't do anything, Sia. I did. I was the older adult in this relationship. I should have told him. Her sobs only got louder.
I pictured him finding out, but nothing like this. This is so much worse.
She pulled away from me and I released my hold. Talk to me, please.
Why?
Blue eyes, bloodshot with tears, stared at me. She took a step back.
Why do you still want me around? I took away your love when I walked out on you then. Now, I came between you and your son. I broke...
She dry heaved, another step away.
I broke your heart. I broke your son's heart. Why do you still want me around?
She shrieked, her body trembling. Because I love you. Her short laugh was mirthless and brimming with anguish.
Do you know what a caterpillar is, Drake?
I frowned at her.
They are voracious feeders, agricultural pests that can destroy a farm, the livelihood of some. I told you once I was a caterpillar and one day I'll be a butterfly. Guess what? I've just destroyed your family. I'll never amount to anything other than a caterpillar.
No. I moved to grab her, but she shoved at my chest, moving so fast I couldn't hold on. She fell backward, hitting the stone floor hard. Sia! I yelled as panic raced through my body. I dropped to my knees, reaching out, but she dragged herself backward to the door. Princess, please.
No.
She put up trembling hands, stopping me.
Leave me alone, Drake, she sobbed. I need to be alone, please, she begged between tears, her eyes on me.
Every inch of me burned with the need to comfort her. I sat back on my knees watching her, waiting for that single nod to say she needed me. She drew her knees up to her chest, wrapped her arms around them, and dropped her forehead to her knees. I fisted my palms, steeling myself to respect her wishes. With a resolute sigh, I sat back against the table, cupped my nape, and rolled my neck, trying to ease the stiff muscles. I don't know how long we sat there, my eyes on Sia and her head down, hiding her face. Her shaking shoulders the only indication she was still crying. It would be easy for me to ignore her request to stay away, scoop her up in my arms and let her cry in my lap. I was afraid if I did, she'd turn tail and run, Selfishly, I didn't want her to go. Whether I accepted it or not, I knew once she walked out that door, I'd lose her. When she finally looked up, wiping her tears, I smiled. She didn't return the gesture, and my heart sank. I knew what was coming, and when she moved to stand, the confirmation filled me with dread. As she stood, I noticed her wince. I shot to my feet, moving closer. She shook her head. "You're hurt, Sia." I gestured to where her fingers massaged her hip. "Let me help you." For the first time since this fucked up situation hit, I felt utterly useless. Like nothing I did would help, and her shaking her head only aided the accuracy of that notion. "Please, no, Drake." Her voice wasn't as firm as she tried to sound, and before I could respond, she opened the door and walked out. And for the second time that night, I watched another loved one slam out that door, and there was nothing I could do to stop them. Not because I didn't want to, but because they didn't want me.
Sienna. I reached my room without encountering anyone on the way. Once inside, it took a minute before I could walk further into the room without the need to throw up. I stared at the bed I'd shared with Raiden. Despite the turmoil raging inside me, I wished I'd been adamant about returning home the morning after the incident with Drake in the library. Then none of this colossal shit would have happened. Still, the same question hounded my head. How could I knowingly hurt Raiden? He deserved so much more. And while I accepted Drake was suffering too, I had to leave. Now. Nothing good was going to come of me staying here. I entered the bathroom, and my gaze immediately dropped to the his and hers embroidered towels Raiden and I had gotten a week after he moved in with me. My gaze shifted to all his items on the shelf above the vanity, my mind conducting a mental check like I'd done the day we'd packed to leave for his home. My vision blurred once more, surprised I still had more tears since I'd practically cried my eyes out earlier. "It's time to go," I said to my reflection in the mirror. "It's for the best. Nothing good is going to come of this." I voiced my earlier thought, nothing but pain. Before I could wimp out, I gathered all my things in the bathroom and walked out. Blinded by tears, I threw it all into my bag, not caring for the haphazard packing. This was no leisure trip back home. I had to get out of there, fast. Not bothering to check if I had everything, I rolled the bag onto the landing, glanced around the room one last time, and headed downstairs. When I walked into the living room, I was glad it was just Drake's family lounging around. The guests had left. My heart clenched to see Angela was still there, and no Drake. Perfect. I couldn't say goodbye to him. "Hey, Trent?" "Yeah?" He turned to look at me, and his frown was immediate. He stood and walked over to me. "What's wrong, Sienna?" Hoping not to draw the attention of the others, I whispered, "Do you mind giving me a ride into town? I need to get a cab back home." I wasn't lucky. "Sienna, what's wrong, sweetheart?" Carol neared me. She grasped my arm. "You've been crying." "Shit." "You're not going to get a ride into the city today, Sienna. It's Christmas Eve." Jacob approached us. Double shit. "What happened, Sienna?" Trent's voice laced with worry, he grabbed my hand. "I'll tell you what's wrong." They all turned as Angela stood, her smile smug. "She's been sleeping with Drake and Raiden. My son..." "Okay, no more shit to give." "What?" Jacob roared. Next to me, Carol gasped. Her husband spun away from his daughter-in-law to glare at me, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Is that right?" The tears I'd managed to keep at bay for the full 3 minutes it had taken to leave my room and come down gushed once more. I looked at Trent. The compassion in his eyes made the tears flow harder. "She's not going to tell you anything," Angela persisted. Her only aim was to add napalm to an already blazing fire. "Isn't that right, Sienna? Have your cake and eat it too? Isn't that the saying for you sluts? Twice the pleasure, double the money? Angela. Drake's bark boomed across the room. I looked over my shoulder. He stood at the entrance with Tamara at his side. Rage turned his eyes the color of titanium bullets, sharp, piercing, and dangerous. When he glanced at me, it softened. "Don't you yell at me," Angela retorted. She moved to stand next to Jacob. I got the sudden feeling the old man had been instrumental in her glorified attitude. Drake stepped forward. "Watch how you—" "It's okay, Drake," I said to him before encompassing Carol and Jacob in my gaze. "I'm sorry for the problems that I've caused under your roof, especially at this time of the year, but none of it was planned." I glanced at Drake's ex. "Do you know, Angela, that for you to call someone a slut speaks to your character? It takes one to know one and all that." She opened her mouth to retaliate. I didn't let up. I might have slept with Drake and his son, something you know nothing about. At least I never asked Raiden to raise my lover's child, especially his brother's child. Wink, wink, Angela. The woman's face crumpled. I didn't afford her another glance. "What?" I turned at Carol's gasp. "Your son was dealt a lousy hand, and as a mother, I hope you'll find it in your heart not to judge him for his mistakes. If you want me to explain, I gladly will, but I'm sure you got the gist of the story." With that, I turned to Trent, not caring that Angela's eyes threw daggers at me. "I'm sorry you had to find out about your father's secrets this way." Trent smiled at me. "Not important right now." I breathed a sigh of relief. "I'd appreciate a ride into town, please." "See ya." Drake neared me. "Don't go, please." "I can't." It was the only 2 words I could manage without breaking down again. "Let me drive you back then." I shook my head, and Trent stepped forward. "It's okay. I'll take her back home." He patted Drake on the back with a gentle smile at me as though he understood his pain. "Let's go." I followed him without looking back. Outside, I pulled in deep breaths, letting the cold air flow through my body as I waited for Trent to bring the car around. The door opened behind me. I knew without turning who stood there. "Please, Princess. I love you. Don't leave." He squeezed my arms, drawing me back against his body. "I can't lose you again." I forced myself to keep facing forward, knowing if I looked at him, I'd cave. "Please, Drake, don't make this harder than it already is. You've got Raiden to worry about." "What about you?" "I'm a big girl. I can take care of myself. We all need time." Every part of me wanted to sink back into the body I knew so well, aware I'd find the comfort I needed there. I couldn't. It wasn't fair to Raiden, to Drake, or me. I hiccuped on a sob and gulped for one more lungful of air before attempting to kill a part of me, knowing my next words would hurt him as much as it would me. "I can never love you. Not now. Not ever."
Drake. I jerked back like she'd slapped me, every inch of me shattering from the flagrant reality of Sia's words. Not giving me a chance to respond, she raced down the front stairs and climbed into Trent's car. My throat went so dry that it hurt to breathe. Shards of pain radiated from my chest up and outward, shooting down my arms. Did I have a heart attack? It sure as fuck felt like one. Even as he drove off, I waited, hoping she'd change her mind, stop the car, and come running back into my arms. Yet the taillights grew distant with each impatient second, a savage blink of red in the horizon, taunting me like the devil's hand that fate had played. When I could no longer put off the inevitable, I dragged heavy feet indoors. My father's voice, furious and indignant, boomed down the hallways. As I entered the living room, one thought floated through my head. Angela had once again reared her ugly head. This time, however, I'd not only aided her selfish idiocy, but indulged in some of my own, creating the chaos I walked into. I glanced around the room, taking in my mother's pained expression, my father's stiff shoulders, Angela's flushed features, and Tamra's what-the-fuck look. "Where's Kira?" I asked no one in particular. After what Raiden had gone through, I had no intention of letting Kira witness the shit I knew was about to go down. "Upstairs with Neha and Nikki," my mother replied, her tone regretful. The second I closed the double doors behind me, my father spun away from his position in front of the fire and broke the silence. "What the hell were you thinking, Drake?" His blue eyes, wrapped in deep wrinkles, glared at me. Instead of replying, I strolled over to the drinks cabinet, poured myself a glass, and in one swift gulp downed the amber liquid, immediately squinting my eyes as the bitter aftertaste burned its way down my chest. "I asked you a question." I turned and stared at him. My scowl was just as pronounced. "Let me remind you that I'm no longer 19, Dad." He opened his mouth to reply, and my hand shot up. Whether the action dumbfounded him, I couldn't tell. I didn't care. "Sia and I are not up for discussion." "You bring shame to this house and you want to stand here telling me it's not up for discussion?" he roared. I let out a caustic laugh, and he looked visibly taken aback. "You want to talk about shame, Dad? Let's do." While my words were calm, they dripped pure steel. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Angela move, putting as much distance between her and my father. She knew what was coming. "How about you, my father, allowed that woman," I pointed to Angela, "to fuck up our family morals? Something you droned the fuck into me for pretty much my entire life." I waited for my mother to scold me for language usage. She said nothing. "Or that she fucked around on your son, had a child with your other son, fucked his life up, and all the while you, my father, allowed her to hold the Princeton name ransom. Is that enough shame for you?" "I was trying to protect the family name," he snorted. "How exactly were you protecting us?" I retorted. "She threatened to go public about being married to one son while having a daughter with your other son? Even if she went public, it would have made her look like a bitch, nothing more. I had balls of steel, Dad. You of all people knew that. I mean, I had to marry the damn woman at your command. Watch your tone. Don't you fucking tell me to watch my tone." The glass flew from my hand, crashing against the wall. "I've dealt with your fucking bullshit long enough, and because of that slut, you made me look like a fucking pussy-whipped bitch. So don't you dare fucking chastise me like I'm a child." Gasps flew around the room. None of the women present had ever seen me lose my shit, nor had they expected me to take on my father. His rules had always applied. But I was fucking tired. As for the look on my father's face, I think he would have probably won an Oscar for the best male stupefied expression, if that title ever existed. "How dare you?" he began, and I snapped. "How dare I?" I bellowed. "Well, let's see. Because I fucking played mommy to 2 kids, one belonging to my brother who's only fuck knows where, while this fucking bitch had the upper hand. I was robbed of loving someone for so long because you decided to keep her around. I mean, she's still here, even after the divorce, like a fucking caricature of Mother Mary. Should I even bother asking if she warmed your bed, too?" The last statement was below the belt, but my anger was too far gone to resist. I'd already lost so much today. I didn't care. "Are you freaking insane?" Angela neared my father. "Sleeping with Sienna has screwed—" "I've never lifted a hand to a woman before, Angela, but say one more fucking word, and you'll find out if I can," I sneered, taking a step forward. Her outraged gasp followed with her taking a step back. "What's gotten into you, Drake?" My father's tone dropped an octave. I barked out a laugh. "Why? Because I sound like a raving lunatic? Guess you've never seen your son in love, have you?" "In love?" he snapped. How can you be in love with your son's girlfriend, someone you hardly know? Don't pretend you care. It's pathetic. I scowled at the man and woman responsible for ruining my life. Yes, some might say I could have walked away, but I loved my children too much to do so. Yeah, that's why you fucked his girlfriend. The reprimand did nothing for my numb heart. Every inch of me ached. I gave up my entire future for the two of you, so don't fucking make a mockery of my love when you know nothing. Nonsense. He loved her first, Jacob. My mother's unexpected shout cut my father off. All eyes turned on her. What? My father asked. You knew, Mom? I was too shocked to comprehend anything at that moment. Slowly, she turned to look at me. I'm sorry, son, that I didn't say anything sooner. I raked a hand through my hair, shaking my head. How? Tamara stood and walked across the room to stand between us. She asked me, Drake. My sister rubbed my arm lightly. That night I made the hot chocolate for you. The words you used, son. That she was with someone you'd give your heart to protect. There are only two other people that fell into that category, Raiden or Kira. For the first time since your first injury while skateboarding, I had no idea how to help you. My mother sighed. Then I sought Tamara's advice, and we both decided that you needed to make this work on your own, and whatever path you chose, we'd stand by you. I ran both hands down my face, trying to curb the tears that had threatened since Raiden slammed out of my study. What is all this nonsense? My father neared my mother. She rolled her eyes at him. Keep up, will you, Jacob? Drake met Sienna 2 years ago. He told me about her, but never who she was. So you did sleep with her then? Angela scoffed. Angela? My mother's tone was more rigid than mine. You ruined both my sons' lives, and I tolerated you because, unlike you, I was a good wife to my husband. I think it's time you left. And if you plan on coming back, don't. You're not welcome here. The look my mother gave her easily read, don't mess with me. I'd only seen it once, when Josh and I decided the kitchen was the best place to build stink bombs. She turned to me. Before Josh left, he told me he'd fallen in love with another woman with whom he'd had a child, and he divorced his wife to be with her. But she turned him down. Only now do I realize that he was distraught because staying meant him either telling you the truth or die watching you raise Kira as your daughter. Don't hate him, son. He's had to live with the guilt for so long. Surprisingly, I held no hatred for my brother. My father and ex-wife had taken most of it, while the rest fell to my shoulders, hating myself for what I'd done to Raiden and Sia. I don't, Mom. Dad? The soft call cut off my words. I swung around. Oh, fuck no. Kira stood at the door I hadn't heard opening. One look at her face told me she'd heard everything. Sweetheart, she turned and ran off. Angela moved to go after her. Leave her alone, Angela, I ordered. My harsh tone made her jump. I glanced at my sister. I'm going to speak to my daughter. When I come back down, I want her gone. I jerked a thumb at Angela and walked off, ignoring her attempt to stop me. Upstairs, I knocked on Kira's door. Kira, it's Dad, sweetheart. I kept my voice as low as possible. After a couple of minutes, I lifted my hand to knock again, and it opened. She stood with her hand on the knob, her eyes red, cheeks streaked with tears. God, could anyone else not get hurt today? Hey, baby. You want to talk? She stepped aside and let me enter. I glanced around the room, smiling at the shades of blue she'd chosen the day she turned 16. She'd no longer wanted pink. I sat down on the edge of the bed and looked at her. She hovered near the door, fidgeting with her nail polish. Kira. When her gaze met mine, I patted the bed. I breathed in a sigh of relief when she crossed the room and sat, sliding her hands under her thighs. She stared at me for a moment, then licked her lips. You were in love with Sienna before Raiden? Not what I was hoping to hear. I didn't push. I met her about 2 years ago, and I studied the carpet, not sure how to explain. Because of my stupidity, she walked away. Why didn't you tell Raiden when he brought her home? I shook my head, having kicked myself so many times since she arrived that my ass hurt. I messed up, I sighed, raking a frustrated hand through my hair. And now the 3 people I love more than life itself are hurting. I never meant for any of this to happen, and if there's one power I wish I could have at this moment, it would be to turn back time. To give my son his love back. My body trembled as tears threatened once more. I swallowed them down. I guess I'm not the world's best dad right now. Dad? I tensed when she reached out and linked her fingers with mine. Do you know what a mother is? I glanced at her, confusion making me frown, unsure what she was thinking. She didn't look up. Instead, her pointer finger traced the veins on the back of my hand she held. A mother is someone who loves us unconditionally to the point that sometimes we misunderstand her love. She constantly reminds us that we're the best, no matter how many times we fail. She helps us realize that we're good, and that there can never be anyone better than us, no matter how bad we are. She lifted her gaze to mine. My heart twisted as fresh tears rolled down her cheeks. She smiles when we're happy, and she cries when we're sad. She's someone we try to live without, even though we know we can't. She palmed my cheek with her free hand. You're right. You're not the best dad in the world, because to me you've always been the best mom and dad. Even if I was never your daughter. The walls of the dam I'd fought hard to contain broke. I inhaled, crushing her to my chest. God, sweetheart. Every ache I'd felt since that morning painted my cheeks with its salty reminder. Holding her tight, my body shook as my tears drenched her hair. Crying for the hurt I'd caused Raiden, crying for the love I'd lost with Sia, crying for a daughter who'd been wronged. We sat there, holding each other for what seemed like an eternity, sharing each other's pain, each other's tears, seeking comfort. Fate had changed all of our lives, and whether or not it would return to normal, I couldn't tell. All I wanted was for my children to be happy. But I'd taken that away from Raiden. When I could finally control my anguish, I swallowed until I could talk. Kira. She sat back and looked at me. I palmed her cheek. Have I ever done anything to hurt you, sweetheart? She shook her head. Have I ever made you feel like you were never my daughter? Again, she shook her head. Whose daughter are you, Kira? I watched her throat work to gulp down her tears. She was trying not to cry. Uncle John, no. You're my daughter. I attempted the best smile I could. I will never, ever feel any different to that day I held you in the hospital room. Your pink fingers curled around my forefinger. Your gray eyes on me like you knew who I was the moment they placed you in my arms. Or that first day of school when you closed these fingers. I rubbed her palm open. Around my pinky and wouldn't let go unless I gave you $10. She smiled through her tears. I will always love you, Kira. You will always be mine. No one, not Josh, Angela, or anyone else, will be able to make you feel anything less than what you are, my daughter. This time she crashed her body to mine, her head on my chest, her tears relentless. Holding her tight with one hand, I caressed her hair with the other. My throat and jaw ached from being clenched too long while my eyes burned from unyielding tears. Why didn't you tell me? Kira asked when she finally broke from my embrace. Would you have wanted me to? Slowly she shook her head, hiccuping on sobs. No. You're irreplaceable, she smiled. I leaned forward and kissed her brow. And so are you. I tweaked her chin when I pulled back. Now, go wash your face and get some sleep, okay? After she nodded, I stood to leave. When I opened the door, she stopped me. Dad? I turned to look at her. Raiden will come around. He loves you too much not to. He just needs time. I dragged in a deep breath and smiled. I hope so. Merry Christmas, sweetheart. Merry Christmas. She threw me a kiss. On the landing, I stood there for a moment, contemplating what I should do next. I pulled out my phone and dialed Raiden. Voicemail. I stared at the screen for a while before scrolling to see his number. After a minute or two of deliberation, I pressed the call button. I didn't expect her to answer. It rang until it went to voicemail. I squeezed the device, wishing it to ring. Hey, you okay? I turned to find Tamara at my rear. I gave her a small smile. No. She neared me and slipped a hand around my waist. You know the adage about when you love someone, set it free. I arched a brow. I don't know if I can. I know. You need to give Raiden space, though. Don't rush this, or you might make the situation worse. Her eyes searched mine briefly. I know you're hurting and concerned, but you also need to give Sienna time. You think 2 years wasn't enough time? My laugh was mirthless. Time heals all wounds, Drake. Yeah. But in some relationships, some wounds might become more profound with time. Then don't let it. I stared at my sister, knowing she meant well, but she was right. If I pushed Sienna or Raiden, I could lose them forever.
Sienna, 3 weeks after Christmas Eve. I can never love you. Not now. Not ever. My last words to Drake droned on repeat in my head. Even as Trent's car drove away, it took an effort not to look back, my vision blinded by tears I couldn't stop then or now. 3 weeks after that mess I left behind, and after I'd finally succumbed to a much-needed 15-hour sleep, I sat on the window ledge and turned my head as Ruvash entered my room. His smile, the comfort I'd sought every day since I shattered the hearts of 2 men I'd never forget. Hey, you okay? I stared at the cold coffee in the mug nestled between my bent knees and slowly shook my head. No. Pain ricocheted through my body, hitting my heart on its way to my head. I dropped my face into my cupped hands and sobbed for the love I'd lost. Sia. He pulled me into a hug, caressing my hair and whispering sweet nothings. Only when my chest emptied to nothing but dry heaves did I sit back. You need time, sweetie. His calm words always the welcome assurance in my life. How much? My voice cracked. Tears blurred my vision. I took a sip of my coffee to clear the emotion from my throat. I wrinkled my nose without thought, swallowing down the bitter liquid. You want to talk? No. Exhaustion claimed my body, leaving me listless and uninterested in anything but the constant reproach in my head. I was grateful Trent had given me time off to sort out the chaotic turmoil that my head had become. I was truly blessed with his understanding, especially when he offered to help any way he could, knowing I'd fucked up the lives of men he held dear. You want a fresh cup? Ruvash pointed to my mug. My response was a nonchalant shrug. Sighing, he took my mug, and when he returned a few moments later with a fresh one, he gestured for me to follow him. I shook my head. Get your ass off that ledge now, Sienna. I swung my legs off and dragged my feet to the bed. Sit. When I did as he asked, he set the cup between my linked fingers and reached for the hairbrush on my nightstand. Drink, he ordered. While I sipped the coffee, he brushed my hair. Slow, even strokes meant to calm and relax. I felt everything but. I still can't believe how I fucked up, Rue. You didn't fuck up. You fell in love. Everyone knows love makes you irrational at times. Enough to cheat. No, Enough to love two men, he sighed, massaging my shoulders. You're too hard on yourself. I don't want to be anything else, Rue. I hiccuped on another sob. My throat burned from the hoarseness. My phone rang. Ruvash reached across the bed for it and stared at the screen. You want to take this? It's Drake. I shook my head. Over the last 3 weeks, my phone had rung throughout the day so many times I'd lost count. I couldn't speak to him. I had no idea what to say. There was simply no future with him. You'll have to take his call sometime, sweetie. Ruvash dropped the phone on the bed and resumed brushing. Yeah, that time is not now. When then? I turned to look at my cousin. What would I say, Rue? We fucked up and Raiden got hurt in the process? Love is uncontrolled. The sudden peal of the doorbell cut him off. Ruvash kissed my head before he went to answer the door. He returned a couple of minutes later, his expression solemn. Raiden's here. What? I shrieked, jumping off the bed. He won't take no for an answer, Sia. Says he'll sit on your doorstep if he has to. Go to him, sweetie. I stared at him, debating my next move. Could I face Raiden with a straight face? After a moment's deliberation, I exchanged my PJs for sweatpants and a t-shirt. When I entered my open-plan kitchen and living room, Raiden turned away from the window. We stared for a couple of minutes, appraising each other's sad features. He looked tired, and guilty tears immediately filled my eyes. What are you doing here, Raiden? Haven't I hurt you enough? I finally asked. Call me stupid, call me pathetic, but I had to see you, to know you were all right. My lips trembled before I gave into a weepy smile, swiping at the tears I no longer bothered to control since that night. They were intent on living with me daily, and who was I to deny my wretched body the pain it sought? I deserve that? He frowned. What? You making me feel like the horrible person I am? He shook his head. I don't understand. He took a step closer. My stomach ached at the raw emotion in his eyes. A deep churning that twisted my gut like a coiled rattlesnake glimpsing its next victim. All it needed was that one moment to strike, and right now, Raiden wasn't giving me that. I don't deserve your care, Raiden. I deserve your hate. He sighed, taking another step forward. If I didn't love you so fucking much, then yes, you deserve my hate. He smiled. But I can't, Sienna. I can't hate you. I stared at the man whose life and family I'd ruined. I wanted to apologize, Raiden. But then I reminded myself apologies were for mistakes. What was the punishment for selfishness? I glanced down at my coffee mug. Its dark color could never match my soul. Mine was so black a flashlight wouldn't help, not even a smidgen. I set the mug down on the kitchen table. You can't love me. I need you to punish me. I cried harder, burying my shameful face in my trembling hands. Sienna, if you can't punish me, then I'll do it myself. What do you mean? To not love again? To never feel what you feel for me? I won't allow myself to. Not now. Not ever. Sienna. I turned away from him, not wanting to look at that beautiful face, knowing I'd scarred it with pain. Not knowing how to articulate my need to comfort him without coming across as selfish. Because at the end of the day, any love I lathered on him would be based on lies. How would he be sure that my heart was true to him? Hell, I didn't even know who my freaking heart wanted. Do you love him? I glanced at him over my shoulder. What answer did I give him? Does it matter? To me it does. And what if I said I loved you too? That I don't know why it happened or how? He stared at me, his green eyes assessing as though debating whether to hate or love me. And I was desperate for him to hate me. Anything else and I'd crumble. Too ashamed for what I'd done, more so that I could never make it right as long as I lived. Raiden sighed, neared me, and slowly turned me around to face him. It's okay, you know. At my blank look, he added, "To love two people, and for two different reasons. Yet I can't have one without breaking the other." I repeated Drake's words, surprised that when he'd uttered them, I hadn't realized it would have such a nasty impact on me too. "But," he cupped my chin and lifted, "you can have one." I blinked my confusion that he would still think it okay for a relationship with either one of them to work. "I can't, Raiden. And I can't lose you." His words zeroed in like an arrow to my heart. Only this wasn't Cupid's precision-aimed marker for two people to fall in love. Rather, a sick twist of fate once again. Because instead of hating me, the one man I expected never to want to see me again was right here, right now, asking me to stay. "You promised me forever." Which meant I promised never to break your heart, and I did. "If you did, then why am I still here?" I had no words because I couldn't understand why either. I turned away, praying he'd walk away. "Don't ask me for something I can't give you, Raiden," I sniffled. "Because in your heart, you know who you want, don't you? You gave him a piece of your heart, Sienna." Slowly I turned, hoping to find anger, annoyance, or hate on his face. But all I saw was understanding, and it made my pain that much more brutal to bear. I shook my head. He sighed, stepped toward me, and placed his hands on my shoulders, his eyes locked on mine. "I don't hate you, and I never will. Every relationship must begin somewhere for it to end. Unfortunately, ours began before we even knew each other. But it doesn't have to end." He pulled me into a slow hug, and I let him. And when the tears fell once more, he let me cry against his chest, caressing my hair like he would on any other typical day. Sadly, we'd never have another normal day again. When the tears finally stopped falling and I was too tired to think anymore, I stood back and palmed his cheek. "I'm sorry." He covered my hand and brought it to his lips, kissing it softly, then lowered it to his chest. "Do you feel that, Sienna?" The slow thrum of his heartbeat pulsed beneath my fingers. "I'm alive, and I will continue to live." He leaned forward and dropped a soft kiss to my brow. "Don't deny my father the love he deserves." Then he was gone, leaving me gaping open-mouthed at the door he'd disappeared through and closed softly behind him.
Drake. 4 weeks after Christmas Eve. "Dad?" I looked up from the document I was reading to meet the pained expression on my son's face. My chest tightened. Shame and guilt washed over me. I'd put that look there. I'd turned his easy smile into a saddened droop. What father did that to his child? My heart ached and my head throbbed like the ravages of an open wound that would never heal. I didn't expect it to. Everything I'd felt since that moment he slammed out of my study 4 weeks ago couldn't compare to this moment right now. I'd been in hell since then. The agony of solitude had swallowed me whole, not willing to spit me out no matter how much I'd begged. But now, staring at my son, the man I'd raised and vowed to cherish for the rest of his life, I was glad it hadn't. Closing the file, I slowly stood. Raiden. The word filtered out in a whisper. I didn't deserve to say his name out loud. I stared at him. What did I say? What did I start with? "I'm the worst fucking father. I'm so sorry. Forgive me." For once, I remained speechless, unable to form the right words, to apologize, to ask for forgiveness, because I didn't deserve it. "What's wrong, Dad?" "Didn't expect to see me?" My heart spasmed. I searched his face, looking for signs of hate, anger, disgust, but all I saw was tiredness. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" He stuffed his hands in the front pockets of his denim, taking a step closer.
No fatherly advice, no, "You fucked up, Raiden, you couldn't keep a woman, Raiden." Another step. Still, I couldn't speak. "You can't talk to me, can you? Or maybe you don't know how to." He was right, I didn't. "Because you broke my heart." I sucked in a deep, shaky breath. His words hammered me like a crunch of a sledgehammer to stone. Took away my happiness, my love, my reason to smile, to live. The hits didn't stop. I balled my fists, his pain ricocheting through me. "Raiden," I finally croaked. He held up a hand. "How could you break something that was never meant to be?" The urge to cry clutched me by the throat, holding me captive as I opened my mouth to say something. He shook his head. "Do you know that since I began dating her, Sienna only told me she loved me once?" His laugh lacked the mirth I was accustomed to. "Did you know she gave you a piece of her heart?" I swallowed my emotions. I didn't. A long silence followed my words. He stared at me, his face unreadable. I could have said more. I could have told him Sia hadn't ever declared her love for me, because she hadn't. I assumed. I took, I subjugated, I merited any punishment he'd inflict on me. I welcomed it. Still, I couldn't say another word because I didn't know how to show him that I truly loved him. He reached me, standing toe-to-toe, so close I could smell the torment on him. "She was never mine to have, Dad," he sighed, shoulders dropping in dejection. I had no idea why I decided to, but I reached out and pulled him to me, grateful he didn't resist, grateful he allowed me to hold him. Grateful he let me feel like a father once more, even if it was just for a moment. Even if I tried, I could never stop the tears as they rolled down my cheeks. Even if I tried, I could never tell him how sorry I was, because right now all I needed was this, giving him what I should have done in the first place. The love of a father. I had no idea how long we stood there. When he finally stepped back, his eyes, rimmed in the color of pain, crinkled at the corners in a slight smile. "Ironically, 2 days before I brought my girlfriend home to meet you, I told you I wish I could give you what you desired, what you truly deserved. The feelings of the real, non-negotiable, unconditional love of a woman." He sighed. "I'm giving you that, Dad." "Raiden." Again he held up a hand, blocking my words. "You have my blessings." And this time I found the words I needed most. "I can't, son. I have lost the right to ask for your forgiveness, and I can't expect you to. But Sia," I choked on the name, "she can never be mine, even if she isn't yours." He took a step back, walked to the window and stared out. "Do you love her?" he asked without looking at me. Yes, I wanted to say, but I chose not to. I joined him at the window, looking but not seeing. "It's not important. Are you saying love isn't important, or you loving her isn't? There's a difference, you know." He looked at me. "You told me not to forego a missed opportunity, and you've lost her once." He exhaled with a loud breath. "Before you can convince me it isn't important, convince your heart that it can withstand that misery again." The despair that had crippled me like a physical condition for the last 2 years seized me in its iron fist, shaking me, telling me to wake the fuck up and claim the woman I loved, repercussions be damned. Instead, I raked a frustrated hand through my hair and sighed. "It will never work, son." Raiden turned fully to face me. "I'm going back to Africa." "Why?" I didn't keep the disappointment out of my voice. "We need time." I stared down at the floor, accepting his reasoning.
We did. How long? I can't be sure. I couldn't push for an answer. Dad? Yes. I looked up, meeting his gaze. The pain was still there, but this time overshadowed by a glimmer of what I didn't allow myself the optimism to decide yet. You might have broken my heart, but we're family. It will take time, but we will forgive and forget. Most importantly, we have each other. Sienna has no one. She needs you, not me. Don't let all this pain be for nothing. I watched him walk out, not bothering to say goodbye, because in my heart I knew that today was one small step for both of us. Would I be able to convince Sia that effort included her? She'd avoided my calls, and I'd respected her wishes, but Raiden was right. She needed me as much as I needed her. I reached for my phone and dialed. Trent.
Sienna. 6 weeks after Christmas Eve. The good thing about being an introvert, on top of being an only child, you save yourself copious amounts of embarrassment when shit hits the fan, like in the event of you being caught in a cheating scandal, or, for instance, sleeping with your boyfriend's father. If not family, then some friend of the family or an idle busybody, every corner you turn, would continuously hound you about how could you and what were you thinking, blah, fucking blah. The worst thing is that in an event like that, you only had yourself to berate, over and over, and no one around to take the chastising off your shoulders. Not even for a little while. That's what I had to put up with for the last 6 weeks. I'd done it every day without giving myself a break, and I was no closer to self-forgiveness, just extreme self-loathing. Since Raiden's visit 3 weeks ago, I doubted I ever would. Sienna? Yeah? I turned as Trent came down the stairs, adjusting his jacket. Hot date, I smiled, taking in his navy suit and baby blue shirt. He laughed. No, a potential franchise in the making. That's great. You called? I know you were on your way out, but Brandon had to leave early tonight. Would you mind locking up? I hadn't taken the late shift since returning to work. Sure. Wasn't like my social calendar was overflowing. Great. And how are you doing? He offered me one of his shit happens looks, and I smiled. Recovering. I shrugged. What else could I say? I haven't hit rock bottom yet. Or maybe I did. I was just too fucked up to remember. Between too much coffee and not enough sleep, my memory might have suffered a blank spot. It will get better. He rubbed my arm lightly. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? I nodded and waved him off. 2 hours later, I glanced around the empty restaurant, and instead of switching off the stereo, I turned up the volume as Ariana Grande's Love Me Harder hit the speakers. Not ready to leave yet, I closed my eyes, tangled my fingers in my hair, and swayed my body to the music. Visions of Drake came to mind. I'd ignored all his calls, but a part of me wondered why he hadn't come from me. Maybe in my heart, I was glad he'd chosen Raiden over me. How could I ask him to choose differently? Raiden was his family, and me? Well, I was no one. I wish you'd love me harder, Prince. I blurted out the words in my heart as the music ended. I do. Gasping, I swung around. With his arms crossed and a shoulder pressed into the doorframe, Drake stood there watching me. I gawked at the handsome face I longed to forget, didn't want to see again, couldn't see. Yet every nerve ending came to life, denying me the ability to look away, robbing my legs of their will to escape, making me hypersensitive to the rush of adrenaline surging through my veins. As though it had been given renewed energy, my heart thumped against my chest, so hard it hurt to breathe, the air almost pushing at my lungs to get free, to direct me toward him. And even as I took in his broad shoulders and a black suit and dark shirt unbuttoned at the top, I couldn't deny his presence. My heart and head tag-teamed against my feelings, bouncing them from one to the other in a battle of will. What? The words stuck in my throat. Why won't you take my calls? He stared at me until I began to tremble because my body was physically powerless to keep upright against the crushing weight of his gaze. He was pouring every inch of emotion into that look, begging, commanding, tender, all rolled into one. He took a step forward and I stepped back. Sia, please. You should leave, Drake. You should go back home. There's nothing here for you. My home is with you. Another step. Whether it's a 10-bedroom house or a sewer beneath a dump site, I don't care, as long as it's with you. I shook my head. No, we can never be together. Damn it, Princess, would you please give me a chance? He strode toward me, eating up the ground with his long legs. I had no time to react, and he grabbed me around the waist, trapping me against the wall. He cupped my chin with a firm hand and lifted it. Gray eyes swimming with a chaos of hurt and plea held mine. You just asked me to love you harder. I do, and I'll never stop. Just give me a chance to talk, please. What difference would it make? I tried to look away. His grip on my chin tightened, keeping it in place. I was annoyed when the tears rolled down my cheek. I'd promised myself not to cry anymore. Sia. My name tripped out on a sigh. He leaned forward, his hold loosening as he kissed my tears. I cried harder. Please, Princess, I can't see you cry. He pulled me into his arms, holding me tight, and as I tried to accept everything was perfect once more, a tiny niggle warned it would never be so. I squirmed against his embrace, but he refused to let go. Look at me. Even in anger, I couldn't ignore the command in his voice. It hypnotized me always. My gaze met his. I broke Raiden's heart. I lied to the people I love. I took advantage of you. I asked you to cheat. I put you into this situation because I was selfish. But what I feel for you, felt since that first kiss, is the only fucking thing that's right in this world. Don't take that away from me. I loved you yesterday. I love you today. And I'll love you tomorrow. Give me a chance to show you how much. The sincerity in his eyes, his words, yanked the strings that connected my heart to my head. Logic won. We can't. With my palms flat against his chest, I ignored the frantic beat beneath the hard muscles I knew so well and pushed slightly. He released me. You should go. I stepped away, avoiding his gaze. Don't do this. I shook my head, keeping my eyes pinned to the floor. It won't work. Maybe not now. When? I shrugged. I couldn't give him an answer. Maybe walking away today is better for tomorrow. You don't understand, Sia. I'm afraid to walk away from you. I looked up. Afraid? He was a multi-billionaire with his whole life planned down to the day. What could scare him? He dragged in a long breath. It took me so long to find you. I'm scared if I walk away, I'll never find you again. The day you left the apartment, a piece of me died, and then when you left my home on Christmas Eve, a little more of me died. If I walk away now, I'll cease to exist. I'm not afraid of dying, Princess. I'm scared of losing you. I gasped. His words resembled tiny darts. Each one pricked me, similar to the jolt of 1,000 volts of electricity. Every part of me warmed to the feeling, yet my body quivered in response. I gave him a watery smile, desperate to say fuck it and ride the wave with him, face whatever came our way together. I'm sorry. Even as I uttered the words, my heart thought me a fool. It screamed at me for being a coward and not giving myself what I deserved, what I longed for, and ultimately robbing Drake of his love once again. I chose the easy way out. Goodbye, Drake. I turned to walk away and heard his sharp inhale. Not fucking happening. The harsh words caught my ears a split second before he grabbed my waist and swung me around. The pressure of his hold had us falling against the wall. His lips crashed to mine before I could react. The kiss was hard, filled with dominance, aggression. I felt no pain, only hot, wanton need this man could draw out of me with just a touch. One of his hands wrapped around my body, his palm hot through the thin material of my shirt. The other cupped my jaw, holding my head in place as his tongue danced a fiery tango with mine. Sucking, licking, nipping, his mouth possessed mine once more, taking without asking, dominating without subduing. I surrendered, kissing him back with equal parts of reticence and greed. I lifted onto my toes, grinding my body to his, shoving my hands into his hair, shamelessly clinging to him lest he pulled away. When my body finally cried for air, I ripped my mouth from his, close to passing out, and with my forehead to his chest, I took deep breaths in through my nose, filling my senses with his scent. I'm not walking away from the only love I've ever known, Sia. He kissed the top of my head. Fight me all you want. It's not happening. I've waited 2 fucking years for you. I'm not waiting another second. You're mine. You promised me forever that first night, and I'm ready to collect on that, come what may. And for the first time since that disastrous evening, I felt whole again. I felt like I belonged. I felt loved. He was giving me what I always longed for, love, happiness, family, and I didn't care in which order as long as it was with him. I love you, Prince. Another sharp inhale before he gripped my arms and leaned my body away to look at me. What did you say? The delight dancing in his eyes was all the confirmation I needed that I'd said what he wanted to hear. I said, I love you. His lips widened in a slow smile, the first since he'd arrived. Say it again, Princess. I returned the smile. I love you. He crushed me to his chest, holding me tight as though he feared I'd walk away. Fuck, I've been waiting to hear those words for so long. It hurts. He pulled back slightly. Will you always love me for our lifetime together? Forever? I shook my head and he frowned. Delirious, I palmed his cheek. My father always told me that as Indians, we love for Sat Janam Tak. Curiosity filled his eyes. They sparkled in the light from the chandelier above his head. What does that mean? We don't love for 1, but 7 lifetimes. His brow shot up. 7 lifetimes? He rolled the words around his tongue as though savoring the idea behind it. I'll take it. His smile cascaded tingles down my spine. Would you do something for me? I nodded. I want you to stand here, close your eyes, and don't move. Can you do that? I frowned. Why? He chuckled. Because I asked nicely. Laughing, I nodded. Close your eyes. I did as he asked, and he moved away. I heard a rustling of something, and curiosity clenched my stomach muscles in anticipation. His movement told me he'd returned, and a second later, Siana Sexana, will you marry me? My eyes flew open at the same time. I gagged on a shocked gasp. What? I stared down at the man kneeling in front of me. Drake, I breathed, too stunned to contemplate anything, my eyes drawn to what he held in his hands. I had no idea whether to laugh or cry, but both happened. My fingers shook as I reached forward. You kept it. He nodded. Will you, Sia? Marry me? Yes, Prince, I will. I smiled through my tears. His eyes glistened brighter than the diamantes on the Jimmy Choos in his hands. I laughed when he slipped my black heels off and replaced them with the shoes responsible for our meeting. I stand corrected, but I don't think anyone's ever been proposed to with a pair of shoes. He laughed with me. You're unique. His words tickled my senses, creating spurts of warmth through my body. And you don't wear jewelry. He straightened. You can pick out your ring, whether it costs $1 or $1 million. It's your choice, princess. His kiss was slow, meant to woo and promise, and I took it for everything he offered. I can't believe you kept them, I said when we broke apart. He slipped his arms around me, drawing me tighter to him. I have no idea why, but something told me those shoes held the key to you. After getting to know you, I believe they're sentimental. I choked on the tears once more. It was a gift my father saved up to buy, and the last one he gave me before he died. Thank you. His eyes warmed and his features melted to a vulnerability only his love for me could touch. Do you know the first thing I wanted to do when I saw you sitting on that floor, so miserable and uncertain? Tell me. I wanted to kiss. He brushed his lips gently over one cheek. These tears away, vowing, he did the same to the other cheek, that I'd never let you cry again. I want to see you smile always, princess. Promise me. Too overcome with emotion, I nodded. You're my perfect butterfly, Sia, and I want you to fly, always. Promise? Yes. I couldn't have asked for a more perfect man. Will you still love me in 10 years when I'm much older and not so perfect? Smiling, I palmed his cheek. You're perfect and I love you, and when you're not perfect, I'll love you even more. And as he captured my lips in a kiss that warmed my soul, I realized that what was destined to happen had happened. I had no control over it.
Raiden. 3 months after Christmas Eve. I stood at the door watching her, still in awe of her loveliness. As expected, the dress she wore was simple, yet hardly detracted from her beauty. She didn't need fancy things to bring out her charm or label who she was, and that's what I loved about her. All she had to do was smile, and the world smiled with her. She turned, and a small gasp snuck past her lips. The smile on her face wavered for just a beat before my lips widened and kept hers in place. Congratulations. You came. Her hand lifted to clasp her neck. A diamond solitaire caught the light and twinkled. Its simplicity fascinated me. Then again, I hadn't expected anything lavish. That's who she wasn't. Did you think I wouldn't? She shook her head, her wide smile infectious. I wasn't sure. I pushed away from the door and moved closer to where she stood. I'm wearing the tux you chose. I held open the jacket for her to inspect. Do I look good? I like the haircut. It makes you look more mature. I grinned. I'd chopped off the locks the second I landed in Africa. I wanted a fresh start, and it began with a new look. Should I take that as a compliment? Her laugh was light, telling me that her initial reservation had made a retreat. Does he know you're here? No. I slipped my hands into my pockets and moved to the window. I wanted to see you first, to tell you how beautiful I knew you'd look on your wedding day. I wasn't surprised to learn she'd chosen to marry in the observatory. She'd fallen in love with that place the second she walked in there. Thank you. I stepped closer to her and was glad she didn't move away as I would have expected her to. You're happy, right? Yes. I let out a slow exhale. Then I'm happy for you too. I'll see you downstairs, okay? She nodded. At the door, I turned. Sienna? When she looked up, I smiled. I really am happy for you. We can be friends, right? The sudden glaze to her eyes told me I'd done right by her. I winked and walked away. On the other side of the landing, I took a deep breath and knocked. When it opened, my father's eyes grew wide. "Raiden?" My name came out in a rush before his lips broke in a broad smile. "Hi, Dad." Without a word, he stepped back, inviting me to enter his bedroom. 30 minutes later, as I watched him kiss his bride, I knew I'd made the right decision. For 25 years, he'd given me life, love, and happiness, and the choice to make decisions, good and bad ones. And for that alone, I was eternally grateful. He'd suffered along the way, never complained, and never had the opportunity to love intensely. Today, I'd changed his life. I gave my father what he truly deserved: unconditional love. He once asked me to believe in fate, and if I looked back over the last 2.5 years, it was strange how fate had played its hands, working in mysterious ways to bring together two people destined to love hard. Perhaps there was still something in store for me. I grinned as my mobile rang. Distracted by my father and Sienna greeting family, I answered. "Hello? Raiden?" A slight crackle, then, "It's Zena." Startled, I looked at the phone. "Whoever the fuck this is, that's a sick joke," I hissed. "It's not a joke, Raiden. I need you. I can't talk long." The nervousness in the woman's voice knotted the tendons in my back, and while every nerve in me yelled to cut the call, I stepped away from the noise. Out of stupidity or desperation? I wasn't sure. "Who the fuck is this?" "Ask me anything," she whispered. For one crazy moment, I wanted to believe her. "If you're Zena, what was the last thing I said to you? Even when you cry, you're beautiful. Even when you're angry, I want to kiss you." I stumbled on the words and grabbed the wall to keep from falling over. "Zena," I whispered. The line went dead in my ear.
Thank you for listening to Intoxication, Book 1 of the Serendipity series. Written by Charlene Namdari. Narrated by Connor Hayes, Yami Habibi, and Aidan Snow. Yami Habibi and Aidan Snow are members of SAG-AFTRA. Produced by Blue Nose Audio. Production coordination by Abby Gillick. Post-production by Michael Kinsey. Follow Charlene Namdari on Instagram at Charlene Namdari or go to www.charlenenamdari.co.za to find out more and stay informed about upcoming titles. Copyright 2020 by Charlene Namdari. All rights reserved.